Don't you wanna tell me? Tell me about the time that we felt free. Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about what will be. Gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was
The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by DMM. That's a lot of damage by that Cassidy. He tries to Proto Belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage onto Fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. But he is escaping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan Yu get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT Rolster Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning Solar Flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KT Rolster Y's destructive display. Try to intercept. Check here, Call of Force God gonna be used, Face Seal as well onto the backline, double knock-up! But they do get the dragon, especially when Ichima would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT Rolster Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash that out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech Ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Intercept comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, gets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0 in 3. Dawn 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, non-128, and danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT Rolster Y. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is readied up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Durant, taunts onto 1, you have the Justice Punch, takes his hands at his bot, but KT Rolster Y secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside now, Counter-Strike going in for the stun, it hopes to get the trade back, but Team Flash will still succeed!
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section. Keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name is Giang, we will see you again in the next video.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat best, stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！ 菜呢？
It's time for a brand new day here at Season 2, of course, of Wild Rift League Asia. And we're gonna be your shoutcasters, Giyang and Crazy Apple. We have 4 series today.
Yeah, it's gonna be an action-packed filled day of Wild Rift. As you mentioned, Giyang, it's 4 series. It's gonna be a long day for us, but it's gonna be very exciting as well because we're gonna be seeing 8 different teams battle it out today.
Oh yeah, we have Cerberus Esports versus Fennel. We have OMG versus NAOS Esports. Team Flash versus J-Team. Last but not least, we have a CN Confidence team versus CN Confidence team. That is J-Team versus FPX. And G10 as well is going to be joining us later on. Of course, we have 3 casters for today.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long one. It's a good thing we started early.
yeah, definitely. Because if we're gonna start later on, some of our viewers might get
2
sick.
a.m.
Yeah, 2 a.m. Oh my God, please no. But yeah, we're starting early. Hope our viewers right now are grabbing snacks. It's gonna be a long day to join us in watching all of these games. It's gonna be very exciting, especially as you mentioned, which teams are gonna be fighting out. The first match is gonna be between Cerberus and Fennel. Definitely something that we're both looking forward to.
Because we have seen so many outplays, so many surprises in the past few days alone. Especially after last Sunday, right? We saw Nova Esports and J-Team battle in an intense best of 3 series, and Nova Esports had a back-to-back comeback of a swing. And right now, after that, we've seen so many of those games or similar games like the ones from Nova Esports and J-Team. And now, as well, it is going to be affecting the standings, of course. We see some teams rising up. We see some teams actually not being able to catch up, particularly Woohoo Gaming, JDG, and OMG. And it's going to be very important for them to snag in a win today because, again, we're already halfway through the regular season.
Yeah, definitely. It's crunch time for these teams. I think from the 3 teams that you mentioned, JDG and OMG will be the ones we'll be playing later on today. So we're hoping that for them to have more positive results because it is getting to crunch time to get into the playoff spot. But still dominating the pack is still Thunder Talk Gaming with still a spotless record on their hands. We've been talking about this as well as last week. They won't be having a game today, but they'll be having a game tomorrow. So that's something I would also want to see if they can still keep that undefeated streak that they have.
Yeah, I mean, Thunder Talk having to go up against one of the most aggressive, if not the most aggressive team in the world, especially in conference, EDG. But that is another story to be unpacked tomorrow. We look at the standings on the APAC side. G2 Blacklist and NAOS Esports sitting at the very top, especially with G2 Blacklist securing more wins in terms of numbers against NAOS Esports. But in terms of total points and in total games so far, NAOS Esports can still claim the top spot. K2 and Cerberus Esports not really trailing that much behind, especially with Cerberus Esports having a game today against Fennel. Maybe this can set them up in a much higher position. Fennel as well is looking to come back and maybe go towards the playoffs qualifier spot here in the top 4.
Yeah, definitely. It's something that Fennel needs to look out for, right? As we get into the schedule for today, Fennel needs to grab these wins, especially against opponents like Cerberus Esports, because Cerberus Esports is the one who is at the 4th spot. If they get a couple of wins there, they inch themselves closer towards a possible playoffs bout later on the season.
NAOS Esports, Team Flash, so many teams that we have seen, getting those comebacks lately, especially for Team Flash. Their match before was absolutely insane when they battled against KT Roser Y. Reverse sweep and they've completed is very sweet. And right now they're gonna be battling with another Titan because they match up against Edward Gaming as well, and they're gonna be battling against J-Team, which is going to be much more challenging, I suppose. But we look at the head-to-head matchup here between Cerberus Esports, of course, and Fennel. We look at the lineup of Cerberus Esports, Taku, Y1, BMM, Genza, and Akeno, still looking very strong, especially after their win against Weibo Gaming last Saturday.
Yeah, definitely. That's something that they should have on their backs, right? Having that win against a CN conference team, although they did lose a couple of days ago to EDG. That's a different affair, right? There's something that you still have to look forward to. And again, going back to my point earlier, going against Fennel, if they do get the win against Fennel, they definitely will have better security under spot right now towards the playoff spot, because I believe the 5th spot is Buriram, that is 1 win behind them. If they can get those wins against Fennel, Fennel will kind of be on the back foot later on.
Oh, it's going to be a tough battle. Not only for Cerberus Esports, but more especially, actually, for Fennel. Because they're so far unable to secure any wins except for their 1 series win against Invade Esports. But that was during day number 9. It has been 2 weeks already. And we'll go to the stage for the host to introduce our teams.
欢迎各位收看2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季。大家好，我是 Yoho。今天是第5周的第4个比赛日，首场 BO3 将由西贡 CES 对阵 Manila FL。那 FL 能否在今天化身赫拉克勒斯，打败 CES， 走出名为连败的地狱？让我们一起期待。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage of 2023 League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2. This is your boy Yoho. Today is the fourth day of the 5th weekend. The first best of 3 is Saigon Cyberus Esports versus Manila NAOS Manila Fennel. Will FL become the Heracles and beat Cerberus down and get rid of the hell named defeat? Let's wait and see. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Saigon Cyberus Esports and Manila Fennel.
Đôi mắt này chỉ nhìn thấy kẻ mạnh, nhưng ngày hôm nay tôi không thấy đối thủ là ai cả.
You must be into fitness, you know. You are a good lifter, which means arguing without winning.
What an opening line from Cerberus.
Yeah.
That's some strong fighting words right there, and yeah, they better. I want to see them back that up though with their gameplay later on.
Yeah, it's hard words being thrown by both squads. Cerberus Esports can see Fennel. Fennel is basically saying that Cerberus Esports is a lifter.
I'm kind of lost. I'm kind of lost with the context for Fennel, to be honest.
Yeah, I go to the gym as well, man. That hurts me. That hurts me. Just kidding.
Oh, okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Then clenches my fist.
just the Arthur meme clenches your fist. It's fine. It's fine, Giyang. You weren't the ones being thrown that trash talk by Fennel.
I'll pat myself on my back for that. Everything's fine.
No friendly fire here.
The series as well. Surely it's gonna be more than just fine. Both of these teams again are required to secure a win to have a better spot right now in this tournament, especially that we're more than halfway there towards the end of the regular season. Cerberus Esports so far are in a good position, but for Fennel, they need to start snagging more wins.
Yeah, definitely. We're as you mentioned, we have passed through the halfway mark, so it's very much crunch time for all of these teams. Fennel needs all the wins they can get if they still want to get to that playoffs run. Currently, we have two Philippine teams there for the APAC conference. So it would be nice for Fennel to also join their brothers in the top 4 standings. But Cerberus Esports, on the other hand, is one of the top dogs. Have always been one of the top dogs in the APAC conference. So them also getting into the playoffs is something that they want to accomplish for themselves.
I mean, Fennel still, has a lot of chance to be able to have a greater position here in this tournament. Maybe to qualify towards playoffs, of course. We have many games left for Fennel, especially that this team, they did struggle. After this one, they will have, I believe, 4 more series after this one. But we go to the fight for side in which whoever wins this, as said on the screen, will have priority in deciding which side they go, whether it's blue side or red side in game number 1.
Yeah, and
Sol.
Yeah, actually, Asol being here for the hands of Helios. But yeah, I think there might be Genza going in here.
Yeah, Helios as well gonna be almost taken out. Cerberus Esports not getting the first blood just yet. Danny just going in a Keno. Of course, he used to heal just to be able to stay alive. Fennel does have an interesting composition. Spells even is using the Singe here. And I do miss this champion.
Yeah, same here. I do miss seeing Singe. It's very obnoxious to see him running around. But Helios, that's a very risky stun he went for there. Glad he survived, but Chaz also going in.
Yeah, just going with the knockups. Genza as well will be going back. It's a brothers quarrel that we're going to be seeing here between Cerberus Esports and the Fennel, of course, with the Yoni and the Yasuo. And well, this is actually one of those longer games, but the time to beat the longest time for a first blood on the fight for side is 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Okay, it's not long. The time limit, they still have a bit here. It's 1 minute 15 seconds at the moment, and I think Cerberus Esports really wants to not beat the streak. They want to get the first blood ASAP.
Yeah. I mean, the faster the first blood, the better. The more action is going to be thrown out. Helios finally will get taken down. The Cerberus Esports will get that first blood, get that duck up as well, and Fennel might actually be in a lot of trouble. The Call of the Force got a little bit late there for Arisen, and won't be followed up by Danny and Spells.
Yeah, it's kind of a harder composition for Fennel to be able to win here in this era match. But actually, 2 tower dives right now. A tower dive from Cerberus did give the kill towards Fennel. But yeah, as I mentioned, for Fennel, they have a bit of a harder way to force these engages. They need to either start from the stun from the Asol or from the ultimate from the Ornn. But actually, another fight coming out here.
Just a knock up, just a kill, but this time Cerberus Esports wants to fight back. Horizon gonna be in a lot of trouble. Snowball as well to just close in the distance. Helos just throwing out the old Dragon's Breath, not really being felt just yet here by Cerberus Esports. Chaz is gonna be taken out, actually gets that outplay with the shield, just Yasuo things, man. Yasuo.
Yeah, just Yasuo things, especially in the hands of Chaz. We've seen Chaz use a lot of these mechanical champions, has always showed great proficiency on them. So yeah, just some of those Chaz things that we're seeing right now. So far, momentum is on the side of Fennel. 3 to 5 in terms of kills in favor of Fennel as well. But now the composition of Cerberus also feels a bit easier to play just because of the Wukong and the Aatrox just can keep going in for these small skirmishes.
Fling into the last breath, but Toxical of the Forge God knocking out 2. Fennel, Chaz in particular will not go in just yet. After picking up the only downside here on the composition of Fennel is that they don't have an ADC, they don't have siege damage except for Danny later on. That's why they weren't really able to tap into the tower here of Cerberus Esports. Meanwhile, Cerberus does have the core keys, so can just push out the wave and also just continue to scale out. Genza will be flashing away. Aspirate will not be used, but Taco still is going to be taken down. Great charge there by Horizon, but it's now being damaged by Y1. Actually goes to end with a Moonfall. And Phantom will actually be in a lot of trouble this time around. Cerberus Esports with a great comeback and gets 2 kills for themselves.
Yeah, the couple of kills right there from Cerberus really started with the ultimate from the Wukong flashing in while the ultimate is already channeling to get the triple knockup and then the Moonfall. Oh my god, this is tower dive though.
Just getting more and more. And they should get this tower as well. Danny! Oh no. The Gatling gun will be enough.
Yeah. Well, 1 for 1 though. So that's really good for them. I think this is going to be the resets right here from the side of Cerberus. Not as bloody as the other fight for sides we have been seeing, Giyang. But definitely one of the more entertaining ones that we have seen so far. A lot of individual outplays being shown by our players.
I mean, the longest one we've seen is 5 minutes and 40 seconds, right?
Yeah, the longest fight.
Full comeback! Like, no chance to breathe, no chance to catch our breath, and we were definitely just exhausted from that game as well. Calls of Force Guard gonna be used here by Horizon, only hitting onto Taku. Cerberus Esports still are well intact, they only lost Akeno so far. And Fennel, again, since they don't have an ADC and the wave clear on Cerberus Esports side are actually really great, tower remains untouched.
Yeah, Cerberus, I think the goal now for Cerberus is to take this tower home until the next game. Oh, another Moonfall.
Yeah, fantastic one that is. As now, Fennel's gonna be, almost swept away. Danny's the only one to actually remain alive, but is already in low threshold of an HP. And Cerberus Esports can just focus on pinning him down. Unfortunately for Danny, will go back into the base as well alongside his other teammates. And this tower as well is just gonna be taken down. Cerberus Esports so far actually with a dominating fight for a side game.
Yeah, their composition really is hitting their stride right now. They have a lot of engage potential, very easy to engage as well for them. But Fennel actually trying to chase them down. Maybe they can get a couple of resets and maybe get some damage on the tower.
Healers as well. Really big stun of AoE. Gets the ult as well towards one more member. Y1 getting taken out. Cerberus Esports, Yones on the other side. Oh, that's the wrong way. That's not your base, buddy.
He wanted to go for a reset. He wanted to go for a clean reset for an execute. But Danny spotted him out, I think, as he was getting inside the bush. But actually now with a strong push here from Fennel,
they will be getting at least 2 more kills before they reach this tower as well. And Fennel should be able to get this as well. I mean, they do have the Yasuo. They have a wave as well. Helios is gonna be dying, but it's okay. They got 2 towers, even faster than Cerberus Esports.
Yeah. Actually, this is a good trap from Fennel.
Wow, and they will get entrap the Diana and the Corki as well. Cerberus Esports this time around. Genza, whenever we see that Soul and Bound, it's actually really scary to be used as a disengaged tool. Yeah. Great sleepy trouble bubble by Danny and prevented Genza from being able to take him down as well.
Yeah, and now it's even. It's even. We were thinking, Service Esports getting a huge advantage earlier on with 2 thirds immediately, but Chaz going for the outplay.
Danny as well. Almost getting taken out. Great knock up there by Chaz, but it's unable to save his friend. This time around, it's gonna be a 1. I think that 4 versus 1. And Fennel might just get pushed here by Cerberus Esports.
Yep, they both have super minions. For Cerberus, they have a opening here of having 5 members against 3 from Fennel. But at the same time, with the champions that Fennel still has, the Cinch and the Ornn, they can buy a bit more time. Yeah, there's gonna be up. We're gonna see probably a 5v5 battle in front of the Nexus of Fennel.
Let's see if Fennel can actually successfully defend here on their Nexus. And it's just been 7.5 minutes, but it seems to be longer than that, especially because of some of the fights that are actually happening. But again, this can be the momentum swinger here on both of these sides, especially in terms of a warm-up as well. And also securing your side selection or your preferred side is just going to be very beneficial this time around. Spells!
Could be a big stun!
Take it out, and a big stun indeed, but unable to be followed up by the members here of Fennel. And this time around, Cerberus Esports BMM is going to be starting up with a Cyclone as well. Last breath, not used. The charge could be used, but no follow-up as well here on Fennel. Cerberus Esports is going to be happy with the trade.
Yeah, Cerberus Esports was able to pick up spells before the big stun being carried by that Assault hit. Ooh. But wow, the damage on the Zoe. Popping another member Cerberus. This is 4v3. If Fennel can chase them down, they might be able to win the game off of this.
Wow! That flash is just top-notch. And they might actually just be able to win this game already with this, unless Taku is going to be able to survive. Never mind. BMM will spawn up, so maybe can do something. The wave actually has been cleared out, so that's unfortunate for Fennel.
Yeah, but when this wave crashes, it's only going to be Y1 alive. I think Genza and Akeno will be alive in another 8 seconds as this wave hits. BM needs to defend this.
Call of the Forge God going to be used onto BMM in the last breath as well to just suppress him down even further. They do get the kill onto Diana. BMM still going with a Cyclone as well. Spells running away. Cerberus Esports successful with the defense.
Yeah, good defense. BMM and Y1 giving their lives for a longer oh my god, actually Danny just getting delivered. Yeah, I1 and BMM giving up their lives to defend the Nexus. It's again another 3v4 situation, but it's gonna be in the advantage of Fennel, but they're giving some ground. I think they want to fight Cerberus again in front of their Nexus so that they can chase them down. They can make full use of the theoretical strength of both the Singe and the Yasuo in these chase-like situations.
Yeah. Cerberus Esports, I believe, can be able to actually win this one as well. The only problem is, of course, the engage coming in from Fennel, especially the Ornn and the Yasuo. The stun as well coming in from Helios is top-notch, I would say, because it's on Aurelion, so you won't be able to dodge it at all. You don't have any win ball, you don't have any way to cancel him out. Call to Fortune going to be used already onto the Core Kid. This time around, the last breath is also going to be used. Taku and Y1 trying to get sneaky, but it's just caught red-handed by Fennel. It's only BMM remaining alive, trying to suppress the wave, trying to stall it out, trying to pull it back towards their base. But I don't think it's going to be enough. Fennel running it down.
Yeah, Fennel will probably win this fight for side. Yes, the wave is about to crash. 10 seconds on Genza. Yeah, they'll be the ones to decide which sides will be playing on in this series.
It took 10 minutes and 30 seconds, actually quite long. But finally we're here. We're moving down to the actual series. And let's talk about the benefits here of Fennel going towards the... or being able to secure their side selection. Because I believe Cerberus Esports would really love to be on blue side. Especially that they do have more of their wins there as well. Especially on extended series. What do you think?
Well, definitely for Cerberus, right? They would want that, but for Fennel as well, is something that they would prefer because you will be able to pick priority champions right now in the pick and ban phase. They also like doing these kinds of flex picks for them as well. Like for example, we have seen before like the Gragas, have seen before the Galio, as well as the Rivens being picked as well on their end. But we have received a report which is red side for Fennel. I think it's something that they can also be pretty comfortable with. We've seen the drafts from their coach Kaigu. They like going for also these immediately going for 2 picks that are either flex picks as well, so or something of more of a immediate combo. We have seen these Galio Camille picks coming from red side as well, something that I know Fennel will be able to make use of.
Especially that Spells really needs to step it up a notch, right? I think it's one way for them to secure his champion as well, possibly a Camille, possibly a Fiora, or Jax. I mean, those are the top 3 champions that we do see all the time on the Baron lane, and I believe Jax might be the safest option, or a Camille, so that you would have some sort of sustain and just a late game reliability as well, or team fights. Pick potential as well, especially with the Camille and the Jax. If they're gonna go with the Galio that you mentioned as well, it can suit them better. But I think Camille would be a better first pick if ever they will opt for the Galio, because with that open, surely the red side will pick both of them.
Yeah. They could also, one thing that I know that Danny plays a lot as well, used to play a lot as well, is the Ziggs is something that we might be able to see here in the draft for Fennel. But yeah, as we were talking about earlier, it's going to be Fennel on the red side, while Cerberus Esports is going to be on the blue side, and quite a different pacing on the bans right now, just because we are now seeing Evelyn being banned on blue side. We usually see this champion being banned on the red side.
I think this is actually more information for Fennel and the other teams as well that will be battling against Cerberus Esports in the near future. Because that implies that Cerberus Esports doesn't want the Evelyn. It means that they're not interested in picking it up as well. That's something that we have seen over the past few days as well. Some teams actually not being comfortable in picking up the Evelyn, not picking up champions like the Aatrox as well. Like in yesterday's games, we did see that happening to some of the teams that battled. And right now, what's open is, well, Camille open. With the Fiora banned away, I think this is going to be a great choice for Cerberus Esports, especially for Taku.
Yeah, I also just like to take note that the Hecarim being banned as well. We did see, we are now playing in patch 4.4b, and in the recent patch, Hecarim did get nerfed. So yeah, taking him away does imply that it's still high priority for these teams, especially for Fennel. And as we were talking about earlier, Camille being one of the priority picks, it did not go to the side of Fennel, as we were thinking about they might have gone the Galio Camille route. It has been taken away by Cerberus Esports, taking away one part of an eventual, combo that we could have seen on the side of Fennel.
Yeah, you just want to take in all the crowd control champions that they would want. Especially right now, we see Fennel picking up the Ornn. That implies that the Galio will be open here for Cerberus Esports, for a Keno if they want to. And that's a good sign for Cerberus Esports. Ooh, Renekton for spells.
Yeah, Renekton,
Cool.
the usual lane bully that we see, right? One of those perennial top lane picks. Already, Fennel is showing us that they have 2 big bruisers on their side, 2 possible tanks as well. So this could imply either an AoE carry that they're going to pick next, or maybe a late game marksman.
What will be the late game marksman? I think they'd have a lot of options still. Even if we go towards the second banning phase, only 4 champions will be banned away. Vladimir being taken here by Cerberus Esports implies that they're not going to be holding back against Fennel, especially with the team fights. And Fennel needs to be ready with that. Helios does have the Akali, and that's just a perfect matchup.
Yeah, now it's going to be a problem here for Cerberus, right? If they do pick an immobile carry for Genza, it's just going to be jumped on by both Chaz and Helios. And especially with the engage that we do see from Ornn for the Call of the Forge God, it's also going to be hard for any immobile carry to dodge that ability away. And we all know how strong Akali gets to the late game as well. She can very well pop even this Vladimir, who's going to be picking up a lot of both, AP as well as health items.
What will be the response though by Cerberus Esports? We're focusing now on the jungle, and that is just a great way to deny some of the reliability of Y1 and Chaz. Just limit out their champions. For Chaz, of course, it's gonna be the Chazix and the Lee Sin for sure. For Fennel, they're trying to reduce the engage potentially of Y1. Vi, even the Lee Sin is gonna be respected here by Fennel, just in case the Cerberus Esports would actually be interested in picking it up. So that That actually makes me curious. What is going to be the champion that Chaz is going to be using here? Are we going to see something like a very different champion here in the jungle? Are we going to see him possibly on counter engaged champions like Lilia that we have seen very little times only, especially in Season 1?
I'm actually looking at a possible Leone pick here for Chaz, because it wasn't banned. I'm actually thinking about why it was a Xayah ban for the side of Cerberus Esports, right? Because Fennel already banned both the Vi and the Lee Sin, and Vi is the kind of champion that you would pick early on before as a jungler, and then the other team counter picks it with the Xayah to render her ultimate useless. So that out of the way feels like a weird ban as well for Cerberus. A good actually read right now that I think about it for the side of Cerberus Esports. But now they've picked up the Ezreal. Ezreal is not an immobile carry in any way and could very well get himself to safety against the champions that have been picked by Fennel.
Bruh, I'm actually just getting my mind blown right now, especially with the last two picks here of Cerberus Esports. If they will proceed with this, because we do see... okay. I thought there's going to be a problem, or there will be a change in the champions, because I like seeing the Ezreal and the Jace, because that is just massive poke for Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, it's gonna be two very strong poke champions on the side of Cerberus, and as well as a hard engage tool with the Camille, a possible disengage engage tool as well for a Kennel on that Graga. So it's gonna be a very strong possible team fight comp for the side of Cerberus, but it's gonna all start with poke. While on the other hand, for Fennel, they have shown that their bot lane is very strong in these long range engages with the Ashe lock in. Danny. It will be on Danny to make use of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and get catches for the side of in favor of Fennel. But the thing is, Danny will not have a good time later on as the game goes, because this Vladimir is just gonna be able to dive him freely over and over.
Let's count as well the crowd controls. Crazy Apple, Camille, possibly Jace can be counted as well, and the Gragas for Cerberus Esports. But for Fennel, they have the Renekton, they have the Yone, they have the Ashe and the Ornn. The only one that doesn't have a crowd control is Helios, but he will be distracting the members of Cerberus Esports just with the Shroud and the pressure that he's going to be providing. So let's see who is going to be overpowering the other. We have a poke composition here and burst for Cerberus Esports, full on engaged by Fennel. It's just game number 1 of this best of 3, and let's dive into it.
Yeah, diving in right here in game 1 of this best of 3. One thing that we'll need to look at is the jungle as well. Jace, we have known that's very strong in the jungle position, has basically access to double your abilities until everyone hits level 5. So early on, this Jace might be able to find some openings, get some counter jungle, get some invades early on, and it might just disrupt the Yone enough to delay his jungle. If that's the case, Cerberus Esports might just be able to take early momentum in this game.
I mean, that's the goal here of Cerberus Esports, right? Create momentum, disrupt the farming here, especially by Chaz, and just prevent him from getting his early power spike. Because the Jace will be able to outpower him if ever. Maybe influence the top side as well if he wants to. Bottom lane can be very pro for either side, so that can be of interest of both of these junglers. But in the mid lane, BMM actually having a bit of a hard time going with Helios. He'll heal himself back at least one bar up with the Honey Fruit. It will be fine. Does have massive sustain here.
Yeah, both of these champions have innate sustain in their kits, both from their first abilities, so it should be very even. But Shaz actually just showing himself up in the mid lane early on shows that they really want priority in this early shove. Does also give a bit of gold and XP towards this Yone, so kind of funneling him a bit in this early part of the game.
Yeah, he's just scaring off BMM, saying, I see you. I'm looking at you. If you overextend, you're done. You're done. He goes in. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah, it's gonna be fine. Both Helios and BMM are fairly safe. Helios does have the dash to get away, but his bot lane receiving a lot of attention right now because Fennel was trying to block essentially this Jace from going for the invade. actually.
Yeah. Level 4 versus level 3 bot. Cerberus Esports will just be backing away. But they do spot out Horizon once more. And again, it doesn't have that much HP to stay alive anymore. Chaz is still able to at least level up, but Y1 getting the steal just massive right now. Level 5. It's already massive pressure by Cerberus Esports, and Fennel starting to have a bad time.
Yeah, it was a bit of a good read from Cerberus, what was happening, but there could be a bot lane dive. No, it was spotted. Y1 opted out of it, but yeah, going back, the information that led to the series of plays was Yone showing up in the mid lane, essentially. Showing up the mid lane, giving that information to Cerberus, and then checking blue side. It was a bit of a misread from Fennel as well. I think they were thinking that Cerberus was going for a red side start for their jungle, for the Jace, but instead, Y1 started on the blue side, which threw them off, essentially, and gave that information which led to the blue steal. So small incremental advantages now going in favor of Cerberus.
Information definitely was better as well on Cerberus Esports, right? And the impact has been felt right now. But this time around, the arrows are going to be connecting. Fate Seal and all the cry control is thrown out here onto the Camille. But Taco's still able to stay alive. This is amazing, but this time at least, the Renekton is able to take him down. Y1 just a little, just microseconds late to engage there, unable to save a friend.
Yeah, and what a great gank, right, from Fennel, right? You know, all started from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, hitting Taco right there, and look at the layering of CC from Fennel. Chaz waited for spells to use his Ruthless Predator for the stun as well, and then go for the layer with the ultimate from the Yone. Just amazing. If it weren't that, they might have not gotten the kill.
What's the plan here of Fennel? After that, yes, there is a kill already into the top lane. A bit of a shutdown onto the Camille, but I think the main problem that is going to be very pressuring for them is the Jace. Later on, the Vladimir as well. There's so much late game insurance for Cerberus Esports that Fennel should be pressured a little bit here, that they need to secure at least 2,000, 3,000 gold lead. But that's about to happen here, or at least on either side. That can happen with the first objective spawning up.
Yeah, that's very much possible, especially if they secure the Herald early on. They can get a push. They can get a push going and then get that gold injection from these towers falling. But right now, I think Fennel is having this mindset of we need to get more gold. We need to get more resources in the hands of Chaz. And they've started that off with the top side, also gifting him the kill, I believe, by the end of it. So yeah, they really need to get Chaz in a state that he's ahead, and then he might just be able to carry the game for Fennel.
I mean, it's going to be the late game insurance as well, alongside with Helios, right? So, backline access is going to be so much possible with Chaz being able to be funneled, injected with so much money. Especially with the Call of the Forge God later on. Horizon is just lingering here by this area. I think Fennel wants to contest whatever objective Cerberus Esports is going to be getting.
Yeah, I think it's, they're going to be contesting, as well as they really want to prioritize this Herald at the moment. There's so many members of Fennel here, about 4 members, while for the other hand, there's also 4 members of Cerberus. There is growing tension here with both of these teams, but Enchanted Crystal has already been used.
Gas as well. Call of the Forge God not going to be connecting onto anyone, but the charge here onto Akeno might be in a lot of trouble right now. But Ryzen as well will be flashing away, but Spells is going to be the primary target. Will get taken down. Ryzen as well will just be escaping. Helios is in a lot of trouble this time around. 2 kills picked up by Cerberus Esports, and they should get this RH, but they actually turned Chaz able to stay alive at the very least. But again, this is what we talked about, Crazy Apple. Cerberus Esports getting the momentum.
Yeah, getting this replay right here. A lot of the ultimates already being used by Fennel from the start, while Cerberus Esports just bided their time, waited for Fennel to spend their big resources and going in for the kills right here. They're able to secure 2 kills as well as the Herald. What an early momentum swing in favor of Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, this is massive momentum swing, especially for the Jace, especially for the Ezreal, because they picked up a kill for him as well. So for 100 kill participation is actually good here for Genza. It's just a massive adjustment that Cerberus Esports is actually making right now against Fennel. They're keeping track of every single one. Now they're using the RH as well to be able to back this tower up, maybe even have enough space to push them back and get a double objective here with the Dragon.
Yeah. Cerberus Esports just having essentially better communication at this point from Fennel. I felt like earlier on in that fight, both Danny and Arisen were looking for fights, and then they just used their ultimates at the same time. If Fennel was more grouped up in that fight, they might have been able to front the back Cerberus, but instead they weren't able to. Topside, Fennel trying to look for a play, but instead they'll just be able to get the tower here, I believe, just because they have more members. But it's changed. Cerberus Esports is getting the Drake. So even though topside tower was given away, Cerberus still winning out in terms of the macro play here.
I mean, basically Fennel's just scavenging here.
Yeah.
Trying to get something across the map, but they're losing so much as well. As Cerberus Esports equalizing the tower takedowns from the one that they had, plus the tower that they've taken in the mid lane, plus the dragon as well. This is incredible performance coming in from Cerberus Esports. They have been very, very efficient all throughout this game so far.
Yeah, definitely. And right now, Fennel needs to look for a play. They need to look for they need to look for a momentum shifting play for them. And that usually starts from either a big fight or just these kinds of picks that we might be seeing here. But Haku, feel like he kind of knew, kind of sensed that there weren't many members of Fennel on the map. So try to play it a bit safe. It wasn't the safest play, to be honest, him going through that river. But instead of rushing towards that tower at that bottom enough space getaway.
Genza might not be able to get away this time around. The breath as well is going to be there to at least get Y1, be brittle. Spells as well trying to following up. Cast as well going to be used just for the disengage, but Helios this time around is getting turned. At least Fennel is able to get the 1 kill, but they want more. They will get the Jays. Topside as well. Spells just wanted to engage here onto a cannon, but will not be allowed. Please. Fennel getting 2 kills might be great for them, but still, Cerberus Esports still far ahead.
Yeah, in this replay right here, it's going to be shown that how Fennel is thriving in this kind of chaos. Danny immediately pulling the trigger right here on Genza with a bit of a overextension on his part. Getting hit by 2 crucial CCs coming from Fennel, which gifted them the kill. Y1 almost got get away here, to be honest, but he will also be going down as well off the map. Actually, on the other side, BMM was safely farming as the Vladimir. That is one of the late game insurances that Cerberus Esports has, and with BMM not joining these fights, just getting experience as well as gold, he could very well later on join these fights and delete the members of Fennel.
Everybody's looking at Helios right now for sure, and Chaz, as they're the late game insurance. Even the Ash of Danny is not going to be able to do much in terms of damage. Maybe through pokes, it will. But the main impact that he's going to be giving is the arrow later on for the setups, for the assassinations. And the rest will just follow up alongside with the Call of Fortune of Horizon. This time Chaz is having much more confidence to maybe get the steal. Invading the camp here of Y1. Will still get it, and Blast going away. It's good. At least some resources that they're getting. But outside, actually good target selection there. Just dodge to Y1 because he has the shield.
Yeah, just dodging the shield, and using the shield to dodge some damage as well. I think that Shadow Crystal Arrow is just used to try to defend the turret, but unfortunately it did fall down. So that is a lot of pressure in favor of Cerberus later on. If they can be able to push that the wave even more, or at least have a huge wave crash in the top side of the tower, they could time it with the second Drake that will be spawning later on. It's gonna be an Infernal Drake, so a lot of these teams would really love to have that in their pockets as well. So right now, I am also looking at how that wave will be formed by Cerberus. It's just being shoved out right now by Fennel.
What will Fennel do is the question, right? We do see them go through around looking for fix. I don't think it's gonna be enough for them to actually be able to come back here in this game. BMM actually stalling up for so long, still able to escape, and just now information for 2 people being there. Cerberus Esports working on mid and bot.
Yeah, but it was also Fennel trying to work off on the macro plays, right? But actually bot side, okay, I don't think there's gonna be any more action brewing right there in the bot side. But actually mid lane though, Helios
might be in trouble. BMM almost getting him with the Tides of Blood. Chaz, oh man, just some poke, but the damage actually is pretty pure. Spells gonna be going with a flank here, but is being kited away by some of the members here of Cerberus Esports. Genza did some damage onto him. Shuriken connecting here from Helios, but not really onto the best target. They still will be committing onto the Gragas. Chaz as well, going with a soul and bound, but he will bound, go back there onto his initial position, and BMM is just gonna be bursting him out. Tackless will gonna be joining the rest of the squad, and Fennel only a 1-for-1 trade so far.
Yeah, 1-for-1, but in terms of positioning, Cerberus is in a better position for this dragon as it spawns into the game right here. But how did this situation happen, right? Like, there's a lot of fights going on from the top side to the bot side, and it's these teams trying to read each other in terms of the current map state. We were talking about how top side, they were trying to go for this big wave that's about to crash. But going to this replay right here, we're just going to be seeing the flap starting out from spells. I believe at the start of this fight, it was already a 4v5 in favor of Fennel. But in terms of ultimates, there was still more ultimates on the side of Cerberus, so they were able to essentially fight back and kite the whole team of Fennel, because Fennel don't have their big, huge engage ultimates anymore. So Cerberus was just able to bide their time again and wait for Fennel to come to them, slowly chip them until they can go for these kills. And with that said, Cerberus Esports having a more dominant or more commanding lead at this point in the game. 13 minutes, Baron is up. They could very well set this objective up, wait for Fennel again to blow their big ultimates, that is the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Ornn ultimate, to bait them out while they're starting Baron, peel off a bit, then come back, and then Fennel will be at the back foot trying to get in this kill.
I mean, they also know that it's not yet the time for healers to actually strike. We saw the damage, or the lack of damage rather, even towards Akeno, was able to resist so much of the burst, or supposed burst, of the Sakali, and that signaled Cerberus Esports to actually have the confidence to engage onto Fennel. And now they're setting up a death brush, just pressuring, again, Fennel, keeping them in check, making sure that they're the ones taking control of this entire game. That's becoming more and more difficult for Fennel to turn over.
Yeah, Fennel really needs to convert on these ultimates that they're using. Baron is being started and it's burning down so fast.
Akeno gonna be the body block here. Fate Seal gonna be used to try and check this Baron pit, but the fight is already ongoing. Arise might be in trouble. Chen is dead! His Cerberus Esports will be having taken this battle already. Heals as well. Just trying to get that kill onto the Dragons, but still is just gonna be disengaging. Actually went back, and this is gonna be taken down. Unfortunate for Fennel. Now Cerberus Esports gets everything. Arisen will be blocking at least a shockwave, but will not block this massive lead now of Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, massive lead indeed. Instead of Baron has been secured. Mid lane second tier turret secured here by Cerberus. It's a 3v3 state now on this map, but the two poke champions on the mid lane, you can just siege the Surge so well and just deal the damage from afar against Fennel.
Arisen even feeling every inch of that damage coming in towards him. And this tower is going to be falling down. Both inhibitor towers and mid lane and top destroyed easily by Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, the two turrets falling immediately after taking the Baron. Two inhibitor turrets down. Super minions crashing into the mid and top side lanes for Fennel. So what can Fennel do at this point? They still have the two engage potential, two ultimates on their side. They still have the Ornn, they still have the Ashe. A mistake in positioning from Cerberus can give Fennel some of these kills, but they're gonna need so much more if they want to get back.
Oh! Helios in trouble! Tristan Blanche gonna be dodged, but again, he's just hiding under the shroud. Taku gonna be at least trying to be traded out, but it's just so tanky right now, especially with his dragon stacks and also just entire gold lead that they have already. Now, the base is just basically naked at this point. No inhibitor towers, no towers, nothing to defend the Nexus. Arisen is gonna be bursting away, popped like a bubble. Spell's gonna be next as well. They don't have any problem with the Crocodile. They're running it wild. They're entering the big forest right now, just putting it down. Fennel as well gonna be taken out. And Cerberus Esports secures game 1.
Yeah, Cerberus Esports takes game 1 against Fennel, and it's just been a surgical game for them. They knew that Fennel had these huge crowd control ultimates, but the thing is, even though if you have a lot of crowd control, but it's locked in your ultimates, once you use it, you can't use it anymore in the rest of the fight. It's just a one and done kind of thing, and if it's ineffective, it doesn't deal as much damage as you would want it to. It's not, you can't take it back, right? And it's essentially handicapping in the rest of the fight, and I think that's how just Cerberus went with that. That game. Waited for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well as the Call of the Forge God to be gone, and then engage Fennel in these fights.
Man, I mean, the confidence coming in of Cerberus Esports is just so massive, and I love how they are just keeping on improving every single game, every single series they have, and this time they're just applying everything that they've learned from the past few games they had onto Fennel. Very little resistance was felt by Cerberus Esports coming from Fennel. They just like what you mentioned, surgically just play this out as cleanly as they can, and it is as clean as it gets as well.
Yeah. On the side for Fennel though, I felt like they engaged a couple of times a bit too early, or they played a lot of they started some of these fights that what we would describe if other teams were doing it as a bit of desperate plays too early on. I think if they try to settle down, give a bit of like a breathing room for them, maybe a 1-2 minutes of just trying to farm, just trying to play the macro game, setting up these waves, maybe that would have been enough of a breathing room for them to make a reset. But for them to keep on trying to make plays on an individual level, every player trying to do their own thing, trying to get their team to a recipe for a win, essentially made them a bit more disjointed, and that led to these fights where essentially Cerberus was just waiting for them to blow their ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, it's proper timing, and also the way many times that you mentioned earlier as well, all throughout the game, information that was fully utilized by Cerberus Esports. When they tracked down, they saw Chaz in the mid lane and then go top side river again, they went for a play in bottom lane and invaded. And we saw the lead that Y1 had.
Yeah.
When they saw the gank in the top lane and they saw that the arrow has been used already, they ganked bot lane once again and secured more and more leads. When they saw that Chaz made a bit of a mistake peeking towards the Baron, they spot him out, take him out, and just take every single thing that can be taken. It's just so precise on how Cerberus Esports decides on what to do. And they just keep on improving once more. Genza getting the MVP, but I want to just give proper credit to every single player here as well, just having the best time right now against Fennel.
Yeah, definitely. Genza showing up on the Ezreal as well, who has been recently buffed in this current patch. But yeah, I think we will be going to a break soon before we head on to Game 2. That'll be for us, but don't go away, stick around, because we will be having Game 2 of this Best of 3 series.
The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all, as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5. Setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by DMN. That's a lot of damage by that Cassidy. He tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. But he is escaping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan Yu get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT-Rolster Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning solar flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KT-Rolster Y's destructive display. Try to intercept here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face seal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get the dragon, especially the Ichima would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT-Rolster Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash that out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the 5. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Interceptor comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down. Needs it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough.
That's a triple.
Long triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive. But a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
Well, I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0 in 3. Don 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, Don 1-8, and danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT Roster Y. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is ready it up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Durant, taunts onto one, yeah, the Justice Punch, takes his hand at his bot, but KT Roster Y secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside though, Counter-Strike.
Cerberus Esports is one step closer and only has one more step before they can close the series out in a 2-0 fashion. Only one game or one win left. Let's see if Fennel can actually prevent that from happening and push us to game number 3. Again, we're still casters, Giang and Crazy Apple. We're heading down to game number 2 to see what adjustments are going to be there for both sides. But looks like they are going to be retaining on their same side.
Yeah, Cerberus is on the blue side again, first banning the Evelyn, which is the same thing as we like to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and that could very well be the mindset here for Cerberus. While on the other hand, for Fennel, as you mentioned, what are the adjustments that they'll be looking towards in this game too? Because as we were setting things up earlier on, we did mention that Fennel needs to get as many wins as they can if they still want to be in the running for a playoff spot. And one thing that I want to see from Fennel in this game is probably a simpler composition to play, because I feel like Oran Ash has a defined defined identity of how to play the composition, but it takes a bit more planning, it takes a bit more macro to do it. So maybe a more simpler composition might be something Fennel I feel like they should be looking forward to in this game too.
Like, would be more comfortable in using, right? Simpler composition means that there's a lesser chances to make a mistake. But let's see. This time around, Cerberus Esports picking up the Ornn. Jax and Fiora are now open since Fennel has prioritized banning away the Vladimir and the Akali as well. A lot of chances here for Taco, especially to be able to counter out this Camille. But since we do see this one actually being picked up by Spell, this might signal the Galio being taken as well. No, never mind. They go with the Fiora. I'm excited to see Spells on this.
Same. Spells has been known as a Fiora player, not only in Wild Rift but also in the PC version. So seeing him piloting this champion get into this game is probably, as we mentioned, right, simpler game for them, less complexity, something to make less mistakes on. And if you're looking for a 4-1 split kind of composition, that is definitely a simpler thing for them.
Vi though gonna be opened up, and this is something that we have seen that has been banned away in the second rotation bans in game number 1. There's so much crowd control, and now late game scaling. Man, Cerberus Esports is not gonna back down on fights, especially in the late game later on.
Yeah, Taco just saw that, hey, it's a Fiora pick, I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna fight in the top side. I'm gonna make sure that you're not the only one. Yeah, sword versus scissors. I would say scissors kind of win because it's 2 pointy things instead of just one for a sword. But either way, that is gonna be a very strong look right now for the side of Cerberus. Now with the Ziggs pick on the side of Fennel, I feel like they're showing their hands too early because it leaves a decision of for Cerberus Esports to ban away marksmen that can be played in the mid lane, and there are, I think, 2 or 3. There are 3 that comes to mind: Zeri, Tristana, and Lucian. So they might be going for that angle and to take away the options from Helios.
I'm just actually happy to see the Yasuo being banned away, because from the first 3 champions we have seen on Cerberus Esports, Ornn, Vi, Gwen, these are the same champions they picked up against G2 Blacklist in their game number 2. And you know what they picked next? The Yasuo.
Yeah, so
great read. Great read. You denied that. Yeah, that actually allowed Cerberus Esports to 2-0 G2 Blacklist during day number 12 of our games. This time around might not happen, or at least a different champion has to be used.
Yeah, we'll see what will be. Is that a no ban for Fennel, or is that probably just showing up? But anyway, we'll talk about that later once it's confirmed that is a no ban from them. It could also be something that they'll be using for the next couple of picks. Only Delusion for the marksman that has been banned for Cerberus Esports. The Kha'Zix has been banned. Yeah, we really need to take that away from Chaz, taking away that bit of comfort that he could have had on that champion.
We saw a Severe, the debut of Severe yesterday as well by Trace Esports against KT Roster Y in that game number 2. They even picked up a Twisted Fate during that game. Maybe this one would be opened up and be of interest for Cerberus Esports. No way! We're back on season 1? No! Come on. Alright. Because we have seen a couple of Garen picks already. Here on season 2 as well. G2 Blacklist used it against J-Team, though it was a loss. JDG tried it out as well. And a couple more teams actually tried it out too, but not much success with this yet. Actually, I will argue that this champion has not secured any wins despite the 4 times it was picked up.
Definitely, it is a... We'll see. Well, it remains to be seen how Fennel will utilize Garen. We knew it was a menace before, but not as much nowadays. But going back, you did mention Sivir had her debut yesterday. It's gonna be in the hands of Genza.
What will be the jungler here for Chaz though? Sure, it's not. No way. Are they actually gonna go with like Fiora jungle, Garen top lane, and then Ziggs mid, and then Danny on this Lux? This is wild. This is wild coming from Fennel. All right. I mean, if you're really wanting to be unpredictable, even us, we weren't able to predict this one happening. But it's all up to the results, right? And how they're gonna be able to fully execute this draft. That is the most important of them all. So let's see, because this is only 1 game away for Cerberus Esports to 2-0 Fennel.
It is a very... This is going back, like, I think a year ago in terms of the draft that Fennel is using this game. So yeah, it's a Lux and a Ziggs on their side. I don't know what else to say other than I think these other than these 2 champions have a ton of AP poke and burst on their hands. If they can be utilized well, then probably some of the Cerberus Esports will be looking having a hard time against. But they do have a Vi, which is a very strong engage tool. So we'll see how Fennel will deal with some of these strong engage tools that's gonna be coming from Cerberus Esports.
I'm seeing the Fiora in the jungle as well because it was just way back when we last saw Fiora actually being meta in the jungle. And this time around, we see Garen as well. No wins again, still, despite the 4 times we have seen it in Season 2. And Ziggs Lux is actually going to be interesting because I just want to say my concern. Because we have a rule, right? There has to be an ADC that is picked up. Does that imply here on their match? Because, right? Maybe, just maybe. Because it has to be. There is a rule that you have to pick an ADC. So maybe the last pick, the Lux won't really go into play. Maybe that's supposed to be a different champion. I mean, we will know the adjustments later on for sure. We're going towards Effect Pause possibly because of that issue as well. So hold your horses, everybody. We're not yet concluding anything, but we're not assuming anything either.
Yeah, definitely something that we are thinking about as well. If the game does go through with that composition from the side of Fennel, it is something that I also want to see again, because as we were mentioning, right, the new stuff that has come out. But the thing is, this composition that Fennel is running is essentially a composition. If you've been a fan of Wild Rift Esports, especially in the pro scene, it's something that we've seen last year. It's something we've seen in the WCS when it was still a different tournament format. It's something we've seen in Icons as well. That's why it's so curious to me that was the composition for Fennel. But on the other hand, for the side of talking about for the composition from Cerberus, I do see that this composition from Cerberus is, I would say, strong against these kinds of compositions that Fennel is running. Yes, they do have 2 long-range poke champions in Ziggs and Lux. Both of these champions can clear waves very fast as well. But Ornn and Camille, if I remember correctly, or just the Ornn, having the Call of the Forge God is such a great tool in breaking sieges and breaking these pokes if you're able to time it well, if you're able to aim it correctly, and then just break apart well, essentially stop the front line and just try to go to the back line of Fennel. So it's gonna be a battle of those kinds of engages as well as the Vi. And just to add as well, they have Gwen. And Gwen has a circle where if you don't get inside of it, you can't deal damage to her. So this Gwen is just gonna go fighting the front line of Fennel.
You won't even get to hit her.
Yeah, the Ziggs and the Lux.
Untargetable.
They can't damage the Gwen. So I'm very I think the term right now is curious of the decisions that Fennel underwent to go picking both the Ziggs and the Lux together.
After the Gwen has been picked up right there.
Yeah.
That's I'm just gonna say it's brave. That's the best way to good way to describe it. Yeah, the Hallowed Mist is a big problem later on. But surely, I think at least the one champion will be changed. Possibly the Lux is gonna be changed because they have to pick an ADC. That's the rule here in Season 2. You have to have an ADC. If you don't, then it gets remake. I believe we have seen that already before as well on... I forgot what team actually. But it happened already 2 weeks back.
Yeah.
During our first week, we had a redraft of one team. I think it was FPX, I think. Got interested in that, or not sure. We will review everything again for it, but it's kind of surprises as well. Especially seeing the Garen right there.
Yeah.
Who picks Garen nowadays? I mean, it's one of my most hate. I mean, Otolis is gonna agree on me on this, but he also, we don't like the Garen. Not because it's not good as a champion. Especially before, it was a really reliable champion.
Yeah.
But because it's just so busted. I mean, you pick the simplest character in the game, one of the first character in the PC one as well, and then you just win games against any sort of champion. Fiora, Riven, Camille, Jax. No, you still win every single time. It can be used in the mid lane as well at times.
It's like a comparison right now of the newer champions, right, to the older champions. Like Zeri, Seraphine, Kaisa. You read these walls of text before you understand what the champion does. And Garen, what does he do? He runs at you. He swings his sword. He goes in a circle and then brings down a larger sword from the sky. That's how you win. I agree. I agree that Garen is like this busted champion that should not be as strong as he should be, but I think he has a place. It's just that, he's kind of busted at times.
Yeah. Maybe not now, especially with the changes and the buffs that have been received by other champions and the tone downs that he received as well over the past few patches. The meta definitely is not in his direction anymore, and thank God for that. But I think the best analogy we can give towards Garen versus other complicated champions that do struggle on him despite them being high mechanical champions is it's like having like someone like Bruce Lee go in anime. He is so good in martial arts, stuff like that, but he battles against Saitama like One Punch.
One Punch Man is like the quintessential simplest character.
All he does is literally punch people without any form, without any style, but he still wins regardless. The very definition of OP, and that's Garen.
Other shonen characters, protagonists, can challenge him. Yuji from Jujutsu Kaisen could challenge him, and every other character, but Saitama, he just does one thing, and he is the One Punch Man.
No one punch. He doesn't even need to punch at times.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's true. Sorry, I'm agreeing with you, but to be honest with you, gang, I have not watched One Punch Man. I've only heard of.
That's okay.
I've watched other anime. We want to talk about that as we're still
and we will discuss
solving
that
the
soon as
problem.
well, because I messaged you earlier as well, right? Anime recommendations. I discussed an anime as well with you before we went into the live stream. Shout out to our coach back there as well, just chilling.
Yeah, just chilling, waiting for the current tech problem right now. As his screen says, FL Arisen reported a tech issue. They're still trying to solve the problem. As
they're
of the moment.
redrafting.
Probably. I'm not 100% sure though, because the players are too chill.
They're just waiting. Sure.
Yeah, they're still waiting. A lot of the players are just very chill at the moment. But yeah, I guess one of the things we can also talk about, at the moment, is that we did discuss, or we did touch upon how right now in the current season of the WRL-A is that there is no marksman. That there is a need to be a marksman, and if that is the issue that they're fixing, or rather trying to fix, is that well, does it? I'm trying to think about how it impacts. We've seen it already in a lot of games, right? How it impacts the strategy, how it impacts what players pick, and with these kinds of things right now that Fennel has gotten themselves into, it obviously they planned for this to not have a marksman. Is it something that we should still keep seeing, right? Or
no
is there...
marksman? No,
Yeah.
no. Don't bring us back to season 1, the first half. I hated it, man. I mean, I love seeing the games, but there's too many zigs, too many AP champions. No one. It's weird seeing like the ADCs be in mid lane and the AP champions be in bot lane. I mean, especially when you're coming from the OG PC game.
Yeah.
Mages should be in mid lane, and just there you can see like other champions be in mid lane, like Lucian, because Lucian is just designed for all the lanes as well. So I like this one better. Zeri, it's okay to be in the mid lane, but now with the other champions actually coming into play, especially the Vladimir, hopefully sooner or later we would see other champions like the Synda as well be implemented. That's just going to be so wild.
Yeah. Oh well, to put my perspective right, I think I agree that there should be a marksman in the games, and I think that is why there was also a high preference for Garen before, because Garen doesn't really have a lot of hard CC, doesn't really have a lot of dashes, so kiting champions, especially marksmen, should be able to deal with him. Although that's not always the case. Just because of how obnoxious Garen is, how tanky he is, and then when he gets to you, just able to burst you down even at half HP. But that should be the case, right? That the marksmen are the ones that are able to deal with these like obnoxious bruisers or tanks that can get close up to you and then have enough damage to kill you. It should be marksmen who are able to deal with them, and I think marksmen should have a spot. But in terms of like, let's say if they should always be bot lane or like the dragon lane, I don't think so. I think they could be mid lane, as you mentioned, like Lucian, right? And maybe having a Ziggs in the bot lane is something that we could see. Or like before, we saw fasting Senna comps like way back.
I miss it, to be honest.
As
a Senna main, I miss seeing Senna here on Wild Rift as well, especially on competitive play, but unfortunately that's not anymore the case. Maybe if Tahm Kench gets implemented here as well, we would see it. Not so much as of the moment. We don't see Lucian Nami as a yet here as well. Well, Nami is kind of like a mid-popular champion on like ranked games, sometimes being paired with the Lucian as well. But in competitive play, the engager supports are much better. We see the impact of Ornn, we see the impact of Galio, Gragas especially. And Gragas, ever since day number 1, ever since the beta testing of Wild Rift, Gragas has been there. Because I remember being one of the because I'm a support main, or at least I love picking up support, and especially on Wild Rift because you have faster gold earning compared to PC one. That's why I pick Gragas up all the time. You can build tank already in just a short amount of time and just go with your combinations. Galio as well is pretty much more OP here than on PC as well, because you can use your Justice Punch and then your Flash. In PC, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, they locked that out. That used to be a thing in PC, but they had to take it out because it was too strong.
Bring it back!
Bring it back! There's a lot of things.
Bring back the time that the Galio charge, the charge cannot be cancelled yet. Because now in the PC version, it can be cancelled.
Yeah,
sadly.
I remember Galleon PC version. You use your Wings of War, and then if it hits a squishy, they die if they're in the middle. Just look how strong, how busted it was. The scaling was
the
just...
AP Galio mid lane before.
I used to play that a lot. But yeah, I also remember like at the start of Wild Rift in the beta, or even just when it was at full release. I was playing supports, but I wasn't building them supports.
The AP ones, that was fun.
I played Morgana support and just like built Ludens and stuff like.
Would you really want to go with support items, or would you rather have more damage and more gold with the kills? I'd go with the latter. And I've also tried out like Twisted Fate in the mid lane, but not with AP, the ADC build. And surprisingly, that got me to high diamond.
Oh shoot, let's go. Yeah, but it's a really fun build. But yeah, we've been me and Giang have been doing a bit of a podcast right now as we're still waiting for the game to start.
Welcome to the Crazy Giang podcast.
The Crazy Giang. Crazy Giang.
It's so bad for me.
That's still a name. About the Apple Giang podcast.
The Apple Giang.
The
An
AG.
apple today keeps the Giang away.
Oh my god, that's still not good.
Still bad. I'm sorry. I'm not good at things. That's why my name, my page is Giang Gaming. That's so creative of me.
I mean, my name actually comes from an anime. It's
your name came from what?
An anime.
An anime. I thought it's because actually this is a confession. I actually thought you're from like either from a medical family or you hate doctors because Apple they keeps
No. It came from an anime. I'm not sure if you're
okay.
Would you know the anime? It's quite a long it's quite a old anime at this point, I guess. Would you have
probably not, but we do have time to like search it.
You can search it.
You can like send it to me right now and I'll be able to read it. I just want to say, because we see the screen here of Cerberus Esports as well, right? Yeah. I wish I have their kind of hair like straight and not curly, stuff like that. Because mine is wavy and I can't style it as I want it. It just has a style that I can't change. And the only thing I can do is just put my front hair a little up. That's the only thing I can do. I can't have different styles, and I'm pretty nerfed.
I've always been the guy who just never really care too much about styling my hair. It's like I always go to the barber and just like and they ask
barber
me,
take the wheel.
Yeah, but I'm just like barber's cut.
The barber's it's called the salon special.
The salon special.
The salon special. You have to. It's the delivery that matters. We call it the salon special, so it looks fancy. It sounds fancy.
True.
But it's only barber's cut. What's the anime again that we were about to mention?
So it's from Air Gear. It used to be if you had it was on TV before, if you had like AXN or Animax, I guess. I'm not sure if Animax had it.
Animax, that brings me back. Oh man, brings me back 2004, I guess. 20 years 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago. Dude, we're old.
Yeah. Yeah, we're showing our age right now.
No!
Especially be telling you which anime my handle
The
comes
moment
from.
you mentioned Animax and I recognize it, man, that confirms how old we are.
But for a more local flavor, Hero TV.
Hero TV, alright. Yeah, Hero TV for... That's a Tagalog dub, right?
Yeah. That's where they put all the Tagalog dub animes before. Used to always be on that channel as well.
What gentle. If you know that reference, I translated it a little bit in English, but if you know that video,
yeah. If you know, you know.
A person that loves memes.
If you know, you know. I actually feel like that line, even though if you didn't grow up watching that anime, from where that like you still know it.
Yeah, actually, many people don't watch anime know that line and know the reference as well, and sometimes even uses it without them. No, that's probably one of the foundations of memes in the Philippines.
Yeah. It used to be. I remember. Actually, I've never seen the clip until like a couple of years ago. Like I think 2-3 years ago.
No.
I know that my friends have always been talking about it, and I'm like, hey, yeah, I know the meme, and then I've never actually seen it until like.
Did you watch the full video?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, nice. So many things that we can't say.
Yeah, so many things we can't say.
We can't say. And if you don't understand Tagalog, lucky for you. You probably did not understand that meme and will just be not scarred for the rest of your life as well.
Okay. There is a new report coming in. Just to also inform everyone. Just want to also say that thank you everyone for sticking with us, for everyone who's still sticking with us throughout this whole pause right now. Currently, there was as me and Giyang were theorizing or guessing, there was a wrong pick in the pick and ban phase earlier. There's currently a remake being offered to the teams. So previous ban pick will still be in place until the wrong pick. Now we just need to figure out what was the wrong pick in that whole sequence. There is a chance
possibly Deluxe. That was their last pick.
Yeah, I think it should be Deluxe. Yeah, it should be the one to be replaced. It would give Fennel some options as well.
Oh, let's guess what champion they're gonna be using. I guess since it has to be an ADC, I'm guessing Zeri.
I'm guessing Zeri. I think we've seen Helios on Zeri as well before, and it would fit their comp. Guess. Let me just remember what they're. It's been a while.
They're what? It's been 20 minutes. No, I got you. I send it to you. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you.
I sent it on our thing.
It's been a bit of a while of what.
So
what
funny.
we've seen. Okay.
I didn't even notice that it has been like that. It's an entire game.
Yeah, it's the entire game. We've been talking for the entire game. It feels like we've casted 3 games now.
It's okay, guys. It's okay. Just imagine that this is a best of 5, and we've just finished game 2, and we're going towards game 3. It's all about perspective sometimes.
So you're saying it's already a 2-0 in favor of Cerberus?
No.
If it's a best of 5.
No. It's 1 for Cerberus, 0 for Fennel, and 1 for us.
Okay.
We get a point. We won as well.
I can get on board.
Imagine if there's like, because we saw the 2v2 stuff, like minigame on the PC1 and in our Wild Rift as well, right? What if there's like the actual game 5v5 or
oh my god,
or let's add in one more team, like 20 people or more in like a single lobby or a single game? That would be so wild. Because in the PC1, right, there was a mini event before, Hexakill.
Yeah, Hexakill.
So 6 people in one lobby.
Yeah, that I remember Hexakill. There were like 2 dual laners sometimes or 2 junglers, and it was just insane. But that was the only time where you can get a hexa kill, which is one more kill above a pentakill, which was amazing. But
that was a flex
5v5. I don't think the map can handle that.
Man, like our phones would not be able to handle that. If it's for PC, well, maybe the PC can handle. I mean,
now, just imagine all of those 4 teams like going against each other, and you had to play that play-by-play that game.
Oh, well. That may be a time that I would wish I have like Naruto's ability to multiply, like, or like time. I think the best power to have is like time manipulation. So I would seem to speak faster, but I'm only perceiving time much slower.
Much slower. You're like in 2 times speed on YouTube. While everyone else, you're just watching them at 0.5 speed.
Yes, exactly. Then would be able to pause time, eat my food, and be back. It's like sleep. Imagine the unlimited potential of having that kind of power. Yeah, we're still counting. 24 minutes, 25 rather. Minutes,
we're nearing that. Now the thing is, would the game be longer than the pause? That would be something remains to be seen. But if that is the case, oh my god. But anyway, we were trying to guess if Zeri would fit in the composition of Fennel. Kinda does, but what limits them would be there's only gonna be the Gragas that would have the CC. And against a composition of Cerberus Esports where they have a Gwen just running at you full speed with her scissors, it's not gonna be the best thing. It's not gonna be the best experience for Fennel.
Also, just to add in on your they're saying a while ago, the game being longer than the pause. At we're now at 25, 26 minutes. The longest game so far is actually 27 minutes and 46 seconds. And that was the match of Team Flash and G2 Blacklist. It was hella long. I actually thought it would go longer, and I wished it went longer because I just want to see records breaking, because last season the longest was, I believe, 34 minutes. So I want it to be beaten.
It's gonna be beaten by a pause.
No! Actually, the longest pause ever was last season as well. I believe it was like more than an hour.
Oh my god. Well, if that's the case,
I hope it doesn't happen though. It's a record I don't want to be broken. Please, especially not today.
Especially not today. We have 4 matches today. If we have 1 hour,
I need something of that material to knock onto. I don't have it here. Oh no, that's a bad sign.
If I knock on, I'll just knock on the cabinet.
No, you have a cabinet. I need to find a pencil. That's counted, right?
Yeah, I guess.
All right.
I thought about knocking on my table, and then I realized, wait a minute, my mic's connected here. Everyone's gonna hear the knock. So
no!
I should probably not knock on the table.
I mean, that will confirm you canceling out the curse. So.
Okay, let me just try one now. Okay. Just
all right.
Did that sound as bad?
I didn't even hear it.
Okay.
So my turn.
Okay. We good. We Gucci.
We're running out of things new.
I mean, well, I think right now from the last update that we got from production is that they will be restarting the pick and ban phase soon as well. I doubt it would be. I doubt we'll be able to see it. Maybe just the last pick, or at least the final lineups we'll be getting to see. So again, thank you for everyone that's still sticking with us.
Thank you as well to the production, right? For updating us, keeping us in check, making sure that everything is okay. Because sometimes these problems, whenever there's a problem, there is sometimes a tendency for people to have some, or to look for someone to actually point the problem to. But this is the cause of this problem is from nobody. to be honest. It's sometimes problems just happen and everyone has to be involved to fix the problem. And we're just lucky to have everyone being involved right now to fix the problem, making sure that this gets resolved as quickly as it can get. It is taking some time, but we're really, really investing so much into making this continue already, or that at least have the game continue and start finally for our game 2.
Yeah, hopefully we get that game too soon, especially because there is a couple of new things that we want to see, or rather there's also a couple of old things that we are gonna be seeing again, which is how effective Garen's gonna be in the Baron lane, which it's gonna be going against Gwen. And I think the only thing that I see Garen has going for him is that he can confidently go into the Hallowed Mist and just also deal his damage inside, compared to maybe other Baron laners that get to throw stuff. Garen doesn't throw anything, so we'll get to see that. But yeah, we're still waiting here. I've been reading. I've actually been reading the
I thought you were
stream.
reading something like a manga.
I've been reading the stream.
Okay.
I just noticed it's day 24, and I'm like, 24. Does it coincide with a 24-minute pause? But the pause has been
longer now. It's 30 minutes. We're beating records right now, and not the records I want.
Not the records that you want to
Because
beat.
we already have the fastest games, 10 minutes and 17 seconds. You have the longest game so far, 27 minutes and almost 28 minutes. Alright? So those are the ones that I want to get beaten, not the other ones. You know, but we're doing our very best. Our production is also doing their very best, because the only thing we can do right now is wait for the actual game to start. The production is doing fine, actually. We're just here. There's no connection problem from us and to the broadcast. Everything's clear.
Which is definitely a good thing, right? We don't have the connection issues today.
Yeah, I think it's alright.
It's it happens. There are really things that we can't control, but production has been helping us this process throughout, giving us updates.
You guys have no idea how
they're
how
also
much effort
waiting.
Our prod gives.
They're also waiting patiently with us, with everyone, to get this match started, because everyone I know is excited. You, Migia, as well as all the viewers, as well as the production team, does want this game to start and to see how these two teams battle out. Because again, there's a lot at stake for both of these teams being at the middle of the pack. Cerberus Esports being at the 4th spot, it's crucial for them to get wins to be able to solidify their spot there, at the least, or maybe even look to climb up the ranks. While for Fennel, they need every win they can get, because they are currently in the 6th spot. They have only one series win. They need more wins to be able to be a contention for playoffs, because if not, it's gonna be hard for them as the days or as the weeks pass by.
Are you also excited seeing the Garen right now? Like, do you think it's going to have a great impact? I'm actually nervous, but I do think as well that this can help them out, at least prevent the full control of a Gwen. Just one silence, and also with the follow-up of Burst, can be very helpful in shutting down the Gwen, right?
Possibly, yeah. But the thing is that I'm thinking of is that the later the game goes, the more items that Gwen has, she can deal with tanks pretty well, because she does have the true damage. So she will be able to break through the Garen eventually. I think what they're looking for here is going to be more towards those team fights and trying to build up items for the Garen to be able to deal with the Gwen in those kinds of situations. So maybe.
We've just received another set of news, and it's like, you're gonna be seeing us we're still happy, we're still excited, we're still looking forward to going into the game, but unfortunately, I think we have to go into a short break first before we head down to the game. So please bear with us, please remain patient as well as we look forward and wait patiently towards the next game. But for that, of course, we'll just go in a short break. We'll see you in just a bit. The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by DMM. That's a lot of damage by that Cassidy. He tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. But he is escaping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan Yu get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT Rolster Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning Solar Flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KT Rolster Y's display. Try to intercept. Effect here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face steal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get a dragon, especially if Jamal would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT Rolster Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Fat has to flash that out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zhad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Intercept comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, yeets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
Well, I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0-3. Don 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, Don 1-8 in danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT Rolster Y. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is readied up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Durant, taunts onto 1, you have the Justice Punch, takes his dash at his spot, but KT Rolster Y secure the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside though, Counter Strike going in for the stun, it hopes to get the trade back, but Team Flash will still succeed!
Alright! So we're going back finally into the game, and we're going to redraft as well. Cerberus Esports again will be back out the same champions that we have seen a while ago, Evelyn, Zoe. I'm actually expecting maybe, just maybe, we're just gonna be seeing a redraft of like everything being taken by Cerberus Esports, the Gwen, Vi, Jay, Severe, and Ornn, and then Fennel just changing the last pick they had, which was the Lux.
Yeah, I think that should be the case here. Yeah, they're going through this pick ban pretty fast, so it might be the case as well. So we'll see what is the composition that they'll be going for, what they'll be replacing the Lux with. I guess my only other question is right now is they did miss a ban, the 5th ban. If it will also just ban some random champion that wasn't in the picks earlier, just so we could get through this faster.
Oh, so this was it.
Probably.
Alright.
Okay, probably that was one of the technical issues that they faced earlier, so they did ban out the Kassadin. But that is a new pick coming out from them for the second round. It's
now it
Shen.
makes sense. So the issue that Fennel actually had is that they couldn't actually lock, possibly because of the tech problem, that kind of auto pick the Garen. Because the difference between Wild Rift and PC is that if you don't pick in PC, you get disconnected. You don't there's no auto pick. But on Wild Rift, you get auto pick on either the last champion you use or the most used champion. So that kinda got the Garen instead of the Shen, and then now, Zeri, just like how we discussed as well, will be picked up here for Fennel. A much better composition, I would say. And I'm looking forward to this. Shen, Fiora, that's a common combination that we see even having massive impact on the games.
Yeah, Shen is definitely one of those champions that you would want to always keep track of. If you're the enemy team, you would want to know where he is or if his ultimate is on cooldown or not, because it's a very good saving tool for anyone getting ganked. It's also a good way for Fennel to start off fights. If they do run in with either the Fiora or the Gragas, and the Gragas gets in too deep into these fights, Shen ultimate on top of him gives another layer of engage for their composition.
Let's see if this is gonna be enough to push us to game number 3, or will it be the same result by Cerberus Esports? We waited 40 minutes for this, and it has to be amazing for sure.
Yeah, definitely something that we would want to be amazing of a game. Right now, we did see the players loading in a bit earlier, so we're just waiting for the players as well to load into the game. But let's also talk about now that they do have a Zeri in their composition for Fennel. But on the other hand, it's still the Ornn and the Vi, providing lots of CC, lots of engage for the side of Cerberus Esports. So this Zeri might have a problem positioning herself in some of these fights.
I'm sorry, I drank water. Because I read someone in the comments.
It's understandable. We've been here for a while.
Yeah, we've been here for so long. And it's going to be interesting. Just to add on what you mentioned earlier on the draft, because there is 2 champions that we have seen being changed here. The Garen to the Shen, and then the Lux to the Zeri that was in the mid lane instead. So a bit of an APC back in Season 1 meta is the thing that we're going to be seeing here. Severe just offers so much as well on the wave clear. And this is actually a scary composition that Cerberus Esports has. I mean, there's no holding back. No one's going to be backing down on a fight later on.
Yeah, no one's going to be backing off, as well as the Sivir also helping that case, right, with her ultimate, just helping them along to reach targets faster. And it means that Fennel essentially can't have a good, reliable way to disengage, because they don't have the only reliable disengage they have is the Gragas ultimate, which I feel like they might need to use as well as an engage tool in some of these cases, especially if you're trying to catch out the Sivir and the Jace in awkward positions. But an early rotation from the mid lane, from the supports into the mid lane as well, is not something we saw in the first game. But for here, it shows that both teams really want to prioritize early pushes and get a bit more control when the Scuttle Crab is taken by the junglers.
Great damage going towards Arisen, but it's still fine. Fennel just getting a little bit pressured here into the mid lane. Y1 starting the Scuttle Crab in the bot lane. And that's the benefit of picking up something like a fire, right? You would have better wave clear compared to the Shen, and now even impact the top side Scuttle Crab. just reaching level 5, possibly even level 6 at this point as he goes towards top lane. He might be able to impact the fight here. Because Chance is still level 4. And Taco's baiting here.
Yeah, but he's been spotted, so Fennel knows full well that Vi is here. I don't think Taco knows that Chaz is there, so that is the slight information exchange that both of these teams have had. But because of the Vi going to the top side, Gwen now has a better recall timer. But Ryzen, okay, I think he's fine here. But yeah, that Shen being level 4 is also a bit of a detriment right now. He just hit level 5, so it's something that they may be able to use to save anyone.
They charge to follow up the season decision. That's gonna be first blood by Cerberus Esports, and that is why you have to respect this comp.
Yeah. I think it was also a misread right there from the side of Fennel. They didn't think that there were 3 members of Cerberus in the mid lane. They thought it was only both Akeno and BMM, but Y1 was already wrapping around as almost the same time as Chaz was. If Chaz was in a bit more distance here, he might have used his ultimate instead on the Gragas, but no, Ryzen did fall down, giving the first blood towards Cerberus Esports.
That momentum already, 1,300 gold that Cerberus Esports has taken the first 3 minutes without even objectives spawning up just yet. And compared to game number 1, this is actually more dominating and more scary for Fennel right now.
No, definitely. There is a lot of gonna be late game damage, especially this Gwen for the side of Cerberus, and we all know when a Jace gets going early on, he's gonna deal so much damage when he gets into his mid-game fights. He's gonna be able to delete squishy members from Fennel. And who are the big ticket squishy members? It's gonna be the Zeri and the Ziggs, both key damage dealers for the side of Fennel. So this snowball that would come from the Jace could very well be something that Cerberus Esports builds on top of.
This is tough. I mean, you sense it from me as well, just from my side.
Yeah, that was a long side.
So tough. That was a long side. Not as long as the possible.
We keep going back.
I'm sorry, but that is surely going to be a bit of a meme for us right now. Yeah. To think that we didn't even notice it that long. It seemed to be just 5 minutes, to be honest. And I just realized that it was long when I checked the clock. This might just be longer this time around. Both teams actually have scaling on their side.
Yeah. Definitely, they have scaling on both sides. Zeri is going to be the main later game scaling for the side of Fennel, while on the other hand, it's going to be the Gwen and the Sivir. She can deal a lot of these like crit hits later on, but she's a bit short range, so it's harder for her to be one of those more reliable late game carries. But the Herald being contested here by Cerberus.
Yeah, that's the luxury that they actually have right now. Call of the Forge God gonna be used here. Against the block! That's great coming in from Horizon, and also parry by Spells. Trying to stay alive, flashing away. It's still gonna get chased down. It's still gonna get taken out. It's Cerberus Esports. They don't get the steal, but they do get the kills. And this time in the mid lane, Taylor's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Still will be taken out. I thought he would be fine because of Chad Stand United, but still, man, the swings, the blows are just much better for Cerberus Esports. Even top lane right now is being pushed. Even if they don't have the Herald, they might just get the first tower.
Yeah, and going to this replay right here, the luxury, as you mentioned, that Cerberus Esports had, because they had control of map, they were still able to challenge this Herald, and great secure for the side of Fennel, but there were 2 more kills given to the side of Cerberus Esports. So even though they might lose out a bit of gold with the turret about to fall down, it's going to be equalized by Fennel. But the thing is, they're still able to stabilize, they're still able to equalize the gold because of the kills that they've gotten on the map.
This time, McKenna is actually being able to tank in a lot. To think that this is just 6 minutes into the game, but we're seeing a big disparity already with the confidence, at least on both sides, is just massive. 2,000 going 3,000 of a gold lead by Cerberus Esports, especially with the consistent kills that they've taken. Plus the scaling on the Dragon stat is starting to be troublesome for Fennel. They need to set aside the differences for the meantime. Maybe work around towards top side. Maybe try to prevent the scaling of the Jace. Maybe shut him down. Try to pin down this Vi as well, because those are the only targets that they can actually commit to. The Severe is so difficult because of the spell shield and his ult.
Yeah. And that is something that Fennel will need to account for, right? It's going to be hard to take Genza away from this mid lane because of that spell shield. Not only that, even though this tower for the side of Cerberus is like 400 HP, it should be very close to falling. They can't do that because Sivir just has huge amounts of wave clear, and she can definitely push back the Ziggs as well. But top side, there could be a brewing tower dive here. Cerberus Esports already in the red side jungle of Fennel.
Is it a hot brew or a cold brew? Let's see! This time, the cast gonna be used by Ryzen. Kenna still fighting back, gets a charge, gets a knock up. Breath and Brittle as well, but the season, this is onto the backline. Signing is gonna be to try and prevent the takedown. It's gonna work out this time around. Fennel still being pressured, but still holding their ground.
I told you, this is gonna be a hot brew kind of thing on the top side. Cerberus Esports pulling the trigger when they saw members of Fennel just, you know, roaming around topside. That ain't their territory anymore at this point in the game.
Nah.
Most of the momentum is on the side of Cerberus Esports. Fennel needs to dig deep. They need to look for a way to get this, to stabilize this game into their favor.
Cerberus Esports, again, you mentioned scaling. Cerberus Esports seems to be a team that keeps on scaling as well as a team. And it's just amazing to see the development of this team right now. Fennel's definitely struggling. Still has a chance to prove themselves. They just need to find the best possible moments and take that without hesitation.
Yeah, and it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough for Fennel, definitely in the spot where they are in, because to remind everyone as well, their main engagement tool is gonna be coming from both the Gragas and the Shen. And so far, what has been happening to Fennel is they have not made a play yet wherein they're the ones starting it out. It's always has been Cerberus Esports answering, or Cerberus Esports initiating the plays, essentially just giving essentially with Fennel just answering back with these defensive plays. And that's not what you want to see early on from a Shen. You'd preferably see this Shen using his ultimate to be able to start off plays for the team, to give them a bit of that edge when they go for these tower dives. When Cerberus Esports is just pressuring them heavily, they can't even get too far away from the turrets without a huge risk for them.
This time, it's going to be a better risk here for Cerberus Esports. The knockback with CC chain is going to be so good for Fennel right now. Akena not going to be chased out, but Gen's actually doing a really good job just swaying them, poking them out, dealing damage onto the attacks of Fennel. It's not a 1-for-1 trade, but still, pressure is actually more on the side of Cerberus Esports this time around. They're the one applying pressure to Fennel despite them getting taken down a while ago on one of their members. They have massive priority this time around for the dragon. There's nothing that Fennel can do but watch.
Yeah, this is deja vu. This is same thing that happened in game 1 of this series. Cerberus Esports losing out on one fight, losing out a member, but in trade they were still able to get a dragon because they were able to put down health bars from Fennel, still putting Fennel in the back foot as they keep on struggling into this first tier turret of Fennel. Yes, Fennel is able to successfully defend that, and actually the first tier turret of Cerberus has already fallen down, but so much pressure is still being exerted by Cerberus Esports on the map.
Man, if there's going to be a redemption story here on Fennel, it has to be this one. It's one of the most challenging games that they have against an APAC team right now, and they are investing so much here into the bottom lane. Taco might be in a lot of trouble this time around. The cast is going to be used. Begging for the bomb missing, but it's not going to matter. He still will take him down.
Yeah, but they needed to put 4 members there. There's a lot of members right now from CES going to the top side. They'd rather take the second tier turret in the top side. I think they just got the mid lane turret as well. So that's 2 turrets. For what? One guy and 1 turret? Actually 3 turrets right now in favor of Cerberus. Cerberus is running the map right now against Fennel.
Man, that's worth it. Surely for Cerberus Esports. Fennel though still gonna be charging onto them. That's going to be the taunt onto not really the best target, but the Grand Chat is gonna make it worth it. Also with the healing call of the board charge, gonna be Stand United as well to try and protect spells, but it's not gonna matter anymore. The damage so pure coming from Genz and BMM as well, still going with a poke. Heals as well, running away, but why one? And the rest of Cerberus Esports know that he's there, gonna blast him up, and Cerberus Esports win the fight.
Yeah, Cerberus Esports just getting everything that they wanted so far in the map right now, getting 3 turrets and even engaging Fennel. Here, as you see here in the river, it's all started with Akeno and Shaz just seeing each other, but with the strength of the comp right now from CES. Even though they only had 3 members, this Sivir was just running through the health bars of Fennel with her boomerangs, with her with her AoE damage, and it's just melting the health bars. Fennel can't really do anything at that point.
It's like bounce with the ricochet. Just hitting everyone. 2, almost 3 items already for Kenza. And man, oh man, I can't wait to try this out in rank. Of course.
Yeah.
Because looks like I'm gonna take a break from Senna for a while.
Sivir is one. If for all our viewers that are familiar with her in PC, she's really one of those like bread and butter a marksman that you can play. She is not the strongest because she is not that long range. A lot more marksmen can outrange her, but in the game of Wild Rift, where there's a lot of melee fights,
she's all in one.
Fight fights. Yeah, she's gonna be really strong in these, and you can
see
it here.
Call of the Fortune as well, gonna be used, but gonna get denied a little bit later for the cannon, but it's not gonna matter that much because they're still gonna be committing on the chase down here. Helios still able to jump away. Still fine here for Fennel. They can answer back as well, unable to hit the laser there onto Akeno as well, but that's okay for Cerberus Esports because the main target is the Baron. They know that they can bait them still to commit, to walk towards them, to force a fight, and Fennel is feeling the pressure already. 2 members in the base still, they do have the time to actually go here. Never mind, Chance is gonna be late here onto this Baron, still gonna be taken here by Cerberus Esports. No steal at all. They're willing to trade Akeno for this. Flash unable to get inside the pit, but it doesn't matter. Cerberus Esports gets the Baron.
And again, Cerberus Esports trades the life of a member to secure an objective, but not only that, they set it up by trying to bait out the members of Fennel into their own jungle. When they were able to take down some of the health bars from Fennel, they knew that Fennel will try to go for a reset to try to get their health back, and that's when they pulled the trigger on the Baron. Great timing as well from Cerberus Esports. They were able to burn down the Baron before Chaz could get into the pit.
Man, micro, macro, everything is top notch on Cerberus Esports right now. What did they have for breakfast, man? I want it.
It's a very healthy breakfast, that's for sure.
Do they have like noodles?
I love noodles. I'm not sure if that's the healthiest breakfast right now at the moment.
I mean, there's a saying, right? It extends your life. That should be true.
That's true. That's true. Well,
don't take it from us. Don't take it seriously.
I hope later on the host asked that, the interviewer asked that. What did Cerberus Esports have for breakfast today? Because it's certainly showing up here. They did not lose any momentum, even though we did have a prolonged start before getting into game 2. Even secured Dragon Soul for themselves. Fennel is facing quite an adversity at this point. They need to figure out how to get out of this.
A big adversity indeed by Fennel. And this time around, even though it's not in their name anymore, it is being felt by this entire team. As the base is starting to crumble, Cerberus Esports getting an inhibitor tower into the mid lane and proceeding towards the bottom one. Still has massive pressure around, just getting everyone walking away. Call of the Force God, gonna call 2 men to be knocked up. Season this as well onto Arise and Megan for the bomb, gonna clearing out the way, but it doesn't matter as well. Maybe it should, because Fennel clearing out the way, forcing Cerberus Esports to walk away as well. Will they chase them down? I don't think it's gonna be a good idea. But they still were able to save the base.
Yeah, they were able to save the base, able to prolong themselves in this game. Fennel having a bit of breathing room right now, just trying to get out, trying to get as much territory as they can into their jungle. But when Cerberus Esports gets back into this map, they can just wrestle control again for this. They're so strong at this point. 5k gold lead is the lead for Cerberus, but Fennel might be trying to go for this kind of play where they're gonna go for a death brush. Let's see if they can catch anyone.
Y1 is gonna cut here and is layered so much, but does have the stasis and the GA, so it's actually not the best one to actually chase down this time around. The Rise is gonna get taken out. Stasis to buy some time. It's not gonna matter anymore. Still gonna get taken out here, and Y1 still is alive. After all that effort, all they get is a drop of blood, and this time Y1 is the one to charge, and Cerberus Esports to follow up. Dushan as well will be running away. Spells as well trying to get into the Baron pit, but is not going to be able to be there into the base. Actually will, but on the death timer. And Cerberus Esports still charging. Will get their support taken out. As Fennel answers back with a kill of their own. Cerberus Esports going to be just pushing topside now.
Now all that shenanigans from Fennel for a drop of blood from CES. Now it's gonna be the Siege here, Giyang, from CES. They still have a lot of poke on their hands. They do have the Jace, they do have the boomerangs from the Sivir, but at this point in time, we've seen Cerberus Esports play a surgical game, so they'll be focusing themselves on the objective. Baron is up on the table for Cerberus.
Yeah, it's round number 2, everybody. And Fennel is not one who loves this. Round number 2, this time around, Chance is gonna be initiated, still able to dash away. And Cerberus Esports will be happy because it can just rinse and repeat. They would clear the mid lane first, maybe go back into the base, cash in for their items, for their power spikes as well. They can take their time. They have massive scaling as well. The scaling is actually much better on their side.
Yeah.
And it's Fennel that has to decide when to actually engage.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard as well when you get to this 18-minute mark. Elder Drake is also gonna be spawning on this map. Cerberus Esports knows this as well. That's why they're going to the side of the map. Scuttle Crab has already gone to the side of Fennel. Fennel wants to contest these objectives, but the thing is, with 2 big objectives on the map, usually the weaker team will have to decide on marking one more, trying to defend one more, while the stronger team can opt to pull them in. And that's, I think, what Cerberus will be trying to look for against Fennel here. They're gonna try to pull them in while they start up this Elder Drake.
And Elder Dragon's massive pressure here for Fennel. They have to contest, they have to commit because everything is on the line. This time around, Ryzen gonna be pinned down despite his 99 still gonna get taken down. Cerberus is gonna be turning right now with the call of the Forge God. Needles as well gonna be thrown out. Shock Blast to dissuade some of the members here of Fennel as they commit onto the big white gray dragon breathing fire with 20% HP threshold. No one wants to be on the receiving end here, especially for Fennel. Just coming sneaky, will catch the Jace, but actually gets caught instead. As Y1 is gonna be there to help him out. Is gonna be overextended a little bit. Has his static to actually have the shield. Fennel unable to contest. Danny spells getting blasted up, able to pad at least one, but has the hammer to pin him down. And Cerberus Esports will not care anymore with the objective. They will get the game instead.
Yeah, it's gonna be the victory here for Cerberus Esports. They take game 2 and they take the series against Fennel.
It's a one-sided beatdown. It took a while. And so many things were invested by Fennel. To no avail, just a drop of blood earlier on Y1. And Cerberus Esports remains unstoppable in this series and will proceed to their next match in the future.
Yeah, what a dominating performance for Cerberus Esports. They just, as we mentioned in game 1 and even in game 2, it's just surgical wins from them, right? They keep baiting out Fennel into these fights and then winning these outright. They use the health bars effectively because in MOBAs, you have to remember there's a couple of resources you always have to think of as a player, and that's gold, the cooldowns of your abilities as well as your health bar. It's something that you also need to manage to determine if you can go for these fights, and that was the advantage that Cerberus Esports kept on pummeling against Fennel. They kept targeting Chaz in a lot of these fights and then going for objectives, and that's how they were able to just keep securing, because Chaz needed to go for the resets, buying Cerberus time for themselves to be able to secure like the Baron and the Dragon.
I mean, they're so good at really at baiting Fennel right there in every single fight, in every single objective. And I know what they say when you're master at that. You're master at taunting your enemy and just being a force of pressure to every single thing that can be fight on. And every single fight that there was to be called out in that game, in that series, was won by Cerberus Esports. Very surgical, very strategical as well, and the execution is also top-notch. We look at the stats, of course, it's gonna be backing it up. Goal difference over time, the kills as well. All the objectives, man, it's a new and improved version here of Cerberus Esports. I just love seeing this on them. Hopefully, on the side of Fennel as well, they would be able to come back, because this is a devastating loss for them.
Yeah, it hampers them from trying to climb the ranks, right, to getting into playoffs. On the other hand, for Cerberus, it solidifies their spot in the 4th place at this point in time, maybe even climbing up to 3rd. One statistic as well that you might have seen there in the board earlier, or in the screen earlier, is that how much Danny dealt damage, but that is because he is a Ziggs. He does deal a lot of AoE damage as well as poke, so it does not really equate for them at this point in time, right? But at the same time, Fennel really needs to dig deep. They need to find that formula of how they'll be able to find ways to take advantage of mistakes coming from other teams.
Mr. Thanos himself will get the MVP. Y1, no deaths at all, and man, the shields are insane. GA, Sterox, Zhonya's, they definitely will not get killed, and we will see the highlights, of course, of this game as well. It has been a surgical, methodical approach by Cerberus Esports. Despite all the attempts of Fennel, couldn't really get in the big wins that they needed. And it was Y1 that is the one that initiated all of the fights. Look at the deep engagement. Followed him to Cavite, basically. And it's just a kill as well that he secured.
Yeah, we didn't get to see that earlier, that replay, I think. And that was just a beautiful use of cease and desist. But at the same time, it was also Helios really trying his best to stay alive. But just the bit of the bird really put him down. But as you mentioned, Cerberus Esports just taking down the members of Fennel one by one. Surgical wins as well. They made full use of the kits of every single champion that they had. If they have poke on their team, they'll poke you down before going for the engage. If they have the engage, they will run you down, try to force you to use these big CCs, big cooldowns. I mean, and then go for a re-engage. And unfortunately, here in this game, we're talking about how a Shen could provide an avenue for Fennel to go in, how the Shen could provide that way to save members. But it didn't pan out because the Shen just had to play the game so defensively.
I mean, this is actually something that can be taken note of many teams as well that watch this game. Double poke definitely allowed Cerberus Esports to get this kind of performance against them. The Jace Ezreal a while ago in game number 1 and the Jace Severe this time around. And they have the sufficient front lines to actually back him up. The Gwen, the Vi, the Ornn. The Vi that has GA, Sterox, and Sonya's enchant on the boots is just... yeah, you won't die at all. He has even Warmugs until it came. It's basically unkillable.
Yeah, it was very, a very defensive play, but it worked out because he was the one spotted for the pick off, and essentially they just didn't die. That was an unfortunate series of events. If Fennel was able to get a squishy, they might have been able to turn things around, at least prolong their lives, at least try to get a bit of that momentum. But no, it was denied. But just a very, very tanky Vi.
And hopefully we do see more improvement coming in for Fennel. Cerberus Esports definitely had a great performance this time around. We will go towards the
我是
interview.
Yoho， 那恭喜 CS 2-0拿下了这一场比赛的胜利。我们也是邀请到了他们的射手选手 Jenza 来到我们的赛后采访。Hi Jenza, can you please just say hello to our audience?
giới thiệu về bản thân em.
Hello mọi người, mình là Kenya đến từ đội tuyển Cerberus Esports. Xin chào mọi người.
Hello everyone, I'm Ginza from Cerberus Esports.
Welcome. So the first question for you is, in game 1 actually they have Ashe in game 1 and trying to find some opportunity and trying to engage in the middle of the game. So I want to know your plan, how do you deal with this champ?
Thì ở game 1 thì team bạn có pick con Ashe với ý đồ là dùng cái ulti của nó để mà đánh nhau với tụi em ở giữa game liên tục á. Thì khi mà người ta pick cái con Ashe vậy á, thì team mình đã có cái sự chuẩn bị như thế nào đối với cái sự lựa chọn đó?
Thường thì con Ashe mạnh khá là mạnh từ level 5 trở đi, thì tụi em cũng biết trước rồi, cho nên giai đoạn đó tụi em đánh khá là cẩn thận để không cho team bạn có lợi thế.
So usually the strongest power spike of Ashe is around from level 5. So starting from level 5, we remind each other to play more safety, more careful, because she can ult from the other side of the map.
Alright, got it. Just catch their power spike. 那第一个问题其实给到真仔选手，是因为他们对方在第一局里面是选择了艾希，想要去中期提速，想要找他们开团嘛。那我就想问一下，就是他们在中期对于艾希这个点是怎么去做盯防的？然后真仔选手也是说，因为艾希这个英雄的强势其实是从5级之后开始，有了大招之后开始的，所以说他们整体也只是做了一个队内的沟通，就是艾希到了5级之后，大家就互相提醒说，哎，这一波如果要做事的话，可能要担心艾希这个点有剑，那要大家稍微打的要小心一点。So the second question for you guys is, you guys just play much cooler and calmer today. So why do you guys play so calm today?
Thì câu hỏi thứ hai là họ cảm giác là hôm nay đội mình chơi kiểu như là có một cái lối chơi nó điềm đạm và nó từ tốn hơn rất là nhiều so với những hôm trước á, thì tại sao mình lại có cái sự thay đổi trong lối chơi này?
Thật ra thì tụi em cũng đã tập luyện, dạo gần đây tập luyện với các đội ở Trung Quốc khá là nhiều, cho nên tụi em cũng học được những cái lối chơi hay đó từ các team Trung Quốc.
So recently we've been scrimming with some other team in China. So we learn from the gameplay and we are trying to adapt it and change our gameplay as well.
Well, seems you adapted well. So, 那第二个问题就是，因为今天他们整个2局游戏的运营是非常非常冷静且缜密的，所以就想问一下他们为什么今天打得如此之冷静。然后真假选手说，因为最近他们跟 CN 赛区的很多队伍打了训练赛，然后也从他们身上学到了很多运营的策略，然后包括方法。那所以他们就想在比赛里面将在训练赛里面学到的这些东西给运用起来，所以今天打的就格外的头脑清晰且冷静。So last question for you is, you are the first player who brings Severe onto the playground. So let's talk about her advantage and disadvantage. Let's go advantages first.
Thì em là player đầu tiên sử dụng CV trong đấu trường chuyên nghiệp á, thì anh muốn nói, anh muốn trò chuyện về cái ưu điểm và cái khuyết điểm của CV á, thì em chia sẻ về cái điểm mạnh của con CV trước nha.
Con CV thì một tướng mới khá là mạnh và em khá thích nó. Mạnh ở đây là từ tất cả bộ kỹ năng của con CV luôn, từ tốc đánh, từ tốc chạy, lượng đam, rồi phòng thủ của chiêu 3, tất cả mọi thứ đều so good, mà đánh teamwork cũng tốt nữa.
So talking about the advantage, the strength of CV first, like she got all of the kit that an ADC need. She have very strong damage output, very big attack speed, and she have her E to protect herself from engage 2 of the enemy, and she have an ult that can benefit the team fight for the team. So yeah, that's the strength.
Alright, so what about the disadvantages?
Còn về điểm yếu thì sao em?
Điểm yếu của nó chỉ có một cái là giai đoạn đầu game nó khá là yếu hơn nhiều so với những AD meta hiện tại như Ezreal, Seiya, Cheat hay là Lucian.
For the weakness, like her landing phase in the early game is super weak, considered to other meta AD carry like Saya, Ezreal. So it might be struggle for her in the landing phase.
Alright, got it. 那最后一个问题，其实想问一下，因为他也是第一个在赛场上使用希维尔的选手嘛，那么想问一下他关于希维尔这个英雄的优劣势是怎么看的？那他的观点是，希维尔这个英雄其实他具有所有 AD 应该具有的一切的这种优良的品质在身上，因为有清线能力，有非常高额的 carry 能力，同时有他的3技能法术护盾的自保，同样的大招也有非常强的功能性，但可能弱点就在于他在前期的对线期，相比于当前版本的一些非常强势的对线类型的 AD， 像 EZ 像霞这种英雄真的是弱太多了，所以说大家在使用希维尔的时候一定要注意安稳的去度过前期的弱时期。So that's all for our interview today. Thank you and congratulations again. Good luck.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Cerberus Esports. I am looking forward to seeing them on their next match next week. Of course, it is going to be a battle between them and JDG. Pen as well should be very careful, especially in their adjustment, because their next match is going to be up against KBG next week as well. Congratulations, of course, on the second time we have seen the Severe compared to Juju yesterday on Trace Esports. And we will have our next game set in store for you guys. Of course, we are just going to be heading down in the short break. Crazy Apple and I will be back, and we'll see you in just a bit. The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as FPX gets jumped on by BMN. That's a lot of damage by that Cassidy. He tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on his Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. What he is
doesn't matter
right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see you get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT Rolster Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9-minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning shoulder flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KT Rolster Y's destructive display. Try to intercept. Effect here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face seal as well onto the backline, double knock-up. But they do get the dragon, especially when Jamal would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT Rolster Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Guan Yu, the last man standing. That's a quick for nothing. Very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
In! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, gets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
Well, I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0-3. Dawn 1-2-8. Slow down.
Dashes in. Dawn 1-2-8 in danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pet.
Alright, this time we're gonna be advanced here and starting, and still your casters, Gyeong and Crazy Apple. We're now done with the first series. Let's move on to the next, and we're gonna be having an exciting series for you guys. NAOS Esports versus Oh My God in a best of 3.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an exciting series. Another APAC versus CN conference team battling it out. And we all know now how strong they have been showing, or rather their showing is right now in the APAC conference. It's still Calm, Fate, Mitsura, Mirmo, and Margot. That's going to be the lineup here for NAOS.
Yeah, and we've seen this team time and time again be able to secure significant wins. Again, they are one of the first teams to actually get a great win against a strong CN Conference team. They had the reverse sweep against Nova Esports of all teams, and that was a great time to be alive, especially that right now as well they are on a 2-series win streak, winning against Buriram United Esports and Cerberus Esports last Thursday. But we now move towards OMG, seeing Whitecat, Indian, SMK, U, and Wawa being here on the stage for sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be something that we are currently looking forward to. Unfortunately for OMG, they are currently at the bottom of the standings for CN Conference. So this might be a tough match for them as well, because NAOS is at the top of the standings. Well, right now it is G2 Blacklist because of the number of games, but in terms of points, NAOS is still on top. You can even see that right now in the head-to-head between the junglers, Fate being one of the linchpins, one of the carries as well for NAOS.
Man, we see a big disparity as well between them too. 7.53 on the KDA versus 4.22 on the KDA of Indian. Fate definitely is a pivotal player of NAOS Esports. I mean, this guy steals so many objectives and able to team so much. Has a vast champion pool as well. And just make sure that everyone keeps their faith in the game all the time here for NAOS Esports as well. And I'm looking forward to how Indian is going to be solving this problem right now, because so far OMG is on a 4 series lose streak. Definitely they're on a slump and they're looking to recover.
Yeah, they're on a slump here, and it's not one of the matches that they want to see, but I believe we're going to the player introduction now.
欢迎各位回到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场。大家好，我是 Yoho。今天的第2个 BO3 将由 Manila NAOS 对阵 Oh My God。4连败的 OMG 能否经受得住 C 组第一 Manila NAOS 的考验？我们一切峡谷里见。Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stage of 2023 League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2. This is your boy Yoho, and today's second best of 3 is Manila NAOS versus Oh My God. Could OMG make it out alive facing the boss of Group C? Let's find out. Now let's have OMG and Manila NAOS.
Your previous victories were just luck. Today, we will show you what the real operation and teamwork is.
Hmm. 今天赢你们可不是运气。
I wish I can understand that, because I love the what do you call it? Sigh? Like breath out?
The breath out from it's kind of the sigh. Yeah, I think it's more of the sigh, right? I've tried to unfortunately
the sigh of disbelief.
Yeah, the sigh of disbelief. Yeah, okay, yeah, right. Unfortunately, we still don't get a live translation of what OMG said. Would have really wanted to see after that, very, I would say, strong words from NAOS. Will show you what the real operation and teamwork is. I want to see that. I want to see NAOS bringing that kind of confidence against
in the jungle.
OMG.
Yeah, sure. I mean, OMG and NAOS Esports, the tension is building between these two strong teams. Oh,
接下来让我们有请中路选手
keeping
in
it
the mid
chill.
lane SMK.
I'm just so excited to see the APAC teams also fly down there to shine, of course, and be there on the stage. I wish we're there as well. I mean, I would go wild, man. I would go wild.
It would be awesome to have a LAN. To have a LAN cast for this for Wild Rift.
And you know what? I'm mostly excited as well. Try out their food, man.
Oh, let's go! Yeah, same. It's. But yeah, would also, you would love to see the players to be there as well, especially as you mentioned, the Filipino teams. Sorry, the Filipino and the APAC teams. On the other side, like I'm just imagining NAOS doing these intros at the same time. like imagine they would also do that while they were on the stage before bowing. Right?
I thought Mitsura as well would.
in the dual lane, Murmo.
The peace sign behind the ear thing, towards Mirmo, always is on a serious mode. Yeah, this guy's.
最后有请辅助选手 and support Margos.
Very serious all the time. Margo is showing his heart.
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the wild.
We will be starting off with the ARAM match as always. It's gonna be the fight for side. Another 5v5 fiasco that we'll be seeing earlier on. Cerberus and Fennel played it a bit more, I would say, more not as chaotic as we would have preferred. We do love our chaotic ARAM games, Gian. We hope to see this here between NAOS and OMG.
Ooh, this is gonna be a tough one for sure. But let's just chill for a while, because it's just going to be the ARAM first. Not really the most exciting one, or not really the most impactful one. Because both of these teams are actually pretty comfortable to be on blue side or red side, especially now Esports, right? They have secured many wins on blue side and on the red side as well. So it's actually more so a pressure towards OMG, in which they need to be having a better lead against them and maybe decide to be on blue side, because most of the wins of OMG are actually on blue side. They have secured 3 wins on 4 wins rather on blue side and just 1 win on red side.
Yeah, we'll see how the sides will pan out for these teams. I'm actually more excited to get into the game later on and maybe see another Sivir pick, because I do think Sivir has a good place in the meta right now, seeing that there's a lot of bruisers. If the Sivir does not go against, as mentioned earlier by Genza, right, against some of the other meta marksmen like the Xayah, he really pointed out, like Simon Xayah, to lose out on the laning phase. Senna, as we hope to see Senna as well. Yeah, I know.
I miss.
Please,
I miss it.
You miss her.
Seeing it being used in the competitive play, but yeah, it's not really the meta right now. Sometimes you do see it on the fight for side. I think that's already okay. So, we have a Soraka and a Seraphine. My god, the sustain on NAOS Esports brings me back to 2021 on the Icon series mode. So have to Mirmo Esports, of course, back in the day, of course, being able to just have the immense sustain, and Mirror's here as well on the ADC one.
Yeah, it's Mirmo on Lucian having 2 supports with a Seraphine and the Soraka. It's just gonna keep him so safe here against the composition of OMG.
Oh man, sustain is massive. They're being able to just stay alive. At least Calm got taken out. That's great for OMG. But definitely we are gonna be seeing anti-shields and anti-heals here on OMG, right? It's just a must for them.
Yeah, it's a must. The thing is, there's not a lot of champions that have like AoE abilities for OMG to really make full use of it. I think something's happening in this ARAM game right now. Oh no. There seems to be a bit of a technical issue for now. So
No!
OMG immediately noticing that. It's another pause.
Mommy!
Hopefully it's not as long as the previous series.
I don't like to talk about records now. No, just please no.
I hope NAOS is okay. Everyone just suddenly stopped.
Yeah, that was weird still. To be honest, I thought they were playing a game of ice, water. To play that game before. Yes.
Ice.
Do you think kids still play that game today?
I think so. I think they play a lot of like. It's still the same as tag. It's like taya-tayaan, right?
Yeah.
It's still the same. Ah, okay. Now we know what happened. I'm looking at the feed. I kinda know what happened.
We haven't. Oh. No!
It's a very relatable issue, I would say.
No! No! Not like this! Not like this! Looks like we're gonna be here for a while, everybody! Can we play? Can we play? What if like there's a fight for side for us casters as well? Like,
can we just decide the fight for side?
Yeah,
we'll go 1v1.
Yeah, we'll go 1v1. We'll
Heads or
play...
tails, who's NAOS and who's OMG?
We'll play Jack and Poi or rock paper scissors.
Rock paper scissors.
I don't know why it's called Jack and Poi in the Philippines. Do you know?
I remember there's it apparently it came from, its source was Japan, I think. And I if anyone could provide accurate sources for this, but from what I know, because in Japan it's called Jack and Pon.
Jack and Pon.
Jankenpon.
Ooh, then a Filipino heard it and
probably it got exported here.
Exported.
And then we also called it Jankenpon. Because Jack and Poi sounds more Filipino, right? It sounds like 2 people. See, Jack and Poi.
Jankenpon sounds like food, man. I mean, I'm getting hungry minute by minute. It looks like the internet is. It looks like the technical difficulty is now okay.
Yeah, it looks like they're back
and more stable. If you noticed a while ago as well, I actually got a bit of a tech issue myself. It's a good thing I didn't notice.
Yeah, it's a good thing. It's good, and we have these moments of pauses between us because sometimes I'm the one talking, sometimes you're the one talking. So we don't really, it doesn't really affect us as much. But for players, they're all playing, so really have to pause these things sometimes. But I'm glad to see NAOS is back. Can we get into the Aram game now, guys? Or are they still loading in?
Hopefully, everything's gonna be fine for both of these squads. Wow, the headset there is actually... I wonder what headset that was. I want to see them turn their head so we can see the logo stuff.
The logos, the brands.
Because the players have a great headset all the time. A clear voice. I want to get myself on that! The pause! They're moved, definitely not allowing anyone to move. But still, NAOS is being able to fight back. They're the ones who are in charge. And again, the sustain is the main problem here. Finally, great Noxian guillotine coming in from Whitecat, but yeah, you can't really go in with a reset anymore. Especially with the massive shields and the healing.
Yeah, Hua, I don't think they know you're there. They don't know there's a sneaky cat behind them, but I don't think it would work much at this point. Okay, they know now. just a sneaky cat at the back, sneaky Rengar, just trying to mind his own business, trying to be like, you don't know I'm here. I'm just gonna live as long as I can.
Oh man, OMG, what's gonna be their answer towards this? I think there is still a way. I mean, they have their own sustain. Darius, Swain does have healing. Even the Rengar does have. Plus the Grand Challenge is gonna help them so much. Imagine if NAOS Esports actually has a Fiora as well.
Oh my
or
god.
They're the ones who have the Fiora, so there's the Soraka, the Seraphine, add in a Sona, and it's just gonna be healing for everyone, if you know that reference. Of course, OMG this time around is gonna be struggling for a little bit. Still fine.
It would have been just Lucian and friends at that point.
Lucian
and friends.
Everyone hospital.
Supportable hospital. Yes. Basically. But it's also pretty hard right now for OMG. Like, I'm looking at their composition. They have so many short range units, and then just this Lucian just kiting around everyone.
Yeah, it's being safe and fine. Safe and sound, as they say. And Margo as well. Surprise! No way! I mean, we shouldn't be surprised at this point, right? Okay, Encore, yeah, on the other map, it hit. Maybe in a different timeline. It connected onto you and SMK, but it's fine. Nothing really matters at this point because the sustain is just too real. You
dive the tower. You can do it.
Yeah, dive the tower already. Just dive the well. Dive the well here on the base here of OMG. You can.
Dive everything.
Just go. Alright. Finally.
Okay.
Gods do bleed.
Gods do bleed at this point. Also, I just want to mention Indian forgot the first rule of League of Legends, and that is never chase Singe. It cost him his life. Chasing Singe down the turret. Never do that, guys. Never do that.
Yeah, but in this case, it's the Singe that actually chases them.
True.
No. Oh man, OMG. Well, at least they're being able to still pick up a couple of kills. I think that's a good sign. Later on, SMK will be dealing some damage. Wow, actually the Rengar deals massive damage towards them. The only problem is, again, the shield, the heal. Finally, the Singe gets taken out. This time around, the burst is coming in from OMG. Finally pick up 2 kills on their side. And now Esports, will they... Oh,
what a pull.
Never move. Just perfect this time around, Fate. No more heals coming in from NAOS Esports. It's only the Irelia remaining calm, as calm is, and OMG will be able to bash his tower up.
Yeah, I think the tower's gonna fall right here, but Calm trying his best, actually able to get the Swain before he falls down.
This time, NAOS Esports fighting back slowly
He does
but surely, of course. The sustain.
That's disgusting.
Did they build AP or support items here though? Oh, good question, of course, that we have in our minds. I want to see their items. I just want to see their items. Fate, Mitsuru.
I guess at least for the Soraka, it's a better idea to go support, right, than AP. But for the Seraphine, it's a better idea to go AP items, as well as a lot of just cooldown reduction, the ability haste for the shields.
Like 5 redemptions.
5 redemptions.
Oh,
Oh my
I wish
god.
I wish I throw like that, right? So like everyone from NAOS Esports just gets a redemption, and then after getting dove, like 5 redemptions spun up.
It just charged up. Wait for it. Wait, hold the line. Hold the door. We'll wait for the redemptions to fall, and then it all falls, and you go back to HP.
Time gonna come through. Wawa trying to intercept into the backline, but still unable to find any kills. That's for Calm. That's good here for OMG.
Yeah. OMG having a bit of the push right here, but still NAOS in a pretty good spot. They just need to wait for Calm to get back in here, but SMK, what happened there?
Yeah, actually got mad body.
I think it just wanted to reset. Probably the reset.
Yeah, it's fine. Just going back, and OMG will be a-okay here. Wawa is starting to actually deal quite a bit of burst damage, especially that this is an AP build Rengar with face rush as well, so that he can just in and out easily as he can.
Yeah. We've been seeing so many different versions of AP Rengar. In ARAM, we've seen Electrocute, we've seen First Strike, and the Face Rush. I personally like the Face Rush because it gives you a lot more flexibility, but now I'm going in.
I actually prefer the First Strike because I love money. And you get money with that as well, especially with the burst damage. But this time around, no burst gonna come through. It's just massive sustain for days! Calm still remains alive, at least for a little while. And the rest of the team took 5-7 turret damage there, but they're still able to stay alive this time around. Wawa's gonna be intercepting them, at least starting to secure the kill. SMK as well gonna be here, free hitting, tanking damage. Mirmo will get taken out. That's a triple kill by SMK. What a way to redeem himself.
Yeah, and you could really see the mindset right there, Margo, spotting for Mirmo, even blocking the damage from the Kai'Sa. But unfortunately, they did fall down. Margo does get the kill eventually for the reset, but with the inhibitor turret down for the side of OMG, the push is just gonna be in favor of NAOS until the turret falls for the side of NAOS.
Okay, so AP for the Seraphine, you're right, and support for the Soraka. Visage definitely is a must here, right?
Yeah. Also, the Ryla is for Seraphine is a must here for the instant.
Ooh,
oh my god!
Wow, yeah, that almost a 5-man. Fortunately, Margo wasn't actually there. That would have been so nice to see. Yeah, OMG this time around are being chased out here by the cinch of Margo. Fling up yet Cassidy is gonna be flashing away, but Calm actually going in. Wawa as well getting the purse this time around. The sustain is not working anymore as they wanted it to be, but still able to stay alive at least just trying to kick back at OMG.
Yeah. What's dangerous with the NAOS composition right now is it's not only Mirmo that's gonna hurt eventually. It's Calm as well on the Aurelia, and that's gonna be a problem for OMG. Unfortunately, they were able to capitalize on the 4-man pull and pull. Mind you, that was such a that could have been a big hype play for OMG, but they didn't have the damage to back it up.
Fate is just healing everybody up as well. Nobody, you don't need, because Aram doesn't allow you to be healed on the fountain one, but they don't need any fountain. He is the fountain here.
Yeah, Fate is just a guy. Just what he does, what does Soraka do? She heals and heals and heals and heals you.
And heals! And he gets with the encore! Everyone gets hit! OMG this time around needs to be a lot more careful, needs to back away because now Esports is just gonna be turning onto them. Full control, full dive, full commitment, and that's gonna be the ace.
Yeah, that's the ace. If the wave is just behind NAOS, they might just be able to get the game right here. I guess I'll just be waiting for the wave. No, they're tanking the
No, they have to stay. That's the luxury that they have. But, okay. It's not enough. But still, they were able to deal quite a bit of damage. And they can just end.
Yeah, it's gonna be the end right here in favor of NAOS. They win the fight for side against OMG. They'll be able to decide which sides they will be in the rest of this series.
Might be just blue side, right? Because they would be able to do two things. One is go on their side that they have more wins on, and 2, deny OMG from the side that they have so far the most win of.
Yeah, might be something they are looking at. At the same time, we have seen some of the teams pick red because there is a lot of counter pick potential now on red side. And I do think with the current patch and how the meta has been shifting towards two, there are a lot of power picks that these teams can pick. They don't really need that one OP one that they need on blue side. So red side could be a more flexible side now for a lot of these teams.
Number 1 or number 2? On the electric fan there on the stage.
Okay. I was like, was that a question for me? I'm like, do I answer with a one?
No, it's a double meaning. My bad. Because I was seeing the player there on the screen is trying to turn on the, because that's a big electric fan, by the way. It's like,
yeah,
he holds it with 2 hands, so that should be big. And he tried to just like point it at his phone. I wonder if the stage there is cold enough, or like really cold, but sometimes maybe players wants it to, I mean, they get heated up, right? Of course, that they're sometimes the games are tense, so
yeah,
it gets you all sweating as well. So that's maybe the reason why they need the fan as well as just to cool down the phone.
That's true. I don't know. My thinking is, I feel like I would have a harder time to play on my phone if there's a fan behind it, because I feel like my hands would get cold and I won't be able to press the buttons. But I don't know. They that's why they're pro players. They might just be, their hands are heated up all the time. Their hands are always heated up. That's the thing. They're always warmed up. They have solar hands.
Do you? Okay, maybe that answers my question as well. Because I was actually about to ask you if you prefer a fan or like the one you connect on your.
I have not tried the cooler, so I can't. I can't really.
It's fun actually. It's fun.
Oh,
it gives you the vibe of being a pro player as well. I did bite the finger gloves before as well.
Yeah.
Back in the start of the pandemic, because everyone was kind of like tempted to shop since there's nothing to do as well.
Yeah. I have a lot of stuff then as well. Anyway, enough of like thinking about how these players get comfortable while playing the game, because they will be actually playing the game soon as well, with the pick and ban phase already starting here. We do see NAOS picking the red side for this game 1. We have usually seen Evelyn's and Hecarim's being banned on the red side. Let's see if that's going to be the 3rd ban here for NAOS.
Yeah, especially that we do see a lot of respect this time around towards Fate. Especially Margo as well on the Gragas, man. The Evelyn finally gonna be taken away here. That is just a must. But it's actually information as well. The OMG doesn't really mind if the Evelyn is open. They're willing to take it up because it's really strong in the jungle. But since the Aatrox is also open, first pick for Inyan. This is his champion.
Yeah. And it's also one of the stronger jungle picks that we have been seeing. Such a fast clear in the jungle, able to also have a very healthy clear, get to level 5 and try to affect the map immediately using the World Ender and trying to get to a lane as fast as he can. Let's see if Inyan will be able to help his team that way later on.
I mean, seeing the Kazakhs, I'm already very excited for this particular game, because we have seen a fantastic performance by Fate on this champion before, during their match against Burrito United Esports. We saw Hover on the kill, and I just do miss seeing that champion, but yeah, it's really not meta. It's too much of a risk, too long for a scale. That's not what OMG wants.
Yeah, the game's right now, the meta is not built around late game scaling champions like the kill, also with the prevalence of tower dives in the game. So won't be seeing that kill. It's gonna be the Galio and the Vlad. I do like the Galio pick. It's also taking away one of those tanks initiating supports in the hands of Margo. So right now it really feels like OMG is prioritizing taking away a lot of effective champions in the hands of Margo. Actually, Arn has been picked already, so never mind.
yeah. I kind of loaded up there as well.
I was like, oh yeah, Arn's there. Never mind.
I wonder what sound people think of when they're quote-unquote loading, because mine unfortunately is like the dial up sound. Yeah, it's more
mine is the Jeopardy song.
The Jeopardy song. Gwen and Fiora though gonna be removed. I think this is really great coming in from NAOS Esports because Calm is just gonna be comfortably using I think any champion, and top lane possibly even a Renekton might be picked up by him, just to have some early game pressure since they do have Kha'Zix and Zoe. Those champion does have great synergy for early skirmishes, and that's one way for them to cripple this late game scaling of OMG.
Also, the bans coming in from OMG, both the Ezreal and the Lucian, taking away 2 mobile marksmen from the hands of Mirmo. Also, do note we're playing in patch 4.4b. There have been slight buffs towards Ezreal as well as Kraken Slayer, which Lucian and Ezreal also uses. So that is also taking away some of the comfortable champions of Mirmo that he has been successful with in the past couple of weeks. But also, this opens up actually a different position for NAOS. I was thinking that they could have picked up the Sivir, but OMG taking away is essentially they're just really doing really good picks at this point.
A scary lineup it is. Man, wow, this is
okay. This
no way.
They took it away from us!
Why? Why? We saw this a while ago. It got changed. No, please tell me there's gonna be a redraft. No, not gonna happen.
Okay, now, it makes more sense because I was thinking, okay, Shyvana, I love it because it could have gone to the jungle, and then I realized, oh wait a minute, there's already an Aatrox. How are we gonna put the Shyvana? We're gonna put the Aatrox in Baron lane, which is usually where it is, but in the current state of the meta, Aatrox is a jungler, so makes more sense. But
we do see it sometimes, but yeah. It's more popular towards the jungle, but it's time to see the 5th Garen of the tournament of Season 2. Let's see if White Cat can break the trend. Give the Garen its first win.
What if we don't see a tank Garen?
What? The attack speed one, the damage one?
Yeah, crit or even crit or assassin kind of Garen, because they do have a Sivir. It gives this Garen some form of Garen Collector. Quantum that's a Garen Collector. I mean, that would make me have more fun with Garen pick right now. For the side of OMG, I feel like there could have been a lot more Baron laners they could have chosen, especially that they would have probably been looking for a more beefier front line. I feel like they could have gotten for a bit more CC. Renekton was on the table for them, so I wasn't sure, but we'll see if how this Garen can be made use of by OMG, because they do have the Sivir, which is not traditionally one of those hyper ADC carries, just because of her short range.
I mean, if this Garen is gonna go damage and crit and all, I'm already thinking of Collector, Bloodthirster, like a shield bow to survive. Man, okay, it's gonna be the tank, of course, because it does have the Grasp of the Undying, and yeah, that's more useful in the laning phase as well. As a tank, you would love this too.
Yeah, immediately got that grass proc. That's why he initiated that trade with Calm, as he very well knows that every top laner will try to go for these last hits on the wave. So getting that spin and then getting immediately a grass proc is something that you would always want as a Garen in the top side when you're playing as a tank. But let's look at the jungle as well. So far, both junglers are starting on the same side at the red side respective. For the red for NAOS, while blue side for the side of OMG. That we may expect some action in the bot side if both of these junglers do decide to go for a gank.
Possibly in the bottom lane, right? Because they have a great engage there. Possibly at level 5, it would be timely for them to just go all in later on. Sivir has so much more safety on her side, especially because of the spell block, right? That's so frustrating to many teams, especially in the PC one. It's actually one of the most preferred ADCs back in the day. But this time, flash by Wawa, unable to find Fate. And Indian will just attempt to get the steal. He is successful and is level 4.
Yeah, this is more of a tempo play right now for OMG. They want to make sure that they get their jungler to a level 5 position first, so that he may be able to affect the map and also harass Fate right here. But Fate actually gets the scuttle in the end.
Thank you for the leash. And now level 4 as well.
Yeah, unfortunate for OMG because they the AI for the scuttle is it runs away from whoever dealing is the one dealing the damage. So it was running away from the whole team of OMG, which just essentially ran towards NAOS.
Ooh, level 4 barrier versus Ignite. Still, Calm is okay, but is already in a low threshold. Finally is able to crash in the wave here into the top side tower to fight Cat, and will just go back into the base.
Yeah, that's very much worth for Calm. He gets the first back. Trades Barrier for Ignite. Barrier has a lower cooldown than Ignite, so he can use it again if they face each other. And if maybe Inyan goes to the top side. Great timing actually right now. I'm looking at the jungle clear from Inyan as the Crump spawns in. He's already there. So that shows great efficiency from this guy. Right now, both junglers are just, going for farming. Not really trying to affect the map as of this moment, but whoever gets that first blood might just be able to affect the outcome for objectives later on, because as we saw in the previous series between Fennel and Cerberus, when Cerberus does get the early lead, they are able to challenge the objective that the other team is taking.
This time around, right, we don't really see that much fights coming in from top side, just some slight banter. Imagine if there's like Quinn in Wild Rift now. Oh man, one of the most irritating top laners that you can go up against. It's like going up against a Lucian, but more irritating, especially before, right? In one of the World Season, when was actually used a lot in the top lane with Blade of the Ruin King as well. What more here, like with Kraken Slayer? Oh, it would be so busted.
I honestly think Quinn would work here as a mid laner.
Actually,
just because of how mobile she is in terms when she gets her ultimate, right? I do hope she comes sometime soon as well. I remember the times when she was really strong as a lethality build as well in the mid lane. But yeah, I'm really showing my age. I'm showing my age here. I've been playing so much. I've been to so much metas of League of Legends that I can call back some of the champions.
You've been to the meta as well where Force of Nature was a health item before.
Oh my god.
A regen item. And Warmogs had...
You remember Athene's Unholy Grail?
Oh, my favorite. There was a discussion before, right? Either Morellonomicon or the Athene. I'm more of an Athene's person because I love having mana.
I played a lot of control mages, that's why I played a lot of Athenes as well. But going back here, we are approaching the 5-minute mark. Objectives have spawned since no team really has a decisive advantage in the early game so far. It should be just a handshake at this point, and it does seem like it's going to be the Herald priority for OMG, while it's going to be the Dragon for NAOS.
And this is going to be very useful for OMG, to be honest, because this RH would help them force out fights in which they are actually having the leverage of. So now Esports, yes, they do secure the first Dragon stack, but they need to prevent all of the dives coming in from OMG later on. Prevent the fight for now, because the Zeri is not yet online. They don't really have their Jax being able to deal damage. Fake's gonna be in a lot of trouble this time around, able to land the CC. Cuddle Force got not really connecting onto the Severe, so that's unfortunate, but still, the goal is to save Fake, and that's successful.
Yeah, and I think OMG used a lot for that one.
That's too deep! Justice Punch into the flash, and White Cat is gonna be here! Does have the Demands Injustice! Inyan is here as well, just stalking at you on the other side, buddy!
Where's he going?
Where's he going? What? And they got the kill onto what is just happening here towards this game? We see the jungler of OMG that's going there on the other side.
He's just don't mind me. Don't mind me. I'm just walking here. I'm walking. Don't mind me. I'm just here. I'm just here to see a show, and you can see Inyan just really wrapping around. I think he had his eyes on Fate, but the thing is, Hua thought, "Hey, we're gonna tower dive these two. They have low HP, and we have an Aatrox behind them." I didn't think Inyan got the memo, and gave a kill in favor of NAOS. But on the other hand, off screen, we did see as well Herald being dropped in the bot side. That's why the first tier bot lane tower has fallen now for NAOS.
Yeah, that's a bit of an oopsie coming in from OMG. To be honest, Akali falling down, missed out on the memo. We see Aatrox trespassing, just passing by. Just a lonely traveler. OMG.
I think that's what you call a tunnel vision, I guess.
No! What's what we call autopilot, I guess?
But yeah, right now it seems like going to be a big fight here.
This Shield of Turon here, a great taunt towards Margot, and will just get taken out. Took a while, but they did still at least equalize the kills.
Inyan trying to, redeem himself with that. I'm gonna be with you guys so that I don't get any form of miscommunication, and they just stuck with each other, getting a pick off on Margot right there. They have equalized the kills. Towers are in favor of OMG, 1-0 at this point. They do have a bit of the momentum right now, but the later this game goes, Mirmo can just pop off, but actually this could be a kill.
Great burst coming in, and that's gonna be falling down. Well, what's just gonna be next? Unable to justice punch away. Now Esports getting 2 kills. It's getting smiles on their players for sure. They will be able to get this tower as well into the top lane. Get the Vladimir too! 3 kills to nothing!
Yeah, and that was a great catch from Mitsura. If he wasn't able to hit the bubble there, that fight would not have started. OMG stayed a bit too long, even with like low HP bars, and now no one's rotating here in the top side. It's just 2 free turrets in favor of NAOS.
Plus 3 kills. That is a massive gold injection towards the carries of NAOS Esports. And we came into this match thinking that OMG is gonna be the one to be aggressive, but NAOS Esports, they keep breaking boundaries, they keep breaking their limits, and now they're the ones in charge.
Yeah, definitely. NAOS in full control. In terms of the momentum, it has definitely swung into their favor. They need to look now for some more pushes against OMG. I don't believe they are equipped to go for these like big tower dives. So what is NAOS gonna do here is try to be more calculated, try to bait them into these objective fights. Mountain Drake is about to spawn in a couple more seconds. If OMG contests that, that would be the fight that NAOS is looking for.
And this time around, OMG needs to make fewer mistakes or make no mistakes at all, because NAOS Esports keeps on punishing them for every single bit of it. Now even Whitecat is having a bit of trouble here against Calm. We saw Calm just being so comfortable, harassing him, stacking up, pushing as well the wave and everything. And later on, it's going to be much more difficult for this Garen to actually deal with the Jax.
Yeah, it's just going to be tough for this Garen. And we still have not seen what OMG was planning for the Garen. We did see a bit early on, it's just trying to match Jax. But other than that, there has been no use for this Garen. As of this moment, as the Mountain Drake does spawn, OMG is the one in the position in the river, but they're being pushed out at the moment by NAOS. Not sure if NAOS knows where the members of OMG are at this point.
And I mean, they have an inkling. Margot spotted out Wawa. And this time around, OMG are being shoved away. They're pulling the dragon, but it's about to go just go back towards the pit. And this time around, NAOS Esports can just pull it towards themselves. Maybe security have a flank coming in from Mitsura and Calm, just allowing them to have some poke rate as well. We need to be very careful. Fortunately, the Final Star did not connect, but the CV Trouble Bubble did. This time around, Indian's gonna be inside of the Dragon Pit, trying to get some access towards the Dragon. Whitecat as well is on the left side. CV Trouble Bubble connects on.
Yeah, and actually right here, Dragon does get secured by OMG. Inyan almost getting the Zoe right there, and yeah, a lot of kills going to in favor of OMG right here, Giyang. As we get into the replay, it all started out with NAOS just trying to really poke out OMG right here, but Mitzer not being able to hit any of the paddle stars on the big targets.
Yeah,
just really gave OMG the confidence to go in, and as they went in, they were able to secure the dragon and a lot of kills into their favor. OMG, what a comeback for them on that pit.
I mean, that was great team fighting coming in from OMG, but still, they have to consider the scaling now of NAOS Esports. 2 dragon stacks secured. Now Soul Point is a massive pressure for OMG. This time around, they need to force in more fights. Yes, that was successful a while ago. Yes, they didn't get the dragon, but at least they got some kills to at least recover in the some gold that they are losing over the course of time. But they need more. They need to force more fights here against NAOS.
Yeah, actually, sorry, it was NAOS that was able to secure the dragon, so they do have the Dragon Soul timer here. But we do see as well kind of the blueprint of what NAOS is looking for when they get into that positions for the objective fights. They want Mitsura to get at least someone low before going for these objectives. But as we mentioned as well earlier, there is a lot of bruisers for the side of OMG. They do have the Garen, they do have the Aatrox, as well as a Vladimir who can tank some damage as well. It's gonna be hard for NAOS to really get that pick off though. But Hua trying to look for a fight as you also pops the ultimate on the Sivir. Good thing NAOS was not called out there, but going back now, it's gonna be the fight here for NAOS and for OMG to take control of this mid lane. Whoever has more control of this mid lane would have more threat as the Baron is already up on the map.
This is actually a little crucial here for OMG because they made a bit of an adjustment. It's actually SNK right now, or Vladimir, going up against Calm on the Jax. Now, what this implies is that it's going to be a much harder position this time around for the Garen, because what else do you build? Yes, there was a Black Cleaver already, but it's not going to be the Hullbreaker impacting anymore here in this game. They actually turn here onto NAOS Esports. Might be a good idea this time around, but still is able to escape. A lot of damage being taken here by Wawa. Nearly gets taken out. Yu, or at least Yu is able to at least be able to be the one to take the damage instead. Had it been the Galio, would have been one kill and potentially the Baron started by NAOS.
Yeah, also Yu was able... Oh, SMK though. Might be getting called out here. There's a lot of members now in the area.
Will commit. The charge, the knock up, the stun, the burst, almost actually getting him taken up by the call of the Force God. Will connect! It is to that! The second one will hit him! And then it's gonna be next, and now Esports getting that one kill! Just punishing that one minor mistake by OMG!
Yeah, and that was a very risky... That was very risky from the Vladimir, positioning himself there, thinking that NAOS will not check the brush, but they did. And because they checked the brush, they get the kill, they get a turret in bot lane. They might just get two here as the members of OMG, or most of them are in the mid lane.
And it's only Indian that is going to be here into the bottom lane, at least trying to defend. But now, Hero's entrance, Yu is going to be here as well. Fate is taking too much damage. Shield of Dawn is going to be here as well. They turn out to Indian, and actually was able to take a kill. Now Invisil is going to be taken down here on the Kha'Zix Market. This time around is going to be running away. Battlestar going to be connecting. No, it doesn't. You're still able to be safe here on the backline, actually flashing in towards Zoe. Mitsura though, still able to kite away. Mirmo as well, stalling some time with the stasis. So 1-for-1 trade. Margaret gonna be left as well. Looks like they want to turn one more time. The call of the Force God this time is not connected. Unfortunately, Mitsura was able to get at least one more flash to be able to be safe into the Dragon Pit. It's now just Calm here in the vicinity. White Cat will just be spinning around, but Mitsura goes back! Hits him with the Paddle Star, hits him with the Stevie Bubble as well. Calm still continuing on the fray. Will finally get taken down.
Yeah, and after that prolonged fight, it is OMG that comes out on top in terms of the kills. But in terms of the objectives, 2 towers did go in favor of NAOS. I reacted to that flash over by the Sivir. That was very overzealous coming from the marksman player of OMG. But now Dragon has been started here by OMG.
Fate and the rest of NAOS Esports wants to fight. They will not give this up without a fight. And will just wait him for the meantime. White Cat needs to be able to regenerate. Does have the passive core to be able to heal himself back to full health. SMK taking some damage, but is able to heal himself as well with his first skill. The knock off, the follow up, the chain CC. And Mimber's gonna be here as well. White Cat unable to land the ult, but still SMK is gonna be finishing him down. Dragon is still up. Indian starting it up. And Fake as well taking a bit of damage. Gets flashed in by Indian. It's a jungler instead. And now Esports side. Calm gonna be here finally. But against 4 people, it's gonna be so difficult. And that way, OMG prevented the soul.
Yeah. Great play right there from OMG. They stuck to their guns. They went in for the team fight against NAOS and got the Drake, preventing the Dragon Soul. And with momentum on their hands, still having 4 members, they are also starting this Baron. No jungler for the side of NAOS. This is going to be a very hard steal for them.
very, very difficult. It's up to Calm, up to Mitsura. Will the battle start connect the best possible moment? Looks like it's not. And Indian will just take this Baron away. Deny. This time around the scaling here on NAOS Esports. SMK nearly got taken down. Still able to live with 1 HP as he walks away alive, breathing.
Yeah, and what a roller coaster of events we have seen from both of these teams. Earlier on, it felt like NAOS had so much control over the game. They were able to take down 2/3 of the bot side, but with the answer in the Dragon fight from OMG, turned things around, and now they have the Baron buff. They are looking to siege down the turrets of NAOS Esports.
This time around, we'll have to look at the Elder Dragon. That's the only thing that can allow NAOS Esports to bounce back. They're still actually doing a really good job despite OMG being able to get a good swing this time around, win a couple of fights, and get this Baron right now. NAOS Esports is still at most equal in terms of gold against them. It's about to be turned over with this Baron. Of course, Tower is going to be falling down in the bottom lane, mid lane as well, and the top is being pushed by everyone for OMG.
Yeah. NAOS, they need to figure out how to get a good engage on OMG. Earlier on, Margo really tried his best with the engage on the Dragon Pit, essentially waiting for OMG to come in and then get that triple knockout. If NAOS had 5 members there, that might have been the fight for them, but Calm had a staggered death timer, and now actually OMG going in.
Margo's gonna be charging out, but Whitecat's gonna be here, has the ult, and will pin down the Ornn! And that's already numbers advantage just in time for the Elder. What's gonna be next? NAOS Esports. There's only 4 of them alive right now. OMG wants to force a fight. It's gonna be up to the 4 members here of NAOS Esports to find a way to get this game going. Deny the Elder Dragon, but it's being pulled up here by OMG right now. SMK has a great angle as well for the emo play. NAOS Esports trying to stalk them, trying to still get some vision across this area. They do have some wards placed out. Wawa is gonna be zoning them out. Counter Strike gonna be used by Calm just to be able to be safe, but Whitecat is gonna be in a lot of trouble. Took so much damage. Fate as well will not jump. It's already 2,000. Will they try? Will they try? The answer is no. Calm gonna be in a lot of trouble this time around. Teleporting coming here by the Ornn, but still, the Elder Dragon's gonna be big for OMG.
Yeah, NAOS didn't pull the trigger. Fate didn't try to go for the steal, and I think the cause for NAOS there was let us wait for Margo to come back into the game, to be alive, and to TP into the fight, and let's take the fight to OMG right there. But the timer was not in their favor. The health bar went down too fast for NAOS, and Elder Drake has now been secured by OMG. NAOS is in a very tough spot here. Yeah, it's only 2k gold lead for OMG. In terms of the late game, in terms of items, it doesn't really matter at this point with that little of a gold lead. But OMG, they have the Vladimir, they have the Aatrox, they have the Sivir. So many strong sources of damage that it's gonna be hard for this composition for NAOS to just simply break through. It's gonna be a lot. There's gonna be a lot to ask for right now from Mirno on this Zeri to be able to kite out all the members and dish out the damage to be able to beat OMG.
Halfway there on the Elder Dragon. This might signal OMG to force out a fight for Baron because it has just spawned up just now. NAOS Esports know this as well. You're gonna be starting it up in the end as well as in the Baron pit, while Whitecat is gonna be hit with a TP Trouble Bubble. Still gonna be fine, of course. The tenacity of this Garen is very, very high. NAOS Esports is stalling for time. They are gonna be spawning out SMK and Whitecat through the Void Spikes of Fate. They're just buying time here.
Yeah, they want NAOS to go to them because OMG knows there's still a lot of
Mitsura!
damage from. Oh my god!
There's so low already, and SMK is gonna be here. The Mass Injustice is gonna be used. Fate is gonna be running away, but still, everyone is chasing him down. SMK cut down the path, and everyone's gonna be in trouble this time around. OMG gonna be coming on to them. The Call of the Horse God gonna be used to trying to sway them. It's not gonna be enough at all. OMG will get them instead, and they're just gonna push top lane straight to the Nexus.
Yeah, this is gonna be the game 1 here for OMG. This best of the series, it's gonna be the lead for OMG.
Incredible time, incredible team fight, incredible comeback by OMG. Demonstrated in game number 1.
Yeah, and it really all started from how both teams understood their compositions. OMG clearly understood that NAOS wanted to get a poke first, wanted to get the damage from the Zoe to fall on any member of OMG before engaging in a fight, and OMG just never gave that. Instead, what OMG wants is to NAOS to come to them, so they slowly, methodically just wait for NAOS to get ensnared in their trap, and it's just the discipline that has been shown here by OMG, not just simply jumping NAOS at every opportunity, but waiting for NAOS to fall in their trap and winning fights from there.
It's recognizing where you're strong at and mitigating the types that you are weak at, and just focusing on where you're strong, and the timing as well of OMG that allowed them to actually pincer back and crawl back into this game. That Elder Dragon play was really, really nice, to be honest. It was 10 seconds away or 15 seconds away before they actually engaged. 15 seconds before the Elder Dragon expired, they forced a fight. SMK had incredible backline access, and it all started with Mitsura actually getting poked out. That called off the engage by OMG. So even if Mitsura has the highest damage right now in the game, it was just a little unfortunate. That's the downside of a Zoe. You can be timed, you can be set out on a trap, and that's what OMG did.
Yeah, and also Zoe is not the strong. Or rather, her effectiveness when it comes to the late game is diminished by a lot, just because of the items that you can build against her. If you're a tank, you build a lot of magic resist. If you're some of the more AP champions, you build crown, and that essentially stops one of her abilities. It can be paddle start, can be sleepy trouble bubble, and yeah, that's why when you're playing Zoe, the most crucial times for you to try to get that lead, to try to win the game, is between the early to mid game. And unfortunately for NAOS, OMG was just able to dodge around, play around the Zoe in a lot of those fights, especially in the first and second Drake fights. And yeah, just beautiful plays from OMG.
And we're just gonna be looking forward to game number 2, because this is gonna force NAOS Esports to adjust. This Severe might actually start to be a problem for them, and it's also going to be the 3rd win of this Severe right now here in Season 2. SMK getting the MVP, especially with this amazing performance in the Vladimir, especially in that last fight. And it's just...
Yeah, definitely.
I'm looking forward to seeing more adjustments coming from SMK, definitely. What champions he can actually use more, especially for game number 2, because that's about to start in a short while. We're just gonna be going down in a short break, of course. Crazy and Apple and I will be back, so see you in just a bit. The 4th week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all, as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMN. That's a lot of damage by that Cassidy. He tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage onto Fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. But he is escaping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see the one you get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT Rolster Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9-minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning Solar Flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KT Rolster Y's destructive display. Try to intercept. Effect here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face seal as well onto the backline, double knock-off! But they do get the dragon, especially when Ichima would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT Rolster Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash
Oh
that
my
out
God.
as well. There's a triple taunt by Aketo. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's the 3 for nothing. Very clean for Service Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Intercept comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, gets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting kill brings him back to safety.
I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0 in 3. Don 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, non 128 and danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament of the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT Roster Y. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is readied up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Durant, taunts onto 1, you have the Justice Punch, takes his answer at his bot, but KT Roster Y secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! A-Shock coming into the backside now, Counter-Strike going in for the stun, it hopes to get the trade back, but Team Flash will still succeed!
Which one did you love the most? With backs against the wall, everything on the line, let's see if NAOS Esports can still continue fighting and push us to game number 3. Again, we are your casters, Giang and Crazy Apple. Very excited for game number 2 because this is the time for them to prove themselves that they can still redeem themselves for OMG as a platform to establish their dominance.
Yeah, OMG, as we mentioned earlier in the day, they are at the bottom of the standings for CN Conference, and they also need every win that they can get if they still want to be in contention for playoffs in the CN Conference. They need to get to the top 8 spot. Well, for now, yes, they are in a more comfortable spot in APAC right now, but of course, every win against a CN Conference team is something that every APAC team would love to have, because it means it's going to be more advantageous against your fellow APAC teams to be able to get into playoffs. And now, well, as we get into game 2, let's see what's going to be the adjustments here for now. So far, bans have been mostly the same. Zoe has been banned for OMG, and they have priority picked this Vladimir, which we saw earlier on to great effect being used by SMK.
Jace is going to be open here. Will that be a good sign that Inyan has interest in picking this champion up as a response towards the Aatrox? Because we have seen double post just really work so well, especially by Cerberus Esports last series against Fennel, right? So OMG can have that kind of strategy implemented here in this game as well against NAOS Esports. Chip them down one by one and then burst them out later on with the Vladimir. They can pick up the Ezreal, possibly even still the Severe on their side. Like, that's not going to be the case for the meantime. They pick up the Fiora and possibly a Galio here.
Yeah, probably it's going to be the Galio. We did see that earlier as well, being piloted by Huahua. That is very well a chance. But I do want to see as well maybe the Jace being picked up here. But although they're just really... they also took away the jungler from earlier by Fate. Now it's going to be in the hands of Inyan, this Kha'Zix.
Looks like Inyan wants to get his hands on the Void Spikes as well and try to assassinate Fate and the rest of NAOS Esports. Zig's gonna be very important here in this game because they have a tool that can help them out in the wave clear for stalling, for scaling, and also for outplay ability. Massive wombo combo as well on just these 3 champions.
Yeah, and then right now, looking as well in the bans, it's gonna be the Zeri. For now, so they don't want any of these like high mobility as well as really late team scaling marksmen to be on the side of OMG if there is the one that they are looking at. But also looking at the whole composition of NAOS, they do have a lot of AoE damage on their side, both Aatrox and and Ziggs are notorious in terms of getting that AoE damage on an enemy team. So if they do catch OMG in some of these tight spots, if they do catch OMG in these tight corridors, Ornn, Ziggs, and Aatrox can just make fast work of them. And now NAOS also showing us they're banning away the Sivir. They don't want a repeat of game 1.
Oh, just spotting it out. And yeah, that's a great ban for sure. But Ezreal's still gonna be up here for you if ever he does get his interest on this champion as well. If they pick up, they can still pick up the Galio as well, since it hasn't been banned away by NAOS Esports. Ooh. Mirmo back on the Ezreal, one of his OG champions back in the day when it was just beta testing.
Yeah, and now it's actually NAOS using what you were talking about earlier, right? Both the Jace and the Ezreal was a pivotal poke duo in the hands of Cerberus. Now it could be on the side of NAOS. Okay, that was a hover. That was a long hover that could have been something from OMG. Draven could have been something that OMG used to take control of the bot lane. But with the Lucian pick, it's more standard right now for the side of OMG.
Man, I actually want to see Draven. Would be so exciting to see, but yeah, that's not gonna be the case this time around. They ditch a Galio as well and just go with the Alistar. And I think that will provide them a much more tanky frontline, especially with the Unbreakable Will, to add in more peel for you and the rest of the squad here of OMG as well. But the Renekton being picked up signals an early game pressure to be focused here by NAOS Esports.
Yeah, they do want to at least have the top side winning in their favor with the Renekton Fiora matchup. Also, I think the Alistar pick more should translate to a tower dive angle for the side of OMG. With the Unbreakable Will, it's a full damage reduction for the cow, and he can just keep diving turrets with that start of fights, and paired with a Kha'Zix could be a very potent combo for the side of OMG. So we'll see if that is how OMG will try to catapult themselves into this game. On the other hand, for the side of NAOS, it's a potential poke duo with the Ezreal and the Ziggs when we get into these objective fights. But we did see earlier in game 1, they tried to do that when Mitsura was piloting the Zoe. OMG was able to dodge a lot of the skill shots coming from NAOS. If they're able to replicate that in this game, OMG might just be able to close this series out with a 2-0.
I mean, NAOS Esports has to start avoiding those crucial fights later on. Or at least the crucial steps of OMG, because a while ago that was game changing, that was game ending as well. Yeah. That catch onto Mitsura should be avoided this time around for NAOS Esports. That's one way for them to actually reach game number 3 and also establish great control into the early game. They have the Renekton. Fate can get into the top lane, I believe, to set things up against Whitecat, but it's gonna be a little challenging to do that against Fiora. Again, one of the reasons why Fiora is just so popular alongside with the Jax and the Camille is because they have great mobility. This Fiora has great counter ability as well, especially with the parry.
Yeah, immediately I believe a barrier and an ignite was used in the mid lane. SMK burning the ignite while a barrier was used by Mitsura. Immediate trade right there. Also, you earlier on the Sivir, that's why it was banned. He had a 17 KDA on the champion, and he was basically untouched by a lot, but by most of that game, and that was more specific in how OMG was able to play game 1.
NAOS Esports this time around, well, they have more scaling champions than early game. Aatrox, even the Ziggs does take some time. It's not really like a late game champion, but the impact does become stable, more stable, even in the late game. It's up to the Ezreal, the Aatrox to actually lead the charge later on in terms of the damage. Calm later on is just going to be an engage tool that they will be having to maybe pin down Inyan, SMK, or even their ADC later on. OMG, I think we'll just have a passive early game for the meantime. Just let NAOS Esports be on what they want to do. No follow-up coming in from Mitsura. Just focus on the tower.
Yeah, this is a setup right now for NAOS in the mid lane. They're pressuring this down, taking advantage of the low wave clear of the Vladimir as opposed to the very potent wave clear of a Ziggs. taking that down to about 2000 HP now allows NAOS to prioritize the Herald on the 5-minute mark, plot it down in mid lane, and then immediately getting the turret gold from there. Because NAOS right now, they need to get Mirmo on this Ezreal to an early 2-item power spike. That is the strongest power spike for an Ezreal, getting both Muramana and Triforce. He can essentially kite a lot of the champions of OMG and then deal massive amounts of damage if he's able to get that at the 2-minute mark. So OMG, on the other hand, they need to look to try and slow down Mirmo, because if you get the early kill on the Ezreal, it's gonna be harder for him to stack up the tier for the Muramana.
It's a long scaling for this Ezreal for sure. But we have seen some great power spikes coming in from some of the players, especially the ones that are really good in using this champion out. But this time around, Margo is going to be zoned out a little bit there. Indian, actually too early on that. Wasn't able to follow up on the setup of Wawa. And SMK as well wasn't able to follow up. But now they turn into mid lane. Mitsuru just being a lot of trouble, able to at least pop in the barrier and the blast to be able to be safe. The OMG this time around is starting to apply the pressure.
And he almost got caught out aiming his ultimate on the way, but bot lane though, a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure here being put down by OMG. This could be a tower dive angle by Huahua.
Indian as well is gonna be here. Fate gonna be responding, establishing vision. They spot out the Kha'Zix and will charge, will get the knockoff, will get pulled! And that's gonna be a kill by NAOS Esports.
Great timing, like right there from Fate. They know that there could have been a tower dive angle, as mentioned, because you use his ultimate. Huahua, they had the Alistar, as we mentioned in draft. Alistar popping his ultimate could have been also to tank the turret for a tower dive. But looking here, Indian didn't know. He needed to pop the Scryer's Bloom, and then immediately all the members of NAOS in the bot side was able to spot him out, immediately jumping him, getting the kill. And that's just a series of fortunate events for NAOS.
NAOS Esports this time is having the first blow against OMG. That's a great start. They need more though. I mean, that's some goal that they have secured, but not really too lot of advantage that they have secured. Just a bit of a shutdown towards the farming there of Indian. They weren't able to translate it into tower pressure, wave clear, or wave denial to OMG. Everything is still being followed up by OMG.
Yeah, and right now, you know that OMG... Oh, actually, Margo might be gonna get caught out here.
Yeah, Grand Challenge is gonna be forced out the exhaust here, just to be able to be safe.
Yeah. Going back as well, you can notice that the AD carry, or the marksman, for OMG has been shifted to the top side. That is telling us that OMG wants to prioritize the Herald, and I think that is in reaction to what NAOS did in the first minute mark, where they were able to shove the turret in mid lane, taking down to 2000 HP. NAOS is now answering in kind, answering the push here of View, as he is able to get 2 third plate. That's a lot of gold being infused in this Lucian, and we all know Lucian is also very strong in the mid game. As the Herald swans now into the map, let's see which of these teams will be able to pick up that objective.
Esports applying pressure this time around in the top side. Looks like this is a massive interest by both teams in the Rift Herald, because NAOS Esports does have the Ziggs. OMG wants to prevent that from being taken as well, and they want to secure the tower into the mid lane as well. The charge is going to be used here onto you through some barrage as well, dealing damage onto him. OMG will just be disengaging for the meantime. Wawa's still here. Minion as well. Being poked out here by Mitsuru. Are they gonna be turning? Looks like they're gonna force the steal! Coming in from Indian! It's massive by OMG, but the center line on White is gonna be disengaging, but is not gonna be allowed to do so. Tries to go with the parrot, it's still gonna be taken down. Now Esports this time around, they lose the objective, but they're turning to the other.
Yeah, they lose the Herald, but they're looking at the Dragon, with members of OMG right now scattered across the map. They're also trying to take this mid lane turret, but Margo, okay, he was able to flash out while the Dragon is being secured right there by NAOS. One thing that I just want to critique right there on the Herald take is I feel like Calm should have at least not checked the bush, stood in the pixel brush, because the thing is, NAOS's members were already on the other jungle entrance. They already had the Ornn there. They could have spotted out the Kha'Zix. They did not have information where the Kha'Zix was, and the only way to stop him is to stun him near that pixel brush. But going back here, it's gonna be a dive in the bot side.
Grand Challenge is gonna be used, but it's gonna be denied by NAOS Esports. Great parry, by the way, but it's gonna be saved. No, it still got taken down. Fate able to take that kill, and Wawa just a little microsecond too late to stop the engage. NAOS Esports getting one again. No casualties so far on their side as well. RH gonna be used into the mid lane. SMK and Inyan gonna be there. Wave clear. It's gonna be pure. Mitsura gonna be changing out, just forcing out the flash, and they turn onto Inyan. There's already a successful take here by OMG. They flash in by Mitsura to take that kill. The tower falling down into the mid lane. A kill into the bottom lane. Possibly another tower by NAOS Esports. Since the wave is gonna be there as well. But Whitecat being just there, able to at least save this tower.
Yeah, but it's gonna be a trade for mid lane turrets here. Now it's able to cure the mid lane turret of OMG as well, 1-for-1 in turrets. But you did see as earlier on in terms of kills, it's a massive advantage right now towards NAOS. It's 6-0 with the 3k gold lead for them. This is the gold lead that they need to be able to keep snowballing this game, because the late game potential of this Vladimir will just be able to melt some of the squishies from NAOS, especially the Ziggs and the Ezreal later on if it does get close. So they do need this immediate mid-game power spike right now for NAOS to take control, and so far NAOS does have the control. They're also going to be able to take down this bot lane turret. It falls on OMG now. What are they going to do? How are they going to be able to stabilize this game? And I believe it's going to be in terms of vision control. They need to put down more wards into the river crossing to spot out NAOS members as they go into their jungle.
What's that going to be spotted out? It's actually a bit interesting how we saw 3 members of NAOS Esports go and push the bot side tier 1 a while ago. Mirmo and Margo were like, okay, let's push this. And Mitsura was like, I got you, bro. And throws the satchel. And like, okay, job's done. And OMG this time around is wondering how they actually can bounce back in this game. Similar to game number 1, it's still very much possible. They have massive scaling, especially for the Vladimir SMK later on. Whitecat is struggling for now, but later on he will eventually win against the Renekton.
Yeah, 3 turrets, all the outer turrets right now down. For OMG, this gives a lot of ways for NAOS to get into their jungle and put down wards. If the win condition of OMG is to put down wards into the river to see NAOS members going in, the win condition of NAOS is to see members of OMG coming out of their base, and that's basically putting wards into the jungle of OMG. So it's going to be hard for OMG here to have a clear path or clear ways to jump NAOS. So the best they can do here is just to stem the bleeding, try to put their champions in a position where they can just deal massive amounts of damage over to the side of NAOS. But NAOS obviously is trying to prevent that. You also see the Ezreal right now having the completed Muramana, and just having the Triforce will allow him to have that power spike.
3 players here on NAOS Esports side actually ahead in terms of gold, especially Mitsura being very, very rich right now, able to pick up many items, including the crown. So in terms of defensiveness, he will be fine, and also protected by so many front lines here of NAOS Esports.
Yeah, so far it's just we're gonna see more of a slower macro game at this point. I think young in terms of these 2 teams, because there's not huge objectives. Dragon is about to spawn in a bit, which OMG will look to challenge. But the thing is, with NAOS having a lot of control over the map, also being able to put down wards right now into the red side jungle of OMG, they'll be seeing them coming in from a mile away, and the Ezreal and the Ziggs might just be able to poke them down. One avenue that OMG might be looking here is a possible outplay in the top side. If they can pressure Calm enough, it might just pressure some members to go there, which why we see Margo here trying to help out Calm.
Calm won't commit onto Whitecat for sure. This Fiora, despite being behind, is still a Fiora with just 1 grand challenge. Blocking all the vitals will be leading to your demise. And right now, OMG is leading the charge despite them being down by 5,000. They're actually starting to Dragon up and will be contested here by NAOS. Esports score the 4 shot, gonna be used this time around by Margo to try and get that CC chain. Gets Wawa. You is still gonna be fine, but everyone just turns on. Turns the flash in by Fate. Secured to kill this time around. SMK gonna be running away, tries to go into one, but it's not gonna be enough to stay alive. And Wawa gonna be alone this time around, but it's all due to the plan of OMG. Distract NAOS Esports and take the Dragon away.
Yeah, that takes away the Dragon Soul point from the hands of NAOS. OMG was able to sneak that Dragon with the Kha'Zix and the Fiora, just pummeling it down, while 2 members of OMG does fall. Going to this replay right here, I also want you to look at later on the placement of the ultimate for Margo. It's so beautiful to try to predict the flash as well as the dash from you. Just able to place that in the middle of the path and even able to knock him up. That's why you fell down so fast in this fight. But off screen, it was OMG securing the dragon as well. So 2 kills does go to the side of NAOS, but the bigger objective on the map goes in favor of OMG.
Oh man, OMG fighting back. We saw this a while ago. We saw the series, the small but consistent series of events that allowed OMG to bounce back in this game. This is where NAOS Esports needs to be most careful of. Now they're starting Baron.
Yeah, this is more of a bait right now from NAOS. They want OMG to come to them, but as we saw earlier in game 1, OMG has a tendency to be very disciplined, very patient, and wait for the other team to go towards them. They do have a bit of a side lane advantage in the bot side with Whitecat being alone right there right now. He could just kept pushing, but NAOS immediately reacting, pushing him away. And now, no team is looking for a fight. Both of them are just trying to go for this parity. OMG trying to wrestle Vision right now, and still going back to what we were talking about earlier. NAOS needs to put down their Vision. They need to spot out where OMG is coming in and bait them into these fights. But if OMG knows that NAOS is not gonna full commit to these objectives, they can just keep going with the cat and mouse game. Just keep going for that push and pull where they're not gonna commit. OMG will keep scaling, and then eventually, if NAOS makes a mistake and OMG already has the items on this Vladimir, they can just pounce on NAOS and win a fight from there. So this is gonna be a game of a team that's more disciplined and a team that's gonna be the first one to pull the trigger.
OMG is actually showing such great discipline, but this time around they are gonna be turning here onto Margo. Not really the best target, but still is able to deal quite a bit of damage onto this Ornn. It's like OMG is, I think it's like we're seeing an MMA match. Like there's a big guy and there's someone who is just so good at applying leg kicks. So slowly but surely, OMG is damaging the legs here of NAOS Esports, preventing them from having the proper movements, and later on they won't even be able to close the distance onto OMG because they're going to be so low, and that's where OMG will strike, similar to how they did in game 1.
Yeah, but the only difference here for OMG is that they're farther down in terms of pressure, in terms of moment. But as the game goes, as right now at the 14-minute mark, that Vladimir Yasar had 2 completed items, but had 3 books. He can just get another one, get 3 completed items, and just that might be enough to deal massive amounts of damage to both the Ezreal and the Zig. So NAOS is in a bit of a time crunch here, a bit of pressure. That's why they're starting the Baron right now. This is gonna be the gamble for NAOS.
Yeah, this is the big risk that they are taking right now. NAOS Esports committing onto this. Actually, they are gonna be disengaged for the meantime. This buys enough time for their Fiora, for Whitecat to be continuing on the split push in the bottom lane. India's gonna be fine. They have Vision still. OMG just checking from time to time if they are actually gonna be committing here onto the Baron, but this time around they are pressuring. But they're also being pressured, being damaged here by the Baron. Yu's gonna be here, just going with the calling. Megan for the bomb, and everything gonna be thrown out here onto you. They are gonna be picking up the kills. This is gonna be there to buy some time here for Aatrox to be able to be safe. SMK just cutting them out. The charge is gonna be there. Knock up in the takedown as well. But now it's Esports. But the bottom lane is already being pushed. Wawa is gonna be here to distract some of the members here of NAOS Esports as the push commences in the bottom lane. Tower destroyed. Baron still up.
Yeah, great answer from both of these teams. NAOS was able to catch out both carries from OMG, catching them up on the top side, but with Whitecat split pushing on the bot side, was able to pick up 2 turrets. Now it's a 3v5 situation. NAOS starting out this Baron, but there's still Inyan on this Kha'Zix. He has a chance to steal this.
We saw this many times before. Kha'Zix steals are very much possible. 3 versus 5, but still they see the confidence coming in. Envy going through for Indian, but being denied, especially with the slow. Megan for the bomb gonna be used this time around. Yu's gonna be taken out next, still able to stay alive at the very least. The goal here of OMG is thus to stall the members of NAOS Esports, prevent them from being able to take this Baron. They're actually going to be continuing it. Remember's going to be here. Going to be used. Indian, can he actually get the steal? The answer is no. NAOS Esports gets it. This time they are going to be the ones to strike. OMG, SFK going in with a block, but still going in with a hero plague as well. Still unable to land the damage. Going to be turned as well. NAOS Esports will be pinning him down. And OMG this time doesn't find the fight.
And now is able to get the Baron with what looked like it should have been a cure for the side of OMG. But as the Kha'Zix fall early, there was still 400 HP and just a smite secure from Fate, and now NAOS is barreling through the top side of OMG.
This time it's NAOS Esports knocking on the base of OMG. Wawa desperately trying to prevent them from entering, but now they have breached the base. NAOS Esports wants a game number 3. They will wave the flag of the Philippines and push this to another game.
Yeah, and NAOS were able to recover after that fight. OMG looked like they were about to secure the Baron. The Baron didn't reset at 3000 HP. It was so close, but with a quick response from NAOS, they were able to take down the Kha'Zix, and the Kha'Zix was forced to use his smite early. And that was just a chaotic series of events, and eventually NAOS was the one who came out on top.
NAOS Esports, we're going to a game 3, everybody. It's not gonna be cursed this time around, and OMG this time has been dealt with a devastating blow. Indian tried to get the Baron steal. They continued. Wawa actually attacked the Baron at 3,343 HP, but it wasn't enough for them to actually burst it down. Had it been just 100 HP lower, that would have been enough for them to actually burst it, but they got bursted instead. And Indian this time around wasn't able to get the steal. It's Fate this time, giving the Fate for NAOS Esports for this game 3.
Yeah, and this whole series has just been really decided on which team commits more to objective, and then the other team just trying to take it away. At that last couple of seconds, it just felt like for OMG, they really thought they had that open. That was their opening. They committed so much into taking to steal the Baron away, and now it was just able to. It's like this. They were just able to look back, and then they're like, "Oh, they're there," and then the Baron was not recovering, and it was just so close. It's just a game of inches at that point. Fortunately enough for NAOS, they were able to win it in the end, but it felt like it could have been anybody's game when it was at that Baron fight.
To think that OMG only had 1 kill in that game but still have so much pressure is just massive potential for OMG in general. It was very fortunate for NAOS Esports to be able to still recover that fight for themselves, and Fate being able to get the Baron despite Indian's genius attempt was actually really coming close to OMG coming back and swinging back at NAOS Esports again. But this time around, NAOS Esports is more prepared. 4 people suddenly turned onto the Kha'Zix, killed them off before the Baron was at smite threshold. That paved the way for them to actually get the Baron instead.
And unfortunately as well, like as you mentioned, there's only 1 kill from the side of OMG. Indian had almost no effect on this game. Apart from those couple of steals, apart from that sneaky dragon that they got on the bot side, you could see earlier he had like 1,000 damage to champions essentially in that game. And yeah, it was just props to NAOS.
Man, it's a close game this time around. Margo's gonna be the one to get the MVP as well. Well deserved, especially with the team fighting prowess and setup that he has made to allow NAOS Esports turn fights around to be able to just dominate the fights as well. And this time around, we are also going to be seeing a game number 3, everybody. We're having a series for today, and we will go into a short break first and then come back for it. The 4th week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giyang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMN. That's a lot of damage by that Cassidy. He tries to throw the belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage onto Fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs. Is he safe here? He gets seen by the turrets. What he is saving right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see you get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KTROSER Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning shoulder flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KTROSER Y's destructive display. Try to intercept. Effect here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face seal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get the dragon, especially the Chihuahua would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KTROSER Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Wave Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox as Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash out as well. There's a triple tie. Akeno already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihan and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Great clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Just comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, gets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting kill brings him back to safety.
I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0-3. Don 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, Don 1-8 and danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KTROSER Y. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is readied up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Durant, taunts onto 1, you have the Justice Punch, takes his answer his bot, but KTROSER Y secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside though, Counter Strike going in for the stun, it holds.
One last game, one last fight to take it all right now here in this series. Oh my god, and NAOS Esports gonna be here right now giving their all, and we are just so hyped up for this. Crazy Apple, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm definitely ready, and actually, our teams are ready as well as we get into the pick and ban phase of our Game 3 for this best of 3 series between OMG and NAOS. And so far, pick and bans had been fairly the same with red side right now for NAOS and blue side for OMG. We are expecting the Evelyn ban here for NAOS.
I'm actually quite intrigued to see this game going the distance with the same sides for all 3 games as well. This time around, we're seeing a different ban again by OMG. NAOS Esports has been getting the same bans from game number 1 to game number 3, and this time the change champion is going to be just the Kha'Zix ban here instead of the Gragas. So maybe Wawa wants to get a pick on this Gragas. The isolation play is gonna be here this time around for OMG. Aatrox first pick for Inyan, and looks like we're gonna be seeing a change or a switcheroo on the jungles here. Will Fate secure the Yone this time as a counter towards the Aatrox?
We'll see. It's gonna be the Yone, or there'll also be the chance for the Jace. We have seen Jace being very strong, and as well as it could be a Cerberus type thing earlier, as we saw earlier. Jace and Ezreal for the side of NAOS. We'll see. if that's going to be the case with the Ornn Prio pick again. Ornn is such a strong pick. We have seen him in multiple games, and that is because of how tanky he can get as an engaged support as well as a Call of the Forge God. We usually see a Gragas as a counter pick to this, so we'll see if OMG will look for that as it is currently open.
Fiora for Calm. This time, it might be a great adjustment coming from them because, again, one of the things that the Fiora provides is just that burst down, especially with the Grand Challenge, and the extra sustain. But this time, early pickup on the Severe. NAOS Esports wasn't able to catch that this time around because a while ago, game number 2, they banned it in the second rotation alongside with Zeri. But this time, opened up by OMG, maybe NAOS Esports has to pick their ADC in this first rotation picks.
And definitely a high priority on the Sivir, as well as, again, it's going to be the Vladimir in the hands of SMK. We've seen him in Game 1 to great effect. Game 2, that's mostly because of NAOS just controlling the map so well that this Vladimir wasn't able to form up. But we did hear that Sivir might be able to be controlled early on with some of the more meta ADCs, especially some of those that can trade with her and challenge her in the bot lane. And Lucian, his is not banned as well. This is something that has been banned previously by OMG. It is now let through, and Mirmo might just be using this as a counter to the Sivir.
NAOS Esports, Lucian does provide massive control in the early game team fights as well. Can be very much possible here for NAOS Esports, but I think they have to cripple their way towards OMG this time. It's like game number 2 but flipped. This time it's massive team fighting prowess from OMG. Just with the first 3 picks, they can also add in more front lines to their side. They can pick up something like maybe even just a Garen again here for Whitecat if he wants to. He was actually able to impact the game so much with his Garen and land the sword on the crucial members of NAOS Esports in game 1.
And without the usual marksmen that are that really goes through tank lines, the Garen might be something that Whitecat is looking at. Lucian is not known as one of these champions that is really strong when it comes to burning down tanks. He's more of lane control, bullying, as well as taking down some of the other marksmen as well as squishies. Is something that he is pretty good at. Yone and Lee Sin have been banned by OMG, taking away some of the more playmaking champions from Fate. But this is something we were talking about off screen or off broadcast. Riven has been locked in for NAOS. I'm guessing it's gonna go into the hands of Fate.
Yeah, pick up the Riven, because this was very, very useful in some certain times that we have seen during the first few weeks of the tournament by other teams. And this time around with a buffed up Riven, we are going to be seeing massive bursts coming from NAOS Esports. I'm actually kind of nervous to see this one. I think the Orianna is going to be the better pick here, especially for team fighting. You have the Shockwave, you have massive crowd control on multiple members of NAOS Esports, but it's actually still a scary proposition here on OMG. Look at their lineup. It's just built for team fight.
Yeah, it's a Aatrox, Vladimir, a Renekton. What more you can ask? Even the Gragas. What more you can ask as the running buddies of a Sivir, right? When Sivir pops her ult, she's gonna run with all of these 4 members that are just gonna barrel through the composition of NAOS. While on the other hand, for NAOS, I like how they have really strong area denial with the Orianna. If the Orianna is able to place her ball well, she could very well shockwave the at least 4 to 5 members from the side of OMG, because Orianna, if they get into these like tight corridors, Orianna can just set up the shockwave really well. But on the other hand, there's just so much damage from the side of OMG, and I feel like the ease of using their composition is a lot easier than for NAOS. So there is going to be more opportunities here for OMG to take the fight against NAOS.
It's everything on the line right now. Everything thrown out, everything invested to get this game or the series win. Let's see who will prevail, who will get the last laugh here in this series. Again, we had some interesting trash talk a while ago between these 2 teams, but it's all to this game that everything is going to be decided.
Yeah, and as we get into game 3 of this series, NAOS trying something very funny right there, maybe catching out a member of OMG, but No, they weren't able to see any of them, and now Margo staying lagging behind a bit in this mid lane might be just looking for an early crash of the wave to prevent this Vladimir from getting any sort of wave control.
Maybe some pokes. Maybe some around similar to game number 1 right now. Esports actually invested quite a bit to try and secure a couple of plates into the mid lane. Just some leverage that they can actually get, especially for pressure on the Rift Herald. And this time around, now Esports is going to be responded here by Wawa. An early visit as well.
Yeah, early visit, actually topside as well. There was a lot of trading happening. Ignite has been burned by Whitecat against Calm. Calm still has the barrier up, so that might be an advantage he can use here. But still, Renekton is really strong when it comes to bullying in the top side of the map early on.
Yeah, Calm gonna be fine. I mean, this Renekton is very, very useful, especially when the Ruthless Predator is timed correctly. Even the shield here of Calm can be neglected. 47% damage last game, and yeah, it's really high. In terms of percentage, I believe the highest we have seen so far is actually that 47%, but in total it is 50,000 from a Vladimir.
It's kind of skewed right now, especially for game 2, because there was only 1 kill from the side of OMG, and Indian wasn't able to deal any of the damage that he needed to, while SMK on the Vladimir still was able to go in for a lot of these pokes as well as engages. This is a very scary proposition right now from Calm, because there's still a flash up on this Renekton, but I think Calm is trying to bait him out with the barrier of his own.
Now it's gonna be in trouble. Indian is gonna be here. They're just gonna be timing the engage. The moment the wave crash or the next wave crash, that's gonna be the time for them to actually strike. Whitecat gonna be going in, forcing out the parry, and then that's the time for them to strike. Fate gonna be here as well. And they secure the first blood. The counter as well. 2 kills by NAOS Esports to start this game 3.
What an outplay right there from Calm. Calm calling out the Ruthless Predator. He's like, I'm gonna wait for you to cast that ability, and look here, he didn't pop his repose until the final second that Fate was there. He already saw Whitecat pressing the button, but Inyan only level 4, taking a couple of tower shots, gave a clear 2-0 advantage right now for NAOS in the top side.
Oh man, massive swing, massive surprise this time around, as NAOS Esports is going to be the one to pressure in the bottom lane. Fate as well is going to be here with the ult and with their kills. Everyone gets knocked out, everyone gets taken down. They trade out Margo, but it's fine for NAOS Esports.
Yeah, that's definitely fine. It's the support being traded out for a tower dive, kills being given to both Mirmo and Fate, and also some of the plates here, as well as a jungle invade. Going back into this replay right here, it's actually Margo starting out this fight and waiting for Fate to be in a great position, as well as the 2 members of OMG. What do you usually do when you're about to be dove? You try to go under the turret, and that was to their detriment because of the knock-up coming from the Ornn and the jungle camps from of OMG in the bot side. 2 of them have been taken by Fate. So much control right now being exerted by NAOS.
Oh man, OMG is feeling the pressure this time around. Again, we cannot discount them just yet, of course, ever, because they still have a massive team fighting scaling composition that they can utilize even if they're down like 5,000 gold. We saw the potential earlier as well in game number 2, and NAOS Esports needs to be very respectful every single time. Now Margo's gonna be in the top lane just to pressure out Whitecat as well, deny more of the waves. They have the wave actually frozen up here in the top lane. So Whitecat's gonna be able to at least clear it out later on. Margo keeps on applying the pressure, just zoning him out.
Yeah, and we're actually waiting for OMG to reply to this one. They need to relieve some of the pressure on Whitecat, because this Renekton won't be as useful later on. So they need to put some resources, some bodies alongside this Renekton to help him out in trying to stabilize this lane, because Calm right now is in a great position to scale into the late game. And we all know how strong Fioras can be later on in the game, especially when it comes to the split push.
Mitsura as well, having confidence this time around to poke around SMK, but has to be always careful, of course, of his range. Anytime SMK can just burst them out, especially with Hemo Plague, just one, full burst is enough to take down the Orianna.
Yeah, definitely something that Mitsura also has to play around. But since Orianna is a control mage, has some area denial, especially if the ball is placed correctly to slow down the Vladimir, it's not going to be something that the Vladimir will be too much of a threat of. Now we hit the 5-minute mark. Objectives are up. NAOS prioritizing this Herald at the moment, and OMG looks to want to try to counter this topside aggression from NAOS.
Yeah, flash already used there by Margo. Topside! There's the Dominus being procced up here. Mitsura might be in a lot of trouble! He's gonna get taken down and burned to death! That is a massive kill here for OMG to enable themselves to have numbers advantage here in the topside river. But still, Fate is gonna be here. Called the Forge Guard gonna be called out here onto Inyan, knocking him up, denying the Darkened Blade. But Blast going here to close in the distance. Steal's not gonna be possible this time around as Esports there are turning onto SMK, but the Blood Bowl is going for the outplay here by OMG. Body slam away. Wawa still gonna be fine. Miriam as well gonna be safe, but now Esports losing 2 people and the RH taken by OMG.
Yeah, and OMG capitalizing on the mistake right there from NAOS. Not sure how Mitsura got caught out right there by Whitecat, but Whitecat was able to just take down the Orianna 100-0 1v1 to the top side. Looking at this replay right here, we immediately jump into the Herald fight. This is a 4v5 right now. Margo with a really good ulti, but the steal did not pan out. I think it was like 100 HP. Oh, 1100 HP. Both of them using their smites, but it did go into the favor of Inyan, and OMG grouping up right here, just trying to take down members of NAOS. At the end, it was only 2 kills for OMG, but they were able to pick up the Herald. Now they just need to decide where to place it down.
Yeah, possibly in mid lane for sure. Now Esports responding with some attention towards the bottom lane, possibly towards the Dragon here. Because OMG might be interested in taking double objectives here. Now Esports need to prevent that from happening because the goal lead that they had earlier is now deleted.
Yeah, there's no more gold lead for this point. For the side of NAOS, OMG is answering pretty well in terms of the rotation of where NAOS is at. One place that I think actually, okay.
Good damage. Parry a little bit late this time around, but the Grand Challenge is gonna be his for the healing, procking up the Vitals, Wind Slash! And that's gonna be the kill for Comp!
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think one of the points of strength for NAOS is the top side, and I think that was a very weird timing for White to go for the fight. I guess he wants to go for the fight for this Dragon take right now that OMG is starting.
They're starting, they're committing. Call of the Forge Guard gonna be used. No steal this time around. The Aatrox of Inyan will take it, punishing the gang of Fate earlier.
Yeah, and NAOS able to get 2 kills across the map. Yeah, they got the kill on the Vladimir. I think he was ignited as he pulled, and Mitsura was able to pick it up, I believe. But yeah, in the end, it was 2 kills in favor of NAOS, and actually 2 turrets by the end of that. Both bot lane and top lane turret did fall in favor of NAOS. So gold leads right now are going back into the favor of NAOS. They were able to play the map and they were able to punish OMG, and that all started with aggression by Whitecat in the top side. I actually think that the Fiora was at a stronger point in the game earlier on, just because of how much she was able to actually start off the game on a good footing. They were able to get the 2-0 on the top side kill, and it was a weird timing for Whitecat to go for the fight, but it's because of that they were punished heavily in the top side. They were punished as well in the Dragon, giving now the gold lead to NAOS.
And surprisingly, OMG wasn't able to get any towers despite them being able to take the Herald a while ago. SMK! Oh, man. That was very close, but Mitsura this time around is close to being taken out. Margo is gonna be the one to take the attention this time around. Now Esports in the bot lane. Fate closing the distance, but unable to land onto Wawa. And OMG will be safe for now.
Ooh. Yeah, we saw the potential already, but topside.
A turn on to Com, and he will be flashing away, but the chase down is going to be possible here for Whitecat. Of course, with this Renekton, close gap is assured.
Yeah, and Yu was also there to be able to back up their top laner. Renekton at that time was able to win the 1v1 against the Fiora. Now they're having a bit more of that top side pressure for the side of OMG, but OMG is still trying to make these cross map plays right now. They're looking at bot side with a 400 HP turret.
Are they gonna dive? Looks like it's not gonna be the case here for OMG. They turn on to the blue side jungle this time around of Fate. Trying to distract them so that they can also shove the wave in the mid lane. Inyan starting it up. Fate is gonna be here. He is very much fed. Still can impact the team fight, impact the game by himself, especially with his damage. The charge of Margo. No follow up just yet. Ult gonna be used. Never mind. They don't turn here on to OMG. Now Esports just gonna be walking away, focusing on the clear 42 HP. So tempting to actually dive.
Yeah, I think that's what. Actually, NAOS is calling it.
Great cast coming in from Wawa, but not enough to save their Vladimir. SMK still gonna be dying this time around. Fate in, not commit this time around. Just taking some of the camps here of Indian.
Yeah, and because of that kill, because of the hurt already on the bot side, NAOS has complete control over this side of the jungle for OMG. Mid lane turret is the next on the plate here for NAOS. They want to take this down to open up the map for them.
NAOS Esports taking the tower down. That's all outer turrets taken away here of OMG. 10 minutes, 11 minutes into the game. NAOS Esports continue to have a gold lead here. 5,000 in fact, almost at that. They group up in the top lane. Will they be able to bait out like that? Looks like it's not going to be the case. OMG is playing it safe this time around. Indian getting the bottom lane is just great. Even using his ult just to be able to be fast.
Yeah, that's a... I mean, okay, that was a bit of a safe play from OMG, popping the World Ender so that make sure that he was able to get away because they weren't sure where NAOS was at that point. If it was caught out in that turret, it would have been might have been a kill in favor of NAOS. But as the timer for the dragon gets nearer, Mountain Drake is about to spawn in a couple of seconds. Here, it could be something that we could see a big fight for both of these teams. Now, Inyan gave that information. He has no ult as of the moment. If NAOS does catch this Aatrox out, that is a lack of a movement speed tool for this Aatrox. They might just be able to catch him out.
It's going to be very difficult though because Calm has the Hullbreaker already to be able to be safe. Even a 2v1 setup, he can actually still survive or at least resist so much damage with the stats provided.
Yeah, and actually, it's just the top laner and the jungler of OMG just looked at the Fiora and they're like, nope, we can't take her. She has a Hullbreaker. Just let her pass. Yeah. We're safe here. We're safe in our own bushes as the dragon is being taken down by NAOS. I think this is the first time today or even this series that we've seen a Drake just being essentially given to a team, not being challenged here by OMG. And it's now OMG recognizing how strong of a position NAOS is at.
Yeah, they basically pulled a Fate onto Indian right there. Because a while ago, right, they got the dragon because Fate was in top side this time. Was Indian. Got caught. They catch the Orianna. The burst is going to be there by Mitsuru. Great shockwave! Dear Lord, the follow is just godly right now here. NAOS Esports. SMK going to be chased away here by Khan still. He's going to be able to stay alive. But now Esports, man oh man, with 1 HP, Mitsuru pulls off a big shockwave onto OMG.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you catch out the Orianna early. If you don't take her down, she's still able to use her damage, use a shockwave, and put down members of OMG. Baron now is the call here for NAOS. They are gonna be able to secure it with only one member of OMG on the map.
Oh actually, my god.
Actually, to get to this replay right here, look at Wawa. He really thought that they were being able to burst down Mitsuru, but he lives with a sliver of health. Look at this, the Ignite ticks down. He also gets the shield from the ball, enabling him to live. Mitsuru just doing everything in that fight, getting caught out, being the bait, throwing out damage with the shockwave, and then living, getting away, and just walking away from the fight. Mitsuru just being able, just both being lucky and just skillful at the same time.
Oh, it finds everyone from OMG. Dear God, that was picture perfect layering of CC of NAOS Esports, and the cleanup as well now puts OMG in a much lower position here, bigger detriment here. NAOS Esports now knocking onto the door. The burst! And this Aatrox, it's no longer the World Ender. His world got crumbled instead. And NAOS Esports now going towards the Nexus. They have the Nexus shield, so maybe this is not yet gonna be the time for them to actually close out this game. SNK gonna be here as well for the break clear. But the Baron powered minions is gonna make it a whole lot more difficult. NAOS Esports still here.
Yeah, they're just trying to bait out members of OMG to leave the Fiora so that Fiora can also take them. But SMK falling so low.
Very, very low. Wawa's gonna be protecting him. No more Nexus shields as the inhibitor crumbles down. NAOS Esports is now in their best position for this game.
Yeah, and this could just very well be the reverse sweep from NAOS. They have taken down all the inhibitor turrets. It's only the Nexus left here for the side of OMG. We did see on the side that Rabadon's death cap has been picked up by SMK. This Vladimir may hurt if they're able to layer the damage on the members of NAOS, but at the same time, NAOS has a commanding 11k gold lead at this point. They have so much more money in their wallets. They have so much more items in their inventory that they can just probably run down OMG.
This time they're gonna run down Wawa. Unable to find him. Fortunately, was able to body slam away. Now Esports now is threatening every single lane. It's just 16 minutes into the game, but we're seeing such a immense position here by NAOS Esports, just overpowering OMG at this point after one big team fight outplay that Mitsura started at all. That shockwave that found everyone from OMG this time around. NAOS Esports lingering in the bottom lane. OMG not really taking the bait. But the waves are crashing in this base. NAOS Esports happy with this position right now. They are checking all the areas in which they maybe would be able to engage onto them. They walk away.
Yeah, they're just waiting for OMG to overextend, overstep themselves inside this base. NAOS has all the time that they need. It's 16 minutes into the game. The other Drake, the Mountain Drake's about to spawn, but the 18-minute mark when the Elder Drake spawns, as well as this Baron, that could be the death push for NAOS. But as of this moment, as long as OMG does not get out of their base, they still have time. They can still buy themselves a bit of that breathing room. And you could already see OMG looking for the pick. Hua Hua on the side, but NAOS just playing this safe at the moment. They're so pressuring in the bot side as well as the Baron spawns. That's gonna be the objective for NAOS.
NAOS Esports staring at the Baron right now, starting it up as well as Margo stares down at OMG, giving a stare down here onto Indian as well, making sure that he stays in his place. But it's not going to be the case. A flash in, actually flash out here by Indian. Actually a little bit odd here on this Aatrox this time around. NAOS Esports committing, chasing them down. Wow as well, Whitecat so low. NAOS Esports just committing on the push, on the hunt. But it's being ignored this time around. OMG focusing on distracting them so that they won't be able to take this Baron. This time they turn. They're just baiting them at this point. Indian got in a bad position. They have to clear the way. They have to check the Baron pit. They have to check this upside river. While there's a push in the bottom lane by Calm. This is so frustrating for OMG for sure.
Yeah, but it's also a smart call right now for NAOS. They needed to pull out from that Baron because Calm was so low. He was actually trying to life steal off of jungle camps earlier on. I think he tried to 1v1 SMK or maybe not exactly a 1v1 but also a tower dive.
Oh, they're trading!
But now Elder Drake is being started here by OMG.
Yeah, this is 12,000 HP of an Elder Dragon. Margo gonna be going here as the rest of NAOS Esports is starting the Baron already. We'll be able to take this, but is this actually gonna be worth it? Because OMG will have team fighting power in exchange for the pushing power of NAOS Esports. Looks like we're going down to one big fight, everybody.
Yeah, it's gonna be one big fight here. NAOS, in a way, you should understand why they went for the Baron. They have 3 inhibitors down for the side of OMG. They can siege down this Nexus with a lot of cannon minions hitting the Nexus. But for the side of OMG, they need the fight. They need the Elder. But usually, the rule of thumb is Elder is better than Baron. We'll see if OMG can prove to us that point here. If Elder is gonna be more impactful than this Baron that is picked up by NAOS.
But this time, NAOS Esports is closing the distance. Wow, as well. Flash out by Mitsura to be able to stay alive. Fate gonna go in with a burst. Meter engine as well. Great knockup coming in from Margo. As now they chase down SMK going with the blood pool. They have taken out the Aatrox already. Now going down onto the base. The Nexus is exposed. NAOS Esports closing it up. Damage with the turrets, with the cannon. And NAOS Esports will take the series up. Reverse sweep. Wave the flag of the Philippines as they take down OMG.
They take down their second CN conference rivals in this best of 3 series. It looked close when it comes to game 2. Game 1 was won by OMG convincingly, but game 3 now showed us how strong they are, how strong Calm is, and why you need to fear, why you need to take away the Fiora pick for him, because he can play, he can limit test this champion up to the end and make those outplays. And we just saw how NAOS, when they get early control of the map, how can they also close out the game decisively?
Incredible performance coming in from NAOS Esports. I mean, chills, man. Everything started on that big outplay by Mitsura. The shockwave into the Call of the Force got into the wind slash as well by Fate. Oof. And they got this win in such a convincing manner as well. I mean, I got nervous to be honest in that first game, especially after the great prowess of OMG. They were threatening comebacks every single game. We saw it, we felt it. NAOS Esports felt it as well. But they did not shed in fear. They still committed, they still had the confidence, and was brave in the entire series as well. And now, they're given this massive win. Another reverse sweep against a strong C and confidence teams. They did it against Nova Esports, and now they did it on OMG as well.
Yeah, and we were also talking about what would have been more important. It would have been the Elder and the Baron, and now showed us, hey, we're just gonna take Baron because you don't have any more turrets, only the Nexus. But how can you use your Elder Drake buff if you're just gonna be outplayed by members of NAOS? We saw SMK just being deleted by Calm in the bot side, and also just the engage coming from NAOS, catching out members from OMG, because OMG in their heads, we need to defend the Nexus. We can't let these waves crash because of the Baron buff up minion, so we're gonna try to fight them outside their base. But what was NAOS waiting for the whole time is to get OMG out of their base, and when NAOS just saw their opportunity, they immediately pounced. And yeah, it's just a lot of good things for NAOS, understanding what is the state of the game at the moment, and how they were able, and how they will be able to take the win away from OMG.
And this is so big as well, because finally, after so many games on the Severe, since yesterday, we now see a loss on that champion as well. And it's all thanks to Mitsura. Surely well-deserved MVP, man. This guy with the shockwave, with the clutch.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's basically making full use of your life right there. He almost died and was able to pop that shockwave. I'm sure we're gonna be seeing that in the highlights as we get into it right here. This was the outplay on the top side early on from Calm, even flashing out of range from any damage from Inyan. And the immediate answer from NAOS here was actually really great as well, recognizing that there was gonna be a wave crashing in the bot side. Fate immediately going there for the tower dive. And it's just the early game really going in favor of NAOS and being to essentially decisively win the game from there. OMG showed signs of life. Honestly, in game 3, they have a lot of they did a lot of things to try to get them back. But here, look at Mitsura so low and getting a 4-man shockwave on OMG. Yeah, that's just beautiful. Beautiful plays right there from Mitsura. Really deserving the MVP that he got.
Chef's kiss, my guy. That was the best dish served by NAOS Esports, Mitsura, and the rest of the squad as well. Fate getting the MVP, of course. Massive popularity, especially with this time with the ribbon in the jungle as well. Just well deserving for him. It's been a while. It's been a while. Now Esports continue to prove how good they are. And definitely by the end of the day, they will be tying up their scoreline to G2 Blacklist as well. Might be getting the top spot actually once again, especially after this incredible performance. Man, this team keeps on evolving.
Yeah, I'm loving what we're seeing right now from NAOS. They've definitely showed different looks. They've shown how Mirma can carry. They've shown how Fate can carry. They've shown how Mitsura can also be very clutch in every situation. And they're evolving, they're adapting, they're improving most of all, and that's what we want to see from every team in the league.
I just can't wait to go into the interview, because we're gonna be having an interview because an APAC win here, won here in the series, and I'm just so excited to see their expression, what they felt, what they thought about that game. Did they get like nervous as they did? And we'll going there to the interview. Let's head out.
好的，欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是优厚。那恭喜 NAOS 让1追2拿下这场 BO3 的胜利，我们也是邀请到了他们的中单选手 Mitsura 来到我们的赛后采访。Hi Mitsura, can you say hello to our audience?
Hello.
Hi there. So, first question, no offense, but from your perspective, what is the reason leads to your loss in the game 1?
Oh, maybe it's because we are not patient enough. I think in the DR fight we can win that if we stay patient and the tower in the top, the second tower. That's why they gain the momentum because of that.
All right, got it. 那第一个问题想要问的米苏尔选手就是，那从他们的总结的角度上来看的话，失去第一局的这个原因可能是什么？然后他说，可能就是我们打的有点稍微着急了，然后推二塔的时候犯了一点失误。So the second question for you is, you are the one who used Ziggs mid the most in the whole like tournament. So why are you so into Ziggs mid?
Maybe I don't know. Maybe I like small champions.
All right, got it.
They are cute.
They're cute. Okay.
Yeah.
So 那这个问题就是因为米歇尔选手是这个赛季整个中单选手里面用中单吉格斯用的最多的一名选手，然后想问一下为什么对这个英雄如此的情有独钟？然后他的回答也非常的有意思，就是觉得约德尔人非常的可爱。So in game 3, why not Ziggs again?
I told my team and our coach I can be better in any matchup, and they decide what champion I pick, and our coach said I need to pick Orib, and yeah, that's
all
good.
right. And
I like it.
You really did like one ball combo on Orianna in game 3. So 那这个问题就是想问一下，那既然那么喜欢玩吉格斯，为什么第3场同样的是在对线上吸血鬼的情况下，为什么没有选择去用吉格斯？然后他说当时跟教练商量了一下，然后教练说你要不这把就试一下用发条去打一下吸血鬼试一试，然后他就听从教练的建议是选择了发条，也同样的在第3场有了非常不俗的表现。Now let's talk about your one ball combo in the game 3. You were just engaged by their Gragas, so can you do a simple review for us?
To be honest, I don't know what happened. I just click my skills and that's it. It's not in my calculation, but it happens. Wombo combo.
Just happen. Just trust your guts. Got it.
Yeah.
那这个问题就是问一下，当时在第3局的时候，在可能上半野区的那一波的 one ball combo 的那波团战，他当时首先是被对方的酒桶开到了，然后我就问了一下他当时是怎么想的这么去操作的，然后他说我当时被开了之后脑子也是感觉懵懵的，然后也啥都没想，就凭本能的去按下了自己所有能按的技能，然后就从而促成了这一波的完美的团战。那最后一个问题想要问一下，因为NAOS 现在是在整个 C 组里面是排名第1、成绩最好的队伍嘛？那他们有没有信心去能够守护住自己这个 C 组第1的这个名额 ？So you guys now have the first place in Group C. So are you confident about securing your first place in Group C?
Yes, we are very confident right now. I trust my teammates and my coach. We are playing very well right now, and we just need momentum to play better.
All right, that's awesome. 那他也是说，我们对于自己这个确保小组第1的这个事儿非常非常的有自信，因为我相信我的队友，相信我的教练，他们真的打得非常好，同时教练也付出了非常多的努力，然后去帮我们精心的做每一场的 BP 的设计，包括战术的设计，所以我们可能假以时日会打得越来越好，所以这个第1的位置非我们莫属。So that's all for our interview. Thank you, congratulations again, and good luck.
Thank you.
那我们这一场的赛后采访就到此结束了，我们接下来会有更。
Oh yeah.
There's one thing I learned from that interview, and that Mitsura likes small champions.
They're small champions, and he's so confident with whatever matchup. Yeah. And we can be confident with NAOS Esports right now. I think this is a great time for them to just be very comfortable with whatever it is. And congratulations again on this win. Of course, the reverse sweep completed against OMG, and we look forward to more coming in from them, especially that their next game I believe is going to be up against KBG. But next series is gonna be Team Flash versus J-Team, and before that, of course, we'll just go in a short break, and we'll see you again later. The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by DMM. That's a lot of damage by that castle, and he tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. But he is
matter
right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan Yu get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT Rolster Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th-minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning solar flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KT Rolster Y's destructive display. Try to intercept. Effect here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face seal as well onto the backline, double knock-up! But they do get the dragon, especially when Ichima would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT Rolster Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox, the Shuriken Lance, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno, already 2 members out of the fight. 2 men down, there's a Hextech Ultimatum onto Faye, he's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing, very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nina in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th-minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Intercept comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, gets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
Well, I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0-3. Dawn 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, Dawn 1-8, and danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th-minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT Rolster Y. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is readied up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Durant, taunts onto 1, yeah, the Justice Punch, takes his at his bot, but KT Rolster Y secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside now, Counter-Strike going for the stun, it hopes to get the trade back, but Team Flash will still succeed!
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section. Keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name is Giang, we will see you again in the next video.
Deadlight, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Look at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for the surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMN. That's a lot of damage by that Cassidy. He tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. What he is
doesn't matter
right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan you get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of K-Roser Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th-minute mark, Zid delivered a stunning solar flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off K-Roser Y's destructive display. Try to intercept. Effect here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face steal as well onto the backline, double knock-up! But they do get the dragon, especially the Chihuahua would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. K-Roser Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 40th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Seven comes in! Chao with explosive cast brings it down, gets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but it stays it. Chao body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0-3. Don 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in. Don 1-8 in danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by K-Roser Y. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is readied up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Duran, taunts onto 1, you have the Justice Punch, takes his dash at his bot, but K-Roser Y secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside now, Counter Strike going in for the stun, it hopes to get the trade back, but Team Flash will still succeed!
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section. Keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name is Giang, we will see you again in the next video.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the ones with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
The fourth week of competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMM. That's a lot of damage by that Cassidy. He tries to Proto Belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. What he is
doesn't matter
right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan Yu get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning solar flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KT Y's destructive display. Try to intercept. FPX here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face seal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get a dragon, especially if Jamal would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the 5. 2 members down. There's a Hextech Ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's the 3 for nothing. Great clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Just comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, gets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
Well, I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0-3. Don 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, Don 1-8 in danger with a Shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the Pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT Y. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is readied up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Durant, taunts onto 1, you have the Justice Punch, takes his dash at his bot, but KT Y secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside now, Counter Strike going for the stun, it hopes to get the trade back, but Team Flash will still succeed!
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section. Keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name is Giang, we will see you again in the next video.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to match number 3 here at the WRL-A Season 2. I'm JDG giving at you. With me is Crazy Apple, and we are now in Team Flash versus J Team. Shout out to NAOS Esports for winning their last match in a reverse sweep fashion against OMG. What a turnaround. I watched that. It was absolutely amazing. Good stuff. But now we're going to turn to another huge challenge here. Brian, do you think that, or Crazy Apple, sorry, I'm so used to calling you Brian. But
it's fine.
yeah. How do you think Team Flash can turn the odds in their favor here?
Against J Team, I know. I talked about this with Guillaume before, that Team Flash under series win, I think this happened last week. They were able to find this formula of changing around their players and their positions and stuff like that. They had an inkling of how they could win these games, but right now against J Team, right, one of our CN conference teams, currently I believe their standing is in 7th place for right now. I think it's kind of a tougher ask right now, right, for Team Flash to see them like a sudden 180 degree turn of them winning games against even CN conference teams. So the most that we're looking at them right now is that level of improvement that they showed in the previous series that they won.
Yeah, and with that level of improvement, you know, they were, I think they were kind of still looking for, you know, that consistency, but I mean, at this point, Team Flash, they do need to be, I think, really, really aware of how J Team is kind of hungry for this win. I mean, all the CN conference teams are very, very competitive this season.
Yeah.
But J Team, they really want to step it up and, you know, get to that. You get to those upper places because, you know, Thunder Talk and I believe it was, who's the other unbeaten team?
Trace Esports.
Trace Esports, yeah. Both of the teams have been absolutely dominating, and J Team with a T also want to be up there.
Yeah, definitely. You would love, or at least a lot of these teams would love to be in that position, similar to Thunder Talk and J Team, especially in their respective conferences, to be very safe in the playoff spot. Because at least if you can get to that playoff spot, you're assured of that after this regular season, getting to the playoffs. You can still study your opponents, right, and then try to win stuff from there. That is definitely something that J Team would love to be in a better position on. On the other hand, though, looking on the other side of the fence, that is not a luxury that Team Flash has. At the moment, for them, every win counts just because of how cutthroat it is right now when it comes to the APAC conference. Earlier on, we did see Cerberus Esports win their series against Fennel, and that just bumped them up in a better position against Buriram, which is the 5th place team in APAC conference. And that's definitely what we're looking for here as well.
欢迎各位回到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场。大家好，我是 Yoho。这场 BO3 将由西贡 Team Flash 对阵 J Team。Team Flash 能否再次带给我们惊喜？以下课上，让我们到游戏里一探究竟。Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage of 2023 League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2. This is your boy Yoho. This best of 3 is Saigon Team Flash versus J Team. Will Team Flash surprise us again? I'm looking forward to it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Team Flash and J Team.
Sẽ không tốt nếu các bạn chiến thắng quá nhiều, vì vậy chúng tôi sẽ đưa các bạn trở về hiện.
我们现在气势如虹，眯着眼也能打你们。
Strong words there from Team Flash will bring you back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity for J Team. But with the record that, you know, Team Flash currently has now, that's going to be an uphill climb for them. Well, J Team, they're definitely still sitting on cloud 9 for now.
Yeah, definitely J Team is in a, I would say, stronger position or a more confident position, even though their past couple of games, I believe they're currently in a 2 series losing streak, but at the same time, even though that is the case, it's still very much, as you mentioned, a tough ask right now for Team Flash. But I would love to see that confidence translate into their play today. Hopefully, at least in our era match, which will be deciding the sides, we'll see Team Flash having that good warm up against J Team.
Yeah, and considering the fact that J Team did lose twice in their recent matches, it was against Nova Esports and against Trace Esports, so there is really nothing to be all too ashamed of there. There's two really strong teams in the CN conference right now. But Team Flash, it's just a different story for them. They have really yet to find that the same kind of success. They've only won once, and it wasn't well, it was a pretty decent win. It was, since it was against KT Rolster Y, it still was very tough for them. It was a 2-1.
Yeah, it was
and they had to reverse sweep.
Definitely a tough match for them, but at least those are the signs of life that we're looking for, especially for teams that are struggling. That victory is still very much significant, as you mentioned. It's still against KT Rolster Y, one of the top teams when it comes to that APAC conference. So those signs of life are what we're looking for, and especially here, we are toning down the expectations when it comes to Team Flash. But unfortunately, that is what we're looking at when it comes even to their record. But you'll never know. You might see a couple of good plays from Team Flash and maybe a couple of mistakes that they can capitalize on against JT.
Yeah, because really that's the only thing that you can count on when you're trying to play against these really skilled CN teams, is you have to look for an opening where they make a mistake and capitalize on that, because the playstyle in APAC is very aggressive, loose, free-flowing a lot of the time. I don't want to say it's not disciplined, but definitely the CN conference has a lot more focus on disciplined macro, I feel like, except for certain teams that really like to play aggressive in the early game, like I believe it's FPX is one of them. And I mean, Team Flash, they really have to find out how to abuse that kind of that super stable mindset here for J Team.
EDG is also one of the more aggressive teams that we have been seeing when it comes to the CN conference. But definitely, usually how you try to manage this is you throw curveballs, right? You try to either pick a champion that is not often used, or maybe go for these very different kind of strategies. Maybe an very early invade. Stuff like that, different kinds of rotations. We did see for, I think, last week and last week, some teams opting for a lane swap, something like this, just to shake things up. And that's definitely something that Team Flash could try to do here against some of these CN teams, because for CN conference, since they play so as you said, disciplined macro, this step-by-step style by the book. If you throw them a curveball, it could put them in these awkward situations. And if Team Flash could do, as you mentioned as well, the APAC style of being more chaotic and just thrive in that chaos against these more rigid playing teams, then they could very well take an advantage. But it still remains to be seen. We're currently just waiting for the ARAM match to start to decide which team will be deciding the sides for the series.
Yeah, because if you guys didn't know, we have changed the fight for side from Season 1. It is now a full ARAM match. I love mentioning this because last season it was pretty hyped to see those 1v1s. But I feel like this season it's a lot more engaging, a lot more fun to watch these fight for sides, because not only is it, an ARAM, and they don't have control over who they choose, it's also like all players are engaged. All 5 of them are actually playing the game instead of 4 people just watching one guy and waiting for him to finish up that matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And as actually we're just about to start this ARAM match, so far looking at the lineups, I see another Rengar. Might be an AP Rengar here.
Yep, most likely AP Rengar, but they're already getting into it. To the skies to finish off the first kill, and another one for DY. That is a great, fantastic start for Team Flash.
Yeah. Actually, the first blood did go to the side of J Team. So Team Flash right now is backing away in their turret, but also looking at the compositions. J Team has a very aggressive comp right now, and I'm very scared for Team Flash. They have a Kale who's notorious for being a late game scaling champion.
Oh, look at those stuns! Those amazing stuns. And the tower dive already. Orin's already gone, but the IRL dove a little bit too deep. And yeah, incredibly aggressive. Although they hardly have any range though, so if Team Flash is able to kind of scale up with the Kale, with the Kaisa, and even with the Swain, this could be a little bit more difficult for J-Team to get in if they don't, if you don't get those snowballs in, except for the Jace. But there's also 368 going in already with a snowball, and everybody from Team Flash collapsing in. There's already 2 of them down, a little bit too aggressive, and then the Dragon's Rage, big hit there to secure 3 more kills for J-Team. An amazing start here, an ace, and then they're already on the turret. This will go down in a jiffy.
Yeah, J-Team right now trying to go maybe for in contention again, the fastest clear or the fastest ARAM game. Great reset as well from SCZY. Was able to get the clean tower, the tower kill, but actually right now Team Flash fighting a bit back for territory, but J-Team, since it's still the early game, they're gonna be able to easily defend their turret.
Yeah, not only is it the early game, J-Team really needed to go back to get that combat efficiency to buy those items, but they're the ones who are getting engaged on right now. Those soldiers on the back side looking for T3, who's already gone down to about 20%, even 15% HP here. Very quickly. I think got tagged by an accelerated shock blast there, maybe even a Rengar. Speaking of the Rengar, he's going in, screaming that primal roar. Oh, Kuden and T3 just took an accelerated shock blast to the face. Did not die, but they're very close. Shiki on the backside, going to get one. Oh, those X1 with the style points. S-style goes for the ultimate. Almost got it twice, but that is a almost clean ace for J-Team. They only lost X1 because he was the first one in. And now they're working on the turret. No minions available, but they should be able to get it. Now it's only been 3 minutes.
Yeah. It's only been 3 minutes. Both turrets right now down for Team Flash. And another engage!
Again! And they're just not letting up on Team Flash. They've got another couple of kills here. Shiki maybe going down here too. But Soldier's a little bit too far. Gets a stun onto Yanti. He's looking for Shiki, but Shiki's just 1 HP. And he survives. But J-Team, they want a speedrun, man.
Yeah, actually, J-Team putting Shiki that low right now gives so much more opportunity for J-Team because usually in ARAM, if you're full HP, you can easily defend even at your nexus. But if you're low, they can just die. They can just dove right here with J-Team.
Speaking of low, everybody's getting low once again. Shiki, he has to sacrifice his life to just try to get the knock up there. SZY. I don't think he had the scream there, so he wasn't able to secure that kill because AP Rengar really has been popping off. And we see another variation of it with another kill on and another 2 for X1. He just got that ace. Shiki, the last man standing. It's going to be 4 minutes. And no, they can't end.
The wave was cleared. There's 3 seconds, but there's a big siege minion here. They might just be able to end if they focus the nexus.
Yeah, it's not even. It's not even a 5 minutes, and Soldier is already. He's trying to get at least 1 before he has to go back. And of course, DY will be the one left to kind of defend along with CF17. But the rest of J-Team funneling in. Even though Soldier's dead for like 10 more seconds, they should be good to go for that next clash and then get in. It's 368, just eating a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Team Flash is just getting absolutely wrecked, especially since X1 does so much damage now. He got so fed off of those kills, and then to the skies will not be securing that, but it is going to be X1. He just does so much, and then SZY grabs another one onto Yanti. That's going to be T3 and Kuden, the 2 range scaling carries versus this incredibly aggressive AD composition from J-Team. Can this survive? No, they cannot. The Nexus falls, and that was a really quick game from J-Team.
That was 5 minutes of ARAM. Hopefully Gia can back me up here, but I remember him mentioning the fastest ARAM game we've had this season was 6 minutes and 40 seconds, I think.
If that was the fastest, then this is the new record.
Yeah, this is definitely gonna be a new record, and J-Team wants business done immediately against Team Flash, and that was quite unfortunate as well. The composition of Team Flash didn't have much wave clear. They all had scaling on their compositions. They couldn't even really fight back against that huge dive composition. And Samira going on and just having a collector against that many squishy targets, it was a disaster waiting to happen when it comes to the ARAM match. So right now, because the J team did win that fight for side, they have chosen blue side for this coming for game 1 of this best of 3 series, which is very different from what we've seen the past 2 series, where usually teams have been prioritizing red side. This time it's going to be a CN conference, a special. It's going to be their style. They will be going for blue side.
Yeah, it really has just been blue side all day for the Chinese teams, because the CA conference really just prioritizes that first champion pick so much. But not only that, they also like having, the freedom to target ban quite a lot, because as we know, on red side, you're kind of forced into banning Hecarim Evelyn. Not so much Fiddlesticks now, but
yeah,
it was like that earlier on in the season. Now he's been kind of adjusted. Evelyn, Hecarim still incredibly strong, but the freedom to just target your opponents and say, oh, you're really good at this champion, I don't want you to play that, is so powerful, especially when you're confident that you can either counter or play that lane even.
Yeah, definitely. And that also, as I'd like to add as well, you mentioned that in the red side, it's usually the Evelyn and the Hecarim bans, right? It frees up a lot of the bans as well from blue side. That's why we have been seeing a lot more target bans. So whatever the champion that the enemy team is comfortable with, you usually see that being banned on the blue side. But this has also been something that we saw in the first series, where Evelyn has been banned on the blue side instead.
Very interesting, because I think that is also because they're planning to pick either the support or the top laner first here on the side of J team, so they don't want to give up that potential Evelyn, and they are just counting on that Hecarim to be banned out on the red side, because a lot of Chinese teams really don't prioritize the jungler in the first pick. They want to see the other team maybe try to get that counter pick. We've seen it time and time again. Usually the jungler is picked in either the second rotation or the third one, but egg on my face, eat my words, they just picked Vi up immediately here on the side of J team.
They're exceeding our expectations right now, G10, when it comes to the pick and ban phase. We set it up right with Evelyn Hecarim on the other side, but these are more directed. I think they're both the Gragas and the Ornn being taken out. Two of the premier supports that we have seen when it comes to engaged supports. So I was actually thinking that it could have been jungler or Alistar pick for the side of J team, but we were thinking that this Vi is definitely going to the jungle with Aatrox pick though. This is definitely a different style. We have seen Aatrox mostly in that jungle position, but this may be a Baron laner for the side of J team.
Yeah, return to form for the champion, for Aatrox. He had, back in season 1, I remember he was just incredibly contested in that dragon laner spot, sometimes in the jungle, but he was so deadly. Even with the adjustments to him, with the nerfs, he's been still terrorizing the Rift. Now, Saya as well being picked up here for the J team, but the Vladimir, Lucian, and Jack already looking like a formidable composition here for Team Flash, though I think it's going to be a little bit dicey for X1 here in the bot lane with Kuden on that Lucian.
It could be something that Team Flash uses to bully up the Xayah, but the Xayah with a really good engaged support as well can hold down that lane. She can also use her feathers to strike back against a Lucian. What I'm curious though is what will be Team Flash picking for this one, because they already have their carries. They are looking at either support or a jungler. Leona pick though gives them a lot of engage right now. A lot of the usual engage supports are gone, so having that Leona gives them another form of an engaged support.
Yeah, this is the classic engage support from way back. Leona is just so aggressive. Her entire kit just spells kill, but the entire kit of Braum is the opposite. His entire kit is to protect, and that's what DY is going to be doing here for X1. In the mid lane, though, we will be having that Jace versus Vladimir matchup, looks like. Oh, well, might be a Corki. Now that I'm not super confident in a Corki going up against a Vladimir. What I'm even less confident in is a Master Yi. But
it's just a hover. It's just a hover for now.
It's a hover.
Even this Nautilus could very well be a hover because actually
no, it's locked in.
They do lock it in, and I wonder where this Nautilus is gonna go. Is this gonna be a jungle Nautilus for the side of Team Flash?
Most likely, right? It's gotta be.
It's gotta be. Yeah, it's gotta be it's probably gonna be the Nautilus jungle. A lot of tanks for the side of Team Flash, not a lot of damage, especially in the early game. It's gonna be hard for them to take down this Aatrox, which is gonna be in the Baron lane. Gonna be able to build up his items, and Vi just gonna be able to come in without interruption against this composition of Team Flash. So far, a lot of good things for the side of J Team. Well, for Team Flash, I'm still wondering. There are a lot other jungle picks. I'm just wondering why it was an Nautilus.
Quite a lot of jungle picks still available. Yeah. They could have even gone for. They wanted a tank jungler. Maybe I don't know, Sedge, something like that. But
yeah,
I feel like the Nautilus is something specific to their composition with the Leona as well. They really want to get, I think, that Lucian and the Vladimir some incredible engage, because I feel like that's how they're going to be playing that mid to late game. They're gonna try to go for picks. They're gonna have that Leona and that Nautilus in the front. They're gonna keep the Lucian, the Vladimir safe in the back, and then when somebody gets an engage, then everybody funnels in. But that's going to be difficult to get to that point if CF17 is on point and just uses his Vi to basically steal the early game away.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how Team Flash will be able to do this though. Early control over the vision for J Team, immediately putting down that ward into the Raptor. Into the Raptor camp. They want to spot out, but actually 368 has a strategy of his own. If you're warding my Raptor camp, I'm gonna steal yours, I'm gonna steal yours, buddy. And now he is here. I don't think J Team knows this.
They don't know.
So actually, he might also be stealing the red buff.
Oh, that is ballsy. That is incredibly ballsy. Little bit of just thievery in the enemy jungle. Yeah, he's gonna go for the red buff. That is incredibly cheesy. Is he gonna go for a level? Yeah, he could probably go for a level 3 Krugs and then gank bot. If he doesn't, he's not seen. They don't see him. They don't know. This is such a specific setup. But if it ends up working, this could mean that the bot lane of Team Flash accelerates. Look, they're fast pushing, and they're probably going to fast push the next wave as well.
Oh, he's spotted now.
Oh, fine. He got spotted.
He's spotted now, but I don't know if J Team is able to equalize this out. Look at why her positioning is going to the blue buff. CF17 wants to test this, but let's see if Team Flash can react.
Yeah, because Soldier's already there. He's quicker on the trigger. The blue buff does go over to the Vi, and now the flash has been used. 368 is going to go under tower. He's going to be able to dredge the line away, Spider-Manning his way to safety, but CF17 gets that revenge steal.
Okay, at the end of that, they're kind of even at this point, just because Vi can also get a quadrant.
They're not as even when X1 is just going to throw everything at the Lucian, all the feathers and the recall. Let's take a look at that again.
Yeah, I didn't expect this fight to happen right here, because this should not have been a fight that Team Flash took. Kuden is just so low, even exhausted, and that was the quickest gimme kill right there in the bot side. Team Flash right now on the back foot. Even their jungler is going to be on the back foot because CF17 is just clearing out the blue side jungle. This is the very awkward cross jungle, I guess, diagonal jungle.
Diagonal jungle,
yes. The two teams are taking right now. There was an option for J Team to leave that blue side quadrant and immediately go to the red side and harass the Nautilus, putting him down even further. But they went for the more safer play right now. J Team.
Oh my God. But not the safe play is the dive here, so that will be CF17 risking it all, getting exhausted inside his cease and desist, and right on their tower, Kuden's able to defend himself. Will he be able to defend himself against the Glacial Fissure? No, he won't, as X1 is going to secure another heal for himself.
Okay, that was a way for this Nautilus to get back into this game. T3? Okay, he's fine. T3, you should be fine, right? This game has been exceeding expectations so far.
Yeah, I mean, we exceeding expectations in a way that things are happening that we did not expect to see in a standard game of Wild Rift, man. Yeah, from the diagonal, or I guess X jungle path, to just Kuden's, I guess, mispositioning in the first kill, and then
getting it
grabbing that kill. Yeah, that everything has been kind of weird so far, but I feel like they're going to stabilize soon with the mid game coming up in about a minute and a half. The Dragon and Rift Herald they're gonna spawn up, so that's something that these teams I feel like maybe fighting over.
Yeah, they should, but at the same time, let's see how this fight is gonna go out here on top side. T6 actually bot side Kuden's getting low again.
Fight. Oh my god, Kuden and Shiki, they're incredibly low. There's the Solar Flare to stun the Braum, but X1 is incredibly healthy. They are just proxying, they're bullying inside the jungle. All of the confidence here for JT, well, no blood pool available, so that's just going to be a free kill for Soldier.
And J-Team is just feel like they're in the heads of Team Flash at this moment. Yep. Top side, going for a dive.
So much resources invested on this top side, even though 368 just tanked 1 billion tower shots. T3 still trying to wait for the kill, get something for themselves after all of that shenanigans in the bot lane. And once shenanigans bot lane, they gotta go for it again. Look at DY, he's holding up the lane with CF17. They want to get this dive going as soon as possible. Shiki, nowhere to go but back to the base, expedited back.
J-Team having a lot of fun right now in this game 1 of this best of 3 series against Team Flash. 5-1 in kills, almost 4k gold in the lead for them. We haven't even gotten towards the objective fights, and with the control that J-Team has, I feel like they can just pick and choose whatever they want to get and then challenge the other objective. It doesn't matter right now, because look at that Xayah. That's a 4-0 Xayah in the bot lane.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. I was kind of worried about X1's early game, and then yeah, nothing to worry about here. Because I mean, Kuden was playing Lucian. There's the Glacial Fissure on the Shiki. They are fighting this Rift Herald, and oh my god, 3-man knock up there for the Aatrox, and Team Flash has been routed. They've taken 368, and now they're on the tail of Shiki. That is just SZY going crazy on Team Flash, and they will be grabbing those double objectives to start off. But they're not done yet. They've already summoned the Rift Herald. They're going to go on to the Vladimir. T3 forced to back away from the tower. Soldier going to get culling to death. Finally, Kuden finding something positive for himself there.
Yeah, Kuden able to pick up the scraps there in mid lane, able to take down Soldier, but in the bigger scheme of things, JT was able to get kills on the top side, even getting the first cert of the game. 8-2 now in kills, 6k gold for them. Going back into this Herald fight, what a crazy knock-up right there, coming from the Aatrox. 4-man, I believe, for SCZY, and Team Flash had no business being near that pit, and they were just able to be taken down. Later on, we're going to see in this clip, I believe it's going to be the dive. I did not like how T3 and Yonti were just so far ahead of the turret at this point. They were just asking to be dove right now with the members of J-Team.
Yeah, I really don't know what was up with Yonti's positioning there. He was a little bit too far up, knowing full well that the members of J-Team were coming up from the topside river. So, questionable decisions here coming in from Team Flash from the start. Now DY though, oh man, that Braum is just going to be so annoying, especially when you're trying to get a kill lane going. Oh my lord, depth charge, and then the dredge line missed by the Flash, but here's SZY and the rest of J-Team collapsing. Yonti once again the cease and desist target as 368 is left in the back. They go back to base together.
J-Team didn't even they didn't pull any punches. They're like, there's 2 members of you, we're gonna double you up. There's gonna be 4 members coming here, and actually might be another dive here.
And X1 was just 1v2ing that entire time. A feather recall just absolutely decimated that health bar, and now Shiki going to get dove there, and it's still X1 getting fed as heck.
J-Team right now
12-2.
12-2, aka just casually having more a higher gold lead per 8,000 gold lead in 7 minutes, more than 1,000 gold lead per minute for them at this point.
That's pretty insane.
They have definitely full control over this game. They can get to pick and choose where to go, get to pick and choose which targets against Team Flash. Well, Team Flash right now, the Nautilus pick at the start had a very, I would say, creative idea. That's what we were asking for, right? Crazy invades, crazy starts from Team Flash. I think if the Nautilus did not challenge his blue buff, instead going for the red buff, it might have been better just recalling at the river and then restarting the jungle from there. But in the end, it was J-Team even getting a further larger advantage from that very creative start, I would say, from the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, I feel like they didn't practice that as much as they thought they did against a composition such as this, and there is that skirmish gun in the jungle of Team Flash, and immediately once X1 gets there, everything just melts. SDY though up in here against 368, and he will be pulling the Nautilus back, but the Nautilus pulls himself forward. That is only one kill for J-Team, but they are going to put a lot of pressure onto this mid lane tower, maybe even taken down outright.
Yeah, it's gonna be taken down right here by J-Team. Team Flash can't do anything, as we were talking about in the draft. They don't have damage in the early game. They don't even damage in the late game. It's only gonna be the Lucio and the Vladimir to try to use as much of his puddle. Even here, you see right here, they threw everything on J-Team. And did it even matter to the health bars of J-Team? No, it was only but a drop of blood for J-Team. While on the other hand, everything they threw at Team Flash garnered them a kill. 368 though, luckily able to get away with the hook from the Nautilus, from the anchor. But in the end, it's still a 10k gold lead right now for J-Team.
10k gold lead and a full and 2-item Zaya that is just shredding their health bars. But also, Kuden just got down to 1 health from the Zaya. Now 368 caught in the back will get finished off. X1, the longer this game goes, the higher of a threat he'll be. Later on, I feel like he's just going to two-shot people, basically. You know, auto Q, auto E, and that's it.
Yeah, and T3 getting ganked up.
Yeah, he's just not having a good time, especially with DY, but he's going to get away for now. He's got the counter strike, he's got maybe the leap strike onto the minions, or not, maybe because it's going to be a dive here into the bot lane tier 2, as once again X1 and Soldier just clean everyone up. They have so much damage that the burst is undeniable here on Team Flash's side. 368, why are you trying to dredge line somebody here? He does get a kill onto CF17, but that was just a free kill for J-Team.
Yeah, it's a free kill. 17-3 now in kills, 5-0 in turrets, 12k gold lead for J-Team. There's not a lot of much to talk about when it comes to the state of the game right here, other than read what is the statistics, because that is enough to say the story of how dominant J-Team right now is compared to Team Flash in this game. And it's kind of sad as well when you're this far behind as a team. You're trying to get resources outside your base, you're trying to go for your jungle, and then the other team is just there. They can just bully because of how strong they are at this point. 11 minutes into the game, Team Flash is just trying to scrounge as much gold as they can into their pockets to try to get as much items as they can. J-Team's just too strong at this point.
Yeah, and I like that Team Flash is still attempting things with 368 in the front, but then you can see the cease and desist in the back as 368 just gets absolutely blown up. There's X1 catching up. Single feather thrown at the Lucian, and then yeah, that was all she wrote for that. Feather Storm into the recall, maybe. There's nobody really to receive it. Maybe Shiki as SZY just... Oh man, the control here from J-Team is just incredible. Team Flash, they can't even get into their own jungle safely.
And and also you can see how confident X1 was. He didn't even pop his ultimate when the depth charge was used against him. He just stood there and then cleansed it, and it's like, okay, I'm good because I know you guys don't have any follow-ups. There's no Leona here to keep locking me down. The Vladimir and the Lucian are not in position to burst me down. It's just so safe. At that point, even though usually most of the time when you see a depth charge being thrown, you immediately pop your ult.
Exactly, because you want to avoid it, but the Lucian was getting cease and desisted there, so he was like, oh, you know what, I'm good, I'm safe.
No.
The Baron will be taken out here. Team Flash at least trying to get this objective bounty on the bot lane turret. SCY not able to defend it, doesn't want to get dove, even though I'd say it's a pretty safe possibility for him to have just stayed on the tower, but not now when there's no tower, so he's just gonna get ganged up by 3 tanky members. He's gonna try to life seal up. It's not gonna happen. It's going to be the Jax who takes him, but because he was distracting them, he stopped the ports, and now they're on to the Nexus. Shiki's the first one who makes it back. 368 and T3 just barely making it. 800 health, 400 health, one more, a couple more auto attacks, one last. The hero play from J-Team to end the game incredibly quickly.
Yeah, they just really wanted to speedrun that game as fast as they could. They speedrun the Aram game, game 1. They also tried their best to speedrun it when they saw the chance. They immediately ended that game. J-Team with a very dominant performance against Team Flash.
Incredibly convincing victory. I don't know if Team Flash was maybe they just botched their early game with this composition that they were trying out, but you know, it just wasn't looking too good at all for them at any point in the game. The early game really should have been their game, because we saw what they were attempting with that Nautilus, trying to go for that full enemy jungle clear into the bot lane gank, but then he got spotted out, and then when that got botched, everything went to hell, because he still tried to go for the blue buff when he knew that the information was there for CF17 to go and meet him right there. So yeah, it all snowballed from that very early decision of Team Flash.
Yeah, definitely. And those are... Okay, well, I'm just going to go back to our earlier discussion, right? We were looking for signs of life from Team Flash. I think that was the best sign of life in this game. Other than that, it's just J-Team putting up the pressure, not letting go. And you can see the goal difference graph over time. It's just a steady incline in favor of J-Team. There was never really a point in the game, other than maybe their very, very start, the early game, that felt like there was a chance for Team Flash for this one. And yeah, I mean, J-Team, they can have pick up the litter for game 2, while for Team Flash they really need to figure out what is that formula that they need to have to be able to take even if not wins, but at least some fight in them in these games.
Yeah, they need to really, I think, show how they can take those team fights a little bit better. Maybe trying to be so, I guess, cheesy, if that's the word here with the Nautilus, because I think there was a solid concept behind it. It just was not executed all that cleanly. But now X1 taking that MVP, 12-1 and 4, only dying at the end because they just dogpiled onto the Nexus with, I think that was 24,000 gold that he had, so 34% damage of his entire team. Well deserved there.
And definitely well deserved. Now we're just waiting to see what can Team Flash do in game 2. But before that, we will be going on a short break to see game 2 of this best of 3 series between J-Team and Team Flash.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 here in the barrel between Team Flash. I almost said FPX, but Team Flash. And now that I've said FPX, I can't remember the name of our second team, but
Team
it is
Flash,
J-Team.
J-Team.
There you go. But Team Flash versus J-Team. J-Team just had an incredibly dominant game. I wonder if Team Flash has an answer now that they're on blue side.
We'll see. It very much remains to be seen. I do love to see another kind of shenanigan, early gameplay from them. The Nautilus, I think if they added a bit more damage to their composition, added a bit more AoE form of CC, if they were able to lock in the Galio as support, it might have worked out. Also, to add as well, if they were able to have a winning lane and to support as he was getting invaded, it could have worked their way. But anyway, though, that is something that Team Flash either should have taken note of by now, or something they will check in their VODs. It's something they should look at and improve on for their next match. But right now, we are in Game 2 between JT and Team Flash. And so far with the pick and ban phase, J-Team has gone the way of the usuals. The default, it's going to be that Evelyn and Hecarim ban on red side.
Yeah, pretty standard here for J-Team on red. And then they're going to take out the Akali. Yanti showing a bit of respect there. But Team Flash really putting a lot of pressure on SDY with these bans. They will pick up the Ornn first, which is kind of standard if he's up here on the blue side. We've seen very often Ornn a huge priority pick because he's just so good in the later stages of the game, especially when you're looking for that long range engage. And that's a hover. No, they're not gonna pick that. Absolutely not.
Okay. They didn't pick it.
I was hoping.
I know. I in the back of my head, I'm like, if there is a time to play the Teemo, could have been this time. But J-Team, please, let's not do that for now. With the Xayah and the Vi pick for their end, they have locked in 2 of the champs that they played earlier on. I do like the Vi. It's a good way to lock down one of the champions, or at least one of the main carries for the side of Team Flash. But unfortunately, with the Sivir and Gwen pick, this Vi's usefulness in terms of popping her cease and desist and targeting a carry might be less, just because of the spell shield as well as the Hallowed Mist coming from the Gwen.
Yeah, But with that being said, the damage is, it's improving here for Team Flash. I didn't have a lot in the last game. There's quite a bit more here with both the Sivir and the Gwen giving a lot of AoE possibilities there. I love that Sivir is actually being played a lot now. We saw her first yesterday. Now I believe she was in another game earlier when you and Giang were casting. So great to see the new champ doing well here in competitive. Renekton, they're gonna be picked up for SZY. So I wonder if Team Flash is going to counter that. But Camille and Fiora are gone now, so it may just be another Jax pick here. Though, I haven't seen a Yuumi in a while.
You haven't seen enchanters in a while in general, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to supports, it's usually another engage support often, but we'll see what are they gonna be locking in. They have hovered as well, Ari, but it seems like this is just gonna be the Vladimir, the usual picks that we do see coming in from J Team. I also want to point out, as you mentioned, right, there's a lot more damage right now for side of Team Flash, and one of the if you're a viewer right now and you're coming from PC, Sivir has a bit of a different ultimate here in Wild Rift. She does give AD, she does give attack damage via the morale system. She gives out morale to the team, and then she can give out AD. So she would be really good in teams that have a lot of autos. And I think they're supplementing that right now, that strength of her giving out morale and movement speed to the team with these couple of picks. I do like the Jace. The Jace will very much benefit from the ultimate of Sivir.
Yeah, now the Jarvan, I really like this. This is a very proactive pick from 368. This means that he wants to be making the plays now. I mean, to be fair, he did use that Nautilus to make some plays that were just kind of questionable. But J Team going to be sticking with what was working for them in the bot lane. X1 and DY on Braum and Saya. Maybe Rakan, the couple, is going to be playing with each other here. And once we get the portraits lined up, they will be, that splash art is going to be connected there, which I love on the red side specifically.
Oh yeah, you're right. And this is also going to be a very interesting composition right now for J Team. They've locked in the Rakan to be able to peel for the Xayah, because the thing is with the Jarvan being picked, the strength of Xayah is if you have a crowd control ability to lock onto her, she can just pop her ulti, right, to dodge it. But if the Cataclysm is on top of her, she can't get out. She can't get out unless she uses Flash. But if you have a Rakan can jump back to the Xayah, pop the ultimate, and then peel, give space for the Xayah. So I do love that last pick coming from J Team.
Yeah, because you're right. The lockdown is not something that Xayah can really featherstorm away. So having that little bit of protection, once you get the quickness, grand entrance inside the Cataclysm itself, it will buy quite a lot of time for the Xayah, and even maybe body block for her as well. So with that being said, Team Flash, they still have a lot of ways to get damage into that Cataclysm once 368 pops it, because there's the combo if you want to go Cataclysm first and then call the Forge God, or use the Call of the Forge God to set up a Cataclysm play. Of course, you can also accelerate Shock Blast into it. Lots and lots of ways for J Team or for Team Flash to deal with the threat of J Team in that scenario. But right now they have to focus on that early game, because this is where they got beaten earlier on. Oh no, CF17 has found an early advantage here for SZY.
Yeah, SC's actually bot lane for J Team is very low right now. Actually, that's a steep Kuden as well. But going back to the top side, SZY was actually baiting in.
There's a good entrance. Kuden will not survive. It's a trade 1-for-1 so far. Shiki is a lot healthier, but after that recall, had to flash out so that X1 wouldn't get a double kill there. It's still X1 who gets on top of everything here.
Yeah, and also the highlight right here, right? X1 on the Xayah 1-8. Actually, Yonti might be getting caught out.
Yes, he did get knocked up and then finished off by Soldier. Already, as I said, the early game for J Team looking very crisp against Team Flash.
Yeah, it started from that chaos in the top side. SCZY baiting out T3 near the tri-bush so that the Vi could use the punch to get towards her. And then we saw on the bot side Team Flash being very aggressive. X1 is still here alone. 368 is at the blue buff right now side for J Team, but it seems like he backed off. They might have been thinking about a possible dive on the top side.
But this possible dive is going to be onto T3. Soldier's in there. He's going to go for the blood pool. So now T3 being low is just going to get absorbed here by Soldier. A single Q will seal his fate. And SCY Soldier going to go back there.
Yonti.
That's a huge wave to miss. Yonti, though, is just going to grab that wave, not really look for those kills. Even though maybe if he shock blasted towards the bushes, maybe he could have gotten something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. He could have maybe gotten the Renekton if he was able to track him down, but unfortunately he just went there. But 368, no, that's not the best target to ult. That is a Rakan. Actually,
I mean, good try, good proactiveness, and they are onto the mid lane now with Soldier there. He did go into the blood pool, but CF17 is up here. He does have that season assist, but he's just going to get away scot-free because that's just them feeling each other out in the mid lane. 368 is there. DY though, he's so ballsy, just face checking that bush, knowing full well that there could have been a Jarvan in there.
yeah, we see a lot more aggressive movements right now from Team Flash. They are rotating very effectively into this mid lane. But CF17 catching Shiki here.
Found a Shiki. Found the Orin in the river. He will get that Ignite tick onto him, but the quickness will help him secure that kill. I don't think he needs a cease and desist for that, but that is 368 still fighting with him. CF17 followed him through the blast cone and then took his life. Now J Team want to put a lot of more pressure onto T3 here in the top lane.
Yeah, this could very well be a dive. I'd like to talk about for CF17, but for that, T3
Dominus already popped, and now CF17 is going to be joining the fight. It's going to be a 3 versus 1 dive. Unfortunately, I don't think T3 can survive this. At least he is able to get one with the help of Shiki, but says ZY is now going to be chased down by 368. And he did survive. The Gwen did survive. That's well done by T3.
I'm not sure what happened right there, how the Gwen survived. I thought she was dead for sure. But going back earlier in the jungle, CF17 did so many good small micro plays to be able to make sure to get the kills. First off, he used the ultimate, I guess. Which replay are we getting into? The bot side.
Oh.
I'm not sure what happened to the bot side. Or did something happen? X1 might be catching out Kuden right here. Yeah, it's just a simple Feather Storm play from X1 with an exhaust with a flash as well, catching out the Sivir, and we see her dying again.
Not allowed to play League of Legends.
Yeah, you're not allowed to get farther from your turret. You need to be behind it or beside it. Other than that, you're gonna get killed by X1 and DY.
Yeah, Yonti now here with Shiki. This could be a little bit difficult for DY to get out of, but fortunately, you saw X1 charging the recall there. DY could just, get onto her, and then the very rarely seen Rakan double recall could be engaged there.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious as to. It feels like they're for Team Flash at least, they didn't have any information that the Xayah was there when she was shown earlier. So that was weird. But Team Flash right now starting out this Herald and J Team contesting.
That's a little bit ballsy because the Renekton is there. It's a 4 versus 2 SCY inside the pit with Dominus. The Dragon will be taken by CF17. He has a lot of trust in his teammates, and SCY is going to just decimate some health bars and try to be as disruptive as possible so that the team can swoop in and grab this Rift Herald for that double objective start once again. Ooh. But now they've gotten another pick onto Kuden. Oh, sorry, not Kuden, but the Jace. That's very fortunate.
Yeah. These are the plays I like seeing. J Team. Oh, okay. Before that, 368 fancying a fight.
Yeah, another fight, baby. They just want to defend this turret, honestly, but it may be too little too late. There's the Cataclysm and the Call of the Forge God there. Gets no knockups with CF17, paid for with his life. Was chased down. Now Kuden, though, he is in a lot of trouble here if he's going to go up against Vlad, even with Shiki there, because Vlad can just target you to the skies miss because of Flash from Soldier. So now X1 is kind of the tip of the spear for J-Team, but they will be able to get away with just a casualty on the Vi.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, I love how J-Team positioned themselves at that brush outside the Herald, because they know just how far ahead they are. They don't need to put like 5 members to immediately take down the Herald with afraid of the contest coming from Team Flash. Instead, they opted to go for a pick. Yonti might be getting caught out here.
Yeah, because he just got charmed up and then immediately melted by X1. A lot of damage from that side because they are just funneling so many kills into her. X1 already 4-0.
Yeah, and this Herald, Shelly might be getting a second tackle while Team Flash getting called out in their jungle.
Yeah, that is going to be a Cataclysm, though. This could be a great turnaround for Team Flash. There's a Featherstorm into the recall, and now Soldier from the back. He's trying to get desperately to that Blast Cone, but not fast enough. It will be a kill for the top laner here, the Baron laner of Team Flash. Love how proactive they're being right now. It's definitely a much closer game, but that season assist is going to make it a little bit farther, a little bit harder for 3682 to contest anything here.
Yeah, it is very much of a more constable game right now in terms of Team Flash. They have been more proactive in fights. They have been more in there when it comes to going against J-Team. But the thing is, the tempo is very much in favor of J-Team. Even the gold right now, 4.7k in their favor. And it's, yeah, we have been seeing Team Flash fight it out, but it's mostly because J-Team has been inviting them, has been telling them, let's fight it out and let's see who will win. And Team Flash has been taking those fights, and J-Team has just been over and over again being more on the positive receiving end, just because they have been either have been able to engage first or have done the proper setup against Team Flash.
Yeah, the proper setup here being kind of just finding them in their own jungle sometimes, because Team Flash, they are being proactive. I'll give them that, but they are also being incredibly risky, especially when their carries don't really have a lot of gold, don't really have a lot of power. As Yonti tried to flash out of that cease and desist, and he's just going to get bodied here by DY, not even CF17. See, when the jungler and the support like have so much leeway to just go for you, T3 gonna get dove here by Soldier. No, Soldier just wanted to go for the tower. He's inside the Cataclysm right now. X1's going to be there, maybe trying to bail him out with the damage, but the Call of the Forge God will be sealing his fate. Shiki flashed out before the recoil could go, but now DY is here. He got the double knockup. T3 trying to fight back. The miss will block the damage, and not the stun though, because 368 still got stunned. Finally, through CF17 makes it into the fight. He got the knockup onto Shiki, double knockup onto both of them as Shiki goes down, and trying to fight back is T3, but he won't be able to because 368 wasn't there to help him out. And what a flash onto Yonti. SCY did that just to get the slice and dice off, and they do finish off 368. They're going to be finishing off the Jace as well. Kuden, last man standing. What can the Sivir do? I don't think he has his ultimate anymore, can't run away, and it's going to be SCY to finish off that ace.
Yeah, and that was a prolonged fight win and an ace for J-Team. In exchange, they only lost Soldier, I believe, the Vladimir, but they are also rewarded with the second Drake of the game. If earlier it felt like Team Flash, they were able to go toe-to-toe with a lot of fights with J-Team. Here, J-Team really shows we just have a lot more items at this point. We have a lot more gold. We can take you down even if we are staggering towards you. Soldier does fall down early, so this is an early 2v3 at this point in time between X1 and DY, but X1 is just so ahead right now. On this Xayah is able to slowly whittle down the members of Team Flash, and as CF17 gets here, it's the point in time where Team Flash needs to bail, because DY has just been really, really good with these knockups, always getting 2 members of Team Flash. We're going to be able to see here later on, he's going to repeat that. He's going to be able to get another 2-man knockup, and that's going to be between Kuden and Yonti along with the ultimate. That's how long the fight has been. He has other DY's cooldown on the ultimate has been back, and we're able to get a turret. I believe at this point Baron is still not up, but that would certainly be in the eyes of J-Team.
Yeah, if they want to grab another 12-minute Baron, it is incredibly possible, especially since X1 is once again fed through the roof. He has just been feasting. And Team Flash, they really need to respect the possibility of either CF17 or DY just being in their faces and looking for an engage, even under their own turrets. Ishiki tried to go for the knock up there, as all 5 members of Team Flash are here in the bot lane trying to defend this siege by J-Team. And yeah, it is not going all too well. Shiki does get that knockup, but look at the damage. Kuden already incredibly low as 368 got that knockup at the soldier. He's able to blood plague. There's a Call of Force, got onto 2, but quickness and grand entrance onto 3 inside the Cataclysm. Can J-Team pull this off? CF17 very low, but he manages to get away. SCY though on the backside grabs another one. The life of T3 is in jeopardy, but he will be able to get away as J-Team exit that fight without any casualties.
Yeah, that's an incredible team fight for J-Team.
Except
Shiki,
they're still fighting. Shiki, what are you doing? There's CF17 inside that bush. There's a Vi for you. As Kuden, he's the one who gets cease and desisted. And that's another couple of kills for J-Team. T3, what can he do here? Really not all too much, because X1 can melt him before he even gets close.
yeah, I think what Team Flash was thinking, they want to cancel recalls to be able to contest Baron, because they are very much afraid that J-Team will be going for the 12-minute Baron. But in exchange, they give more kills, they give more gold, and that just gives J-Team more power to go towards that Baron pit. And at this point in time, Team Flash, they have a lot of ultimates down as well. Gwen has just used hers, so they don't have a lot of tools to go against this Baron take right now from J-Team. You can see how far the members right now of Team Flash, they don't want any piece of this fight.
Yeah, Yanti is the only one who can theoretically do something, because he does have that accelerated shock blast to keep him safe, with the possibility of maybe stealing that Baron. But no, it's just going to be that, well, not 12-minute, but 13-minute Baron for J-Team. Still incredibly early take, and now they're going to be dashing in and sieging, but that's a Cataclysm onto CF17. They at least take that jungler down before he's able to do all too much, but X1 starting to melt down these health bars, waiting for 368 to get into that, get out of that revive as he tears down the rest of them. There's Shiki and T3 running away. X1 just getting every single kill he can get for himself, because who's going to stop him at this point?
Yeah, no one's going to stop X1 at this point. No one's going to stop J-Team as a whole at this point in time. Baron bot up. They're looking for the win here, G.
Yes, 368 is already gone. T3 trying to use the mist to cover himself, but all 3 inhib turrets are gone. Shiki is less than half health. T3 just trying desperately to clear minions, but that is going to be the last stand for Team Flash here. A quick 2-0 series for J-Team.
Yeah, quick 2-0 series, very clean coming from J-Team, even though that last game felt like they were having a lot of fun against Team Flash, but in the end, it was really the decision making from J-Team, knowing when to take those fights against Team Flash, won them the game.
Yeah, amazing job by J-Team. Such a commanding victory. They knew exactly their game plan. They knew exactly how to play around that Vi. And now, a little victory dance here
from X1.
I love it. I mean, he was the man of the hour. I bet he's going to be MVP again. So, he has the right. He has the right to have a victory dance there.
Yeah, a lot of personality cover up for X1. I think we saw him also doing a bit of dance, or a bit of an act when it was a player intro earlier. And yeah, there's a lot of things for him to be happy and to be proud of, especially after coming up from that game. Very dominant performance from J-Team, but from Team Flash, again, they need to go back to the drawing board, need to figure out what worked for them. Their last series win, or their only series win, has been against KT Roaster Y, a fellow APAC member team. They need to figure out what they can translate from that into wins here. And I think wacky stuff can work for them, but let's see how they what will be their improvement or adjustment later on in the league.
Yeah, I feel like wacky stuff is something that, has its place in the tournament, something that, can catch your opponent off guard, but you really have to practice those specific positions. And I feel like they did. They just didn't really, I feel like, polish it enough here. So once again, X1, look at that, topping all of the charts, 30,000 damage this time, more than 2,000 damage a minute, which is absolutely insane here. 14-12. They really want, these really quick games trying to break the record for fastest game in the league.
Yeah, they really tried, and it was just all fighting by the second game. Everyone just went in there, and I think that translated very well in terms of the number, the high damage output. As you mentioned, for X1, like 2k per minute, and that's because he was just kept fighting and fighting. Even the bot side, he was getting 2v1 and he doesn't care. He'll take the fight anyway and just outplay you, and that was to show just how confident J Team was coming into the series.
Yep, the confidence is, awe-inspiring here for J Team. 25 kills to 9. What an insane play! And of course, J Team is just on. They're on a tear. They want to get that momentum back. They want to be able to make it to the the playoffs cutoff and really prove themselves against this more I wouldn't say like more competitive, but like more competable season here in the Wild Rift League Asia. I feel like anybody can come out on top, but DY will be the MVP here actually because of his support abilities. I mean, I don't blame them. 3, 2, and 20 on that Rakan. He was just always there with the quickness, with the grand entrance to keep his buddy safe and also just take on everybody on T-Flash.
Yeah, and also he also had some really great rotations. Remember in the early game, he started off fighting the bot side, and then when he back immediately went mid lane and gave that advantage towards Soldier.
Yeah, and with that being said, that match being an incredibly quick one, we will be heading to the last match of the day after this break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, Setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMM. That's a lot of damage by that castle, and he tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage onto Fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. But he is
doesn't matter
right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan Yu get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT Rolster Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th-minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning shoulder flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fury Assault to kick off KT Rolster Y's destructive display. Try to intercept. Effect here, Call of Force God gonna be used, Face Seal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get the dragon, especially when Ichimon would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT Rolster Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox as Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Fat has to...
好了，欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是优吼。首先恭喜 J Team 2-0轻取对手，拿下这场 BO3 的胜利。我们也是邀请到了他们的辅助选手 DY 来到我们的赛后采访。你好 DY， 先跟大家打个招呼。
大家好，我是 JDG 的辅助 DY。
欢迎 DY。那首先第一个问题想聊一下，因为这个你们这一场的选边大乱斗可以说是有史以来最快的大乱斗了，5分钟之内结束战斗。你们平时是不是哥几个大乱斗没少练吧？
是的，平时玩的有点多，然后阵容又有点好，结束的就有点快。
就一切的一切刚刚好，所以就5分钟给他拿下了。好的 ，So the first question for DY is you take down your opponents in ARAM within 5 minutes. So, do you practice ARAM in your scrims a lot? And he said, well, actually we practice that a lot, and we got a great roster, so we win that in the short times. 那第二个问题想问一下，就是当时第一局的时候，你们打野一直在抓下路，然后对方的打野相反的一直在上路嘛。然后当时你们家上单有没有就是在抗压的时候有没有跟哥几个说什么？
他说了一句他死不了，然后就没人管他。
说了一句死不了，然后大家就放心让他抗压，他也就闷不作声在那抗压。可以，伟大的上单。So the second question is, in game 1, your jungler camped the boat and their jungler camped the top. So did your top laner say anything during that 1v2 time? And he was like, well, actually, he just said, I won't die, and you guys just play as usual, and that's it. 那第三个问题想问一下，因为你们这个赛季真的打架非常非常多，而且打法也非常血腥。那当大家打架都非常上头的时候，一般情况下，队伍里面会有一个兄弟站出来说：“哥几个冷静一下。”那平时在你们队内扮演这个角色的人是谁呢？
几乎没人扮演这个角色，就往死里干就完事了。
就往死里就完事了，可以。The last question for DY is, your play style is so bloody, and when everybody goes recklessly, who will play the role that holds you back and calm you down? And his answer is, well, nobody cares, we just smash around. That's all for our interview. 那我们这一场的赛后采访就到这里结束了，我们稍事休息，精彩比赛。
The 4th week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMM. That's a lot of damage by that castle, and he tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall. Sonic waving onto those crocs. He gets the Dragon's Rage onto Fan as well. Tries juke over to the crocs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. But he is escaping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan Yu get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning Solar Flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KT Y's destructive display. Try to intercept. Effect here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face seal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get the dragon, especially the Ichiban would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT Roster Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox as Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Fan has to flash out as well. There's a triple top by Akeno, already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down, there's a Hextech Ultimatum onto Faye, he's gone as well. Z-Hat and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing, very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against Fun Plus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
This comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, gets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy's answer denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0 in 3. Don 128. Slow down.
Dashes in, Don 128 in danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT Roster Y. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is ready it up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Durant, taunts onto 1, yeah, the Justice Punch, stays stand at his bot, but KT Roster Y secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside though, Counter-Strike going in for the stun, it hopes to get the trade back, but Team Flash will still succeed!
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section. Keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name is Giyang, we will see you again in the next video.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the final match of the day here. FPX versus JDG. MG10 coming at you. With me is Crazy Apple, and this is going to be a banger of a match.
Yeah, definitely. 2 CN conference teams duking it out here for the last series of the day. Jingdong Gaming and FPX currently in the standings, so just having a bit of comparison. Fun Plus Phoenix is now at the 3rd spot in the CN conference, while JDG is a bit lower the standings, is currently 10th spot. So there's a lot at stake here for JDG because they really need to rack up some of these wins, especially in the series wins, to be able to be in contention for playoffs.
Yeah, because they really need to step it up. A lot of the CN conference has been shaken up. It is very, I feel like, difficult to kind of predict how this entire conference is going to go, just because of the the shakeups in the rosters and the power levels. But JDG with Lemon, Once, Feibai, Barry, and Max really need this win to at least tie themselves up with, in terms of wins, at least with Woohoo, Weibo, and J Team, though they still have that one loss, so they'll still be at the bottom for now. But FPX, very powerful right now, even up over Keep Best Gaming at the moment, just under Trace Esports and Undertalk. They have just been incredibly impressive with the way that they've been dismantling these teams with their aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, they've been showing very solid results as well, and solid performances for the side of FPX. Even though both of the teams that we'll be seeing now lost their previous matches, for FPX they did lose to G2 Blacklist, while for JDG they did lose to Keep Best Gaming just this week. So both of these teams right now coming in to a bit of a chip on their shoulder. They would want to secure this series to get back into that winning ways for them.
Yeah, we really would like to at least have, maybe not an easy game, but like a game where they're not so pressed because they're going up against one of the strongest teams in the world. But FPX definitely are not ones to kind of sit in their laurels. They are an atypical Chinese team, I think, in the fact that they really like playing these early game comps, and they have the execution to make early game plays really deadly, really lethal for the teams that they're facing, whether it's a CN conference or a APAC conference team. But they still did take that big L against G2 Blacklist, which it's not a strike against them. G2 Blacklist is currently on top of the APAC conference, so they have a lot to kind of prove in the Chinese conference. But so far, they just want to maintain their spot in that top 3.
Yeah. We're also seeing, in terms of the head-to-head so far, the couple of players that we have seen, in terms of the numbers, they're pretty close to each other. But yeah, for that we're gonna go into the player stand-in.
在第2赛季的比赛现场，大家好，我是优厚。今天的最后一场 BO3 将由 JDG 对阵 FunPlus FPX。京东防守反击的京东能否抵抗住 FunPlus 前期猛烈的进攻？那答案就藏在峡谷之中。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stage of 2023 League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2. This is Yoho. Today's last matchup is JDG versus FunPlus FPX. I would say the early game is the key for this best of 3. So, is it JDG or FunPlus? Let's wait and see. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome JDG and FunPlus FPX.
用 KBG 的话说，从今天开始，我们一把都不会再输。
用你们的话说，从下一场再开始吧。
Alright, short but sweet between these two. You can see a lot of goodwill between them. Very sportsman behavior between these two teams. So good to see them having a good time with the friendly trash talk.
I think correct me if I'm wrong, but FPX was the one who spoke first, right?
I believe so.
I think I was trying to listen in as much as possible, maybe trying to to understand even just a bit. The only thing I understood was KBG. So I think FPX mentioned something about KBG to JDG, and JDG's last series was, oh my god, the top laners. Let's go. I know these Baron days, but yeah, going back, JDG's last series was against KBG where they lost 2-1. So not sure what FPX said to JDG regarding KBG there.
Yeah, but I do love the poses. The Baron lane is just having it, just going, hey, we're bros. We're both on an island. We're just gonna have a good time here. But yeah, I feel like that might have been FunPlus saying, hey, we're on top of KBG, and you guys lost to them. So, you know, this is an expected result. If you lose to us, something like that.
Yeah, that could very well be it. We'll see. We'll see if that's gonna be the case here between these two teams. But also looking at the records, it feels like they're also very close to each other. Oh, first handshake we see. Very vigorous handshake between both of these. Let's go. The two Dragon Laners.
New pose meta, the handshake.
Would love to see more of those, but yeah, some of them are just going for the poses. Oh, Daddy, walk back! Welcome back here!
Getting ready. Let's start into the wild.
Okay. That was just chilling.
Yeah, that was just chilling. That was just chilling. Well, for he just wanted to get back. He wanted to get to the chair. Wants to get ready immediately for this ARAM game that we'll be getting into. This will be the fight for side between these two teams. Whoever will be winning this ARAM match will be able to decide the side for this series.
Yeah, that is one of the really cool things that I like about this season is the ARAM match in the fight for a side. Although we have seen a trend of some champions getting picked more for some reason. Like the Rengar, I feel like we've seen AP Rengar quite a bit in the fight for sides. Yeah. Even though it is ARAM, they are randomly picking the champions, and unfortunately some comps are just better than others. Just like in the last ARAM match we saw, I believe it
had the Samira for J team.
The Samira J team. I think it was either X1 or it was X1 on that Samira, and he was just decimating everybody. Even with the Kale and the Kaisa on the other side on Team Flash, they just weren't really able to do anything against the mostly melee composition because they couldn't scale up.
Yeah, I actually wonder because if you play if you queued up for ARAM, you have at least one reroll, right? And then you will get 2 rerolls if you haven't rerolled the previous game. Is that the same thing here? Did they also get rerolls? Maybe that's why we've been seeing some champions getting picked more often, like Rengar.
Probably.
That would make sense. That could make sense for this one. Yeah, I would love to know how many rerolls these players get. If they get 2 immediately, then that could very well explain why we get these more often see certain champions. And we have seen a lot of different looks on the AP Rengar. As you mentioned earlier, there is a face rush build, there's an electrocute build, there's a first strike build, and we'll see, is there gonna be a Rengar again? No, actually.
No, it's going to be pretty decent compositions here on both sides. Gwen, Vi, Kaisa, Draven, and Alistar for JDG. We have Gragas, Jace, Kha'Zix, Misfortune, and Hecarim here on FPX. I'm just not kind of feeling the Kha'Zix, but Hecarim does go in immediately, and Chao gets immediately piled onto for first blood. The Draven gets it too.
Yeah, I think that's the last time I also saw a Hecarim here in ARAM. That's also what happened. Runs in, tries to do as much damage, and then dies. And then that's gonna happen again and again and again. I would love to see Chao do that again.
Yeah, because what else are you gonna do as a Hecarim?
That's true.
There's this champion is built to go in. He doesn't have a go out switch unless you use Onslaught of Shadows to exit the fight. But then why are you doing that unless you're like about to die?
That's true. We'll see at level 5. Chao does come back in. But yeah, actually Max going in here.
Ooh. Yeah, Max going in, getting quite a bit of damage, and it's actually Chao who takes his life with the Q, the Helicopter Blade. That's not his actual name. I just like saying that.
Well, you can kind of see it, right? The helicopter just spins and spins that side, and it just looks like the helicopter. We call that the rotors, is it?
Yes.
The helicopter rotors just circling.
Oh
around.
No, the rotor is the thing that runs it. I think it's just blades.
Oh yeah, the blades.
Whoa! Some shadows though, and Max has been left in the middle of everybody. Still, the Hecarim a little bit too in for FPX to really follow up on. Nothing that they could do to save him, unfortunately, because how do you follow up on a Hecarim? Great body slam flash there. But yeah, that's going to be Barry taking another kill there. Not a body slam flash, but a headbutt pulverized. I'm sorry, I was looking at the Gragas, and then it was the Alistar. So Barry securing another kill for himself, but Fei-Bai paying for it. Now one's a little bit too big for his britches there. Will get taken down by that Hecarim. Finally, Chow doing a little bit more than earlier as soon as he got back into the lane.
Yeah. I also saw a bit of an anti-synergy earlier, right? When Chao was going in with the onslaught of shadows, the cast was thrown by Don 128. So all three members of JDG that was gonna be hit by the onslaught, they just got saved, essentially, by Don right there. So kind of funny interactions, but it's still the ARAM game. Still pretty even between these two teams, Max.
Yeah, as Max Yabs double pulverized there gets... Well, he was pretty low and didn't have the Unbreakable Will, so he will get taken down. FPX, they are looking to maybe push a little bit. They are not on the they're not in the driver's seat at the moment. They're just a tiny bit of goal. It's still fairly even because both teams are just trading back and forth. A nice attempt there by SkyFL, but Fei-Bai was unfortunately not isolated, I don't think.
Yeah.
And if he was, that would have been a kill. There's the Onslaught of Shadows trying to get onto Fei-Bai right in the middle of the Hell Font popping. So that will at least be a kill. Kong doing some damage with the bullet time, but still, there's no out button for Chao. So once he's in, there's really no way for FPX to save him. But in the middle of the towers, a huge dive there by Barry. He gets one, not the second one, as it is going to be Dawn who takes that. But SkyFL is going to at least take Lemon down, maybe Max, as Max tries to run away, gets the stun. Does he have the leap move? As Fei-Bai finds the missile, and Xingdao 7 is there.
Yeah. As things wind down, one thing that I'm just observing right now is that if I'm FPX and if ever Gragas does go to the top side, Don would need a lot more practice. He has thrown 2 casts this game. One was an anti-synergy with Chao. The other one only hit 1 member from JDG, which is funny because if he was able to hit the 2 more members of JDG, get towards the bullet time, it might have been a possible win in that ARAM, in that situation for FPX. Unfortunately, the cast keeps going wide for Dawn 128 at this point. But right now things are stabilizing. No one still has gotten the turret. There's only been 16 total kills so far in this ARAM game. Not the bloodiest that we have seen so far. And just a couple of pokes that we're seeing as well. I do like the missile upgrade on the Kha'Zix. The Void Spikes is something that you can very much make use of in ARAM because of how wide the coverage of that is.
Oh, once again, the explosive cast has been attempted, but now the Onslaught of Shadows on 3 tries to bring one back to his team as the bullet time is a little bit late, not enough to kill once, as Fei-Bai is trying to get in the middle of them all. But that's another couple of kills for FPX. Suddenly, the health bars are looking pretty low here for JDG. SkyFL in the middle of it all, gonna grab one, give one over to his buddy Kong. So now, FPX finally with a solid lead.
Yeah, so it also good execute. 2 executes actually. This could be the third one for FPX. Executed. Yeah, the third execute right there for Dawn 128.
Yeah, good denial of resources there onto JDG while getting themselves back to base. The snowball, one snowball will land, the second won't. Chao is there in the bush. They'll find him out as unfortunately Hecarim is a little bit too far forward there. But the rest of the team should be coming in. I don't think they'll be able to save that turret. No, they won't. As the fight does break out, they've isolated 1 member, Xingdao 7, and he will be feasted on by JDG.
Yeah, JDG with a bit of a tempo advantage here in this ARAM game. 5v4 at the moment. Xingdao 7 is still down. Max going in again. Oh, actually, that's a good cast from Dawn.
Finally, a decent cast coming in from Dawn 128, but that really didn't result in anything, as it was Max who they isolated. You know, the tankiest member here on the side of JDG. I do like the aggression here by SkyFL, the leap into just Void Spikes, but now he's gonna get Max to leap onto him as Max does go down to the snowball. There's the bullet time. Will it do much? No, because Lemon was in the mist in the middle of the the Stephen King movie. But now, oh god, it's amazing. The cease and desist onto the back line for Kong. Skyfell's gone as well, and now Chow gets pieced on Don, trying to do something with his Gragas. Pop it, but no, the mist will deny his kill, and that is another ace on the other side this time. JDG looking to take down this inhibitor.
Yeah, Lemon does not care because he is Gwen. Gwen is immune, and he has her Hallowed Mist, surviving 2 straight fights there. And JDG able to take down the inhibitor turret. Nexus is exposed right now for FPX.
Yeah, the Nexus is exposed, but JDG do want to go back. They want to die to get more combated efficiency. This could be the final team fight once we get to it. But FPX definitely need to... Oh god, that is a headbutt pulverize into the Draven ultimate, into a single auto attack from Max to finish off that kill. But so that means that JDG will be having an easier time to defend this turret, even if they get engaged on right here by Chow. But Chow's taking so much damage without even getting close.
There's a disadvantage, right, of playing the Hecarim. You run in. And now JDG trying to go for this engage. Kong actually is playing the AP Misfortune.
Yeah, and oh lord, there's AP Misfortune is going to go down. Very, very squishy. Dawn 128 as well. Another pretty much an ace there. This guy FL was just coming from the base, and now he's trying to get an assassination, anything that he can before JDG finish off the fight for side by taking that base down. That was just a very clean team fighting composition here for JDG to win the fight for side.
Yeah, it's kind of unfair as well when you have so many champions that deal the throw skill shots that deal very damage from a distance, and then there's a Gwen. And then there's also the Gwen, just Lemon just piloting that champion, always standing at the edge to deal as much damage as he can. Great moves right there from Lemon, and that's why JDG was able to take the win here in this fight for side. Now we'll be waiting on which side they'll be choosing. Will it be blue side or red side?
If the trend continues, it should be the blue side, and we do get word from Prod that it is JDG picking that blue side. This is kind of the meta right now, the blue side meta, even though you know the win rates are still fairly safe. It's mostly for, I feel like, that champion select to be able to put their compositions together a little bit easier.
Yeah. There has been a difference when it comes to CN Conference and APAC Conference teams on which they prioritize and to pick ban phase, especially on blue side. It feels like for APAC teams, they really prioritize the jungle. That's why you used to see a lot of Jace priority as well as Aatrox recently in the past couple of series today. While for CN, it feels more different. It feels sometimes they're gonna go for more support picks like the Ornn, which I've been seeing often on blue side if it's left open, Gragas as well as the Galio. So that might be something that the JDG is looking at, more of a flex pick, more of a stable support initiator kind of role that they'll be looking at.
Yeah, I feel like if we do look at the trends, look at the what has been going on, you're right. They want to secure that hard engage support because a lot of the CN Conference teams have been looking to that hard engage support as their tip of the spear a lot of the time. If you have that Ornn or that Gragas, put them in the front, put the ADC like 5 miles behind them, and only when they land that engage is the time when you all pile on. That gives them a lot of safety and a lot of flexibility when it comes to playing the map, because it gives them a threat to present in the front that isn't easily picked off by the enemy. So getting into this picks and bans, first ban will be the Shen, followed of course by the Evelynn on the red side of FPX.
Yeah, I would be surprised if we don't see the Hecarim being banned by FPX, but the Shen being banned immediately by JDG takes away that safety net for whichever team does pick it. The shield from Stand United allows safety for whoever is getting tower dove or is ever in a bad position. It also gives the team a global presence in terms of trying to go for some of these fights, especially if you have a Camille, you have a Lee Sin, you have some of these diving champions, and you pair that up with a Shen. It allows you to go for these dives, especially in the early game.
The diving is something that JDG is very scared of, especially against a team like FPX, who do like to orchestrate these dives when we're getting to the start of the mid game. So taking away some of their options here would be very, very decent. Whoops.
Yeah.
As sorry about that. We do have a Jax and Camille getting banned out here. If this ban is not Hecarim, that could be a mistake. That could be a mistake.
Huh. Okay, it's either one of two things, right? It's either a mistake or it's something they deliberately left open. And now FPX, they are on the red side. They have an opportunity to get 2 priority picks on their end. Usually we see Galio and Camille being picked together, but since Camille is banned out and Hecarim is actually immediately picked out by JDG, they need a strong answer. Fiora is a good answer early on, gives you that split push potential, gives you a safer top side, as well as a chance to outplay. Now we're waiting what is going to be their second pick here.
Vladimir coming out for SkyFL. That's, I think, a pretty decent pick, and to the Hecarim gives him a decent bit of safety there in the mid lane. But they better be picking up a jungler that can actually contest this Hecarim, or else their early game playstyle will be a little bit fraught with how effective the Hecarim guys can be. I like this Riven from Lemon to go up against the Fiora of Dawn, and then the Orianna. This is going to be a very kind of safer mid lane here for this matchup.
Yeah, and I think JDG took notes from our second series of the day in NAOS. NAOS earlier also utilized this combo, the Riven and the Orianna. It's a combo that has been used for a while now as well here in Wild Rift. You can put the ball on any of the 2 champions she is with right now and use a Shockwave as well as a Shockwave, and Wind Slash Wombo combo deals so much damage and a huge to a lot of members that have been caught out by that Shockwave. And I do like the composition so far from JDG. Wombo combo, strong engage, good skirmishing from both the Hecarim and the Riven, as a splash of AP damage gives him a lot of flexibility later on in this draft.
Yep, I love the ball delivery system possibilities here, especially with the Hecarim. Sure, the Riven does a lot of damage if she can get in on the team, and then Shockwave, Wind Slash absolutely decimates the health bars. But the Hecarim, just to start off a fight, can charge in with the ball on him, and as soon as he gets in range, Shockwave, run a little bit behind them, and then get that onslaught of shadows on, completely disrupting the team fight for FPX. So that's something that FPX has to be incredibly aware of. ADCs getting banned out. Zeri, Sivir, Lucian, and Xayah not going to be coming out this game.
Yeah, I like the Xayah ban because it takes away this safer marksman, but I feel like both teams are tunneling on marksman too much at this point because supports are still up on the table, and both Ornn and Gragas could make or break the team comps that both teams have. But so far, FPX is feeling the heat on that marksman ban. They have picked a mobile marksman on their side. It's gonna be that Ezreal, for it's a bit more safer play once this Riven and the Hecarim goes in.
Yeah, it would be a little bit safer when that happens. However, what I'm looking at is how I'm just remembering a game that I casted of, I think it was FPX, where they had the Ezreal in the early game just come out from level 1 with the Ornn, this exact same bot lane, grab the first 2 kills in just level 1. They weren't even looking for the level 2 power spike. They just came into the other side of the lane, barged through the minions, and then got 2 kills for themselves, and that just snowballed the entire game. So if that's something that can happen here, I'm kind of all for it, because FPX, they are known to be that early game monster.
Yeah. We'll see how FPX is able to affect that early game, as you mentioned. They are that early game monster, and honestly, I feel like in that draft, I feel like FPX could have pinched JDG a bit more if instead of I believe after the Zeri after they banned the Zeri, they could have banned the Gragas and then take the Ornn. That would have given them a strong engaged support on their side, but instead they still pick the Ornn into a Gragas. Gragas, we have seen, is able to stop the Call of the Forge God with his own ultimate, and even comboing with a body slam. It stops the Ornn from affecting these fights from a longer range. So JDG has a lot of tools to stop FPX, while on the other hand, I feel like FPX doesn't have as many tools to stop JDG's advances. So FPX would need to have a great early game to have that buffer for them when they go against some of these team fights against JDG.
Yeah, that's completely fair. You're completely right. There's not a lot of disengage to be found on FPX's side. Sure, there are some here and there, like Jace's knockback, Call of the Forge God could be used defensively. There's the Essence Shift from the Ezreal, but there's really not many ways for them to stop JDG from, Hecarim ulting into them and using that Shockwave or the Riven, trying to get in on a skirmish. Really not a lot of ways to get themselves out of sticky situations. So this is going to be more of an all-in kind of play for FPX. Oh, a flash from SkyFL to just get that empowered Q.
Huh, okay. I think he thought that it was enough, and if Feibai was still level 1, it might have just been enough along with Ignite. But Feibai did hit level 2, so he was punished right there. That is a flashless Vladimir, something that JD might be able to take advantage of.
Yep, that is a really ambitious play, but this just shows how FPX really love to try their hand at that early game. Any single advantage that they can get, they will try to take it as early as possible, just because their composition is built around that. If they're able to get ahead in any good way in the early game, they just take over the game. But speaking of taking over, this bot lane is going to take it over by Kong and Chao, who just bullied Max to get out of the lane and back out. So they will have maybe a little bit of free time on this turret. Barry's backed out as well. Xingdao 7 now looking for a possible gank here, as Chao is there.
Yeah, and now it's only Barry trying to stay as far away as possible while Xingdao and Kong are working on this. There are 2 plates immediately, and that was caused by both the Ezra and the Ornn just winning lane, pushing out the Gragas, having him low, gave them that space, gave them that opportunity to boost the gold right now for both the Jace and the Ezreal.
Yeah, huge opportunities for them. But on the other hand, Lemon is also getting a little bit of free time here on the top lane turret. While Dawn just gets there, just barely to defend. Really not have the best time here against Lemon, who has been kind of taking the lead in terms of the tempo in this lane.
Yeah. This is a skill matchup between a Riven and the Fiora. The Fiora needs to predict when she's gonna use the riposte, because Lemon has 2 CCs.
Oh, there's a gang coming in from once, and he will get that kill once, giving it over to Barry. No, not Barry. He took it, I believe. So good stuff there. Great gank. JDG knowing that they can counter in the early game. Let's take a look at that, because he does have the ult.
Does have the ult. Immediately cuts off the Ezreal. Good predict right there on when the Ezreal was about to back off, immediately getting the jump. I believe Max was the one who was able to get the kill. Unfortunately, it didn't go to either of the carries, but still, a kill's a kill in the bot side. Even three plate side now down on that turret, as opposed to actually the turret still up, I believe. Actually, yeah, it's still up for the side of JDG.
Yeah, slowly but surely the lead has shifted over to JDG, because now FPX, they have been trying many things, but either JDG have been pretty defensive, or the skill matchup has been going the way of Riven, or the gank has been going the way of Hecarim. Once he's got that phage now, things are going to be a little bit harder for FPX to actually escape. He's going to be a lot stickier when he does go for those ganks, even in the mid lane against that Vladimir.
Yeah. Now we're nearing the 5-minute mark. That is when we usually see the objective fights with the Dragon and the Herald about to come up. At about the 4 minutes, actually Feibai getting gapped.
Oh, what a miss. What a miss from that accelerated shock blast, but it didn't really matter because SkyFL was there anyway with an empowered Q to finish that kill off. Great gank there from Xingdao7.
Yeah, great gank from Xingdao7. They now have more control over this mid lane. This blunts the momentum for JDG if they're looking to reposition their mid laner anywhere in the map so that they could have more control over a certain quadrant of the map to get either the Herald or the Dragon. Right now we do see Kai'Sa going to the top side for the side of JDG while the Vladimir is going to the top side for FPX. It could just be a handshake at the moment, but with the Ornn and the Ezreal in the mid lane, they'll be able to respond faster to whatever objective they will want to fight for.
Yeah, they do need to have those comms clear and that team on point. They have to be on each other. There's the grand challenge issued onto the Riven, while in the mid lane there is a huge going out as the first kill already goes over onto JDG. But once has made his way into this fight, unfortunately SkyFL is caught out in his own jungle. Had to blood pool, had to flash away while Kong was threading Mystic shots through and through. And that does mean that he has to lick his wounds, look towards maybe the bot lane or towards that Dragon, because Lemon is there. They're going to be starting the Dragon. Can Lemon actually put a stop to this with Dawn and Xingdao7 breathing down his neck? An accelerated shock blast will not land, but that stun will. Lemon with the wind slash will not be able to take Dawn down. Unfortunately, Xingdao7 still trying his best. The shock blast will not hit. Unfortunate. I don't think I've seen him get a decent snipe yet, but that does mean that the Rift Herald will be finished off, but now JDG should be ready to contest this.
They should, but so far their members did recall. Even Hecarim and the Riven are just coming out to the base, while this Dragon is below half right now. Feibai is here.
Yep, once is not going to make it in time. The smite will come through for Xingdao7. So no kills there at the very least. FPX pick up something for their troubles, because they have been in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, but at least for the side of JDG, they did waste some time. For FPX, they needed to the Dragon did reset and they needed to go back towards it. So in terms of tempo, FPX is a bit behind, although the rotations right now are not really in their favor. If the Kai'Sa didn't go to the top side, the Fiora could have gotten some tower damage, maybe got in the plate, at least boosting that gold generation for the side of the Fiora. But because of the delay in the Dragon, FPX right now is just coming back to the map, while JDG is putting down their authority essentially into the river.
Yep, here's the Ornn. Oh,
okay.
Chow.
Bit awkward.
Chow, you good?
a bit awkward right there from Chow, to say the least. I think he wanted to hit it on max, and then he realized, oh, it won't be a target. Let me just throw it on Feibai. The Ram's already behind him. It's like, bye-bye.
With Storm Shadows into the explosive cask. A huge disruption. Great catches there from JDG while using Shelly to distract. And this is why you ban out the Hecarim, ladies and gentlemen. He is incredible at disrupting your opponents and getting a team fight started.
Yeah, and also the follow-up, right, from the Hecarim. It was all started, as we're gonna see in this replay right here. I think it's a body slam flash from Max with the cast immediately, and once the body slam hit, it was immediately followed up with the onslaught of shadows. So the layering of the CC as well as the cast to put them nearer towards them, away from the turret, gave that safety net from GDG to not only get a turret but also get 2 kills.
Yeah, now the JDG look like they're running away with the lead. FPX, they really need to step up. They need to find their groove here. Otherwise, it could be over before they even, get the grips with the situation. They have a lot of damage, but not a lot of ways to protect themselves. Xingdao7 takes quite a chunk from just that command attack.
Yeah, and we were talking about how FPX needs to be the team with the lead in the early game. We are now in the mid game, and the 5k gold lead is in favor of JDG.
Yep, it's not insurmountable, but it does become a little bit more challenging. Finally, there's a call to Forge God being hit by Chow. Forces a flash from Lemon, grabs himself an objective bounty on this tower, playing as a 5-man squad rolling around the map.
Yeah, at least FPX was able to get something, but JDG still has a lot of tempo on their side. We might be seeing a bit of a lull in terms of the action here, because there are no big objectives on the map. There is no pushing wave for FPX for them to shove down these turrets. So the next big fight is going to be on Dragon, and we might be able to see what we were talking about during the draft, right? In tight spaces, JDG is very strong. They have the Shockwave, they have the Onslaught of Shadows, and we did see earlier how Max is able to catch out members of FPX along with ones coming in for the assist. We might just be able to see that later on if FPX mispositions themselves. But if FPX can go in from different sides and get a good catch with the Ornn, they can catch out JDG, and the Kaisa is not one of the is not a very mobile marksman, as well as Feibai. They catch him out, they might have damage. Kong!
Speaking of a mobile marksman, that's Kong getting caught out there and actually taken down by the Gragas before the fight even begins. Now the Onslaught of Shadows into the Command Shockwave as Dawn is going to fall. FPX, one after the other, are not able to stand up to JDG's Onslaught.
Yeah, good pick right there from JDG. I'm not sure how they saw the Ezreal though. Might be just, you know, those coincidences as they were going for the rotation. But going to this replay right here, Kong was seen on the ward, and Max and Ones were already behind him, knowing that they want to get the kill. And great cast right there from the Gragas just to not allow the Ezreal to pop the blast code, and this put FPX in a very bad spot where JDG was just able to get kill after kill. And now definitely the lead is very much in favor of JDG. FPX needs to figure out a way to get back into this game.
And you have to figure it out fast, because the longer this game goes, JDG is going to scale quite hard, and it's going to be very difficult for them, for FPX to really compete with the engage into, you know, disruption combo that is incredibly possible even when they're, you know, funneled into their base when they can't get out. All it takes is one Hecarim to Onslaught of Shadows and one Orianna to Shockwave, and everything is over.
Yeah. That is something that we might see, right? The wombo combo from JDG. This is something that we were talking about earlier. There is a bit of anti-synergy as well, to be honest, on the side of JDG that still casts from Max, but so far there has been no opportunity to have that anti-synergy, because Max doesn't really need to try that hard right now. He just needs to hit his body slam flash, and the members of JDG can just follow him up. And that is a position where JDG has seen themselves. Chow, this is a very over-ambitious engage, since there is a lot of members of JDG here. Even though if FPX does go for that fight, they won't be able to pick out Feibai, and if they do, there's going to be a strong retaliation coming in from JDG. So that is ultimate burn for the side of Chow. Might be something JDG is looking towards to if they want to force a fight against FPX.
Yeah, it did force the flash out, but that was it. Still, a burned resource is better than nothing there for, you know, an ultimate that comes up relatively quickly, especially compared to a summoner spell. So yeah, that was a tiny bit worth for FPX, but it would have been more worth if they were able to really get in there and get into a decent fight with some good follow-up. But at this point, I feel like JDG, they have their hands on wheel very, very tightly. They will not give FPX the opportunity to make a comeback here if they can help it.
Yeah. There is some deep wards. JDG knows where FPX is when it comes to the red side jungle. There is one ward right now near the red buff. JDG just adding towards it, which signifies that JDG is looking at this Baron. There is one ward spotting out JDG on the side, but right now in this position, JDG having that information of where FPX is going to be more important for them, because FPX has very little information to know if the Baron has been started.
Yeah, that's true. They don't have a lot of leeway. other than, you know, seeing the champions of JDG going up around their jungle, they have to face check. There's no way around it. They just have to kind of either assume that the Baron is being taken or and rush in, or you know, try to be a hero, or just get caught like that with explosive cast. Though Chow, he is going to have a huge call to Forge Guard here, hit 3 members. This could be the comeback that FPX needed. The small thing that could give them this this game back, the chance to get back into the game. They went for the Baron there. That could have been a decent way to maybe secure a little bit of a lead, but right now they'll take whatever they can get.
Yeah, I like the discipline from FPX. Yes, they could have tried to force the Baron, but they did burn a lot of key ultimates. Going to this replay right here, Chow just was a bit too tasty of a bait for JDG. This is still the mainline tank for FPX. They don't have a lot of damage up front to be able to kill him, and that was something that Chow took huge advantage of. But going to the picture-in-picture, I don't think there's gonna be a big fight right there. But in the end, that was still a pick for FPX, blunting the momentum from JDG, giving them some more space. They were able to take down the turret on the bot side, give them more much needed gold. That gold lead earlier was 5k, now it's only 2,000 in favor of JDG. So FPX crawling themselves back into the game.
Yep, slowly but surely they are doing it hand over fist, just taking any pick that they can get, any lane push that they can manufacture, and they are going to be the first in position for this Infernal Drake. Can they melt it down quick enough, or are they going to engage onto JDG? Because once in the front line is a very, very scary horse. Oh, I thought that missile would actually hit, but now the Skyfell has been found out. He has to get away, as yeah, he does scare off once.
Yeah, FPX right now just buying time for their Fiora. Actually, Fiora was pushing the top side of the map, but with the Riven right here, it's going to be a 5v4, a bit of a numbers mismatch right now in favor of JDG. If they can set this up against FPX, they might just be able to win the fight. They are starting the fight right now by taking this dragon.
Yeah, but the dragon isn't going down very quickly. There's a call of Force got onto 2, forcing Max in once to get out of there, and now Lemon's in the mix. There's Infernal Drake getting secured by Xingdao 7. Accelerated Shock Blast is starting to hurt quite a lot, but Lemon is onto the chase. Now Xingdao 7 has been caught out. Unfortunate that he took that route where JDG was ready to collapse onto him, so that's going to be a kill for JDG.
Yeah, 4v5 situation on the map. Baron is still up. Hecarim just went back for a recall, so he'll be very healthy coming back into this game right here. Jungler is down for the side of FPX. This could be an opportunity for JDG to secure the Baron.
Especially with Chow and Don here coming from the sides. Kong and Skyfell from the top. It's going to be a split fight here for FPX, as Don is the first one in. Can he be the one to save this fight, as the shockwave does hit Kong but not Chow? So they successfully delayed this Baron. Call Forge got onto Max. FPX chasing JDG away.
Yeah, FPX did not overcommit. They just wanted JDG to back away from the Baron, give themselves some time until their jungler comes back into the game. This game is turning to be very, very close. Earlier on, JDG was the team who was very much in the lead. I think at about the 8-minute mark, they were at 5k gold, but that lead has diminished. Only 2,000 right now, 17 minutes into this game. Xingdao is back on the map, and it's very even at this point in time. JDG's advantage is they do have more CC. They do have a wombo combo on their side, but Chow right now on this Ornn is just giving so much space to for FPX. Is just too tanky, and JDG is having such a hard time burning him down.
Yeah, a difficult proposition for JDG to take out the tip of the spear there. Speaking of, should be coming up very soon. Yep, they are going to...
Oh my god!
Position Chow, that is a lot of damage. This could be the opportunity. Yes, it is. Call Forge God will get denied by the explosive cast. That's both support ultimates used already. Once is still there, so this is possibly a steal. So FPX are going to stop that dragon there, at least going to keep this dragon dance going. But the dragon will be aggro towards JDG at least.
Yeah. So far, this is still going to be the Elder Dragon dance between both of these teams. JDG is the one who is aggroing this. Mid lane control is going towards the side of JDG. If they're able to shove this lane or this wave, they might make FPX peel off. On the other hand, FPX is pushing the bottom side. Now two teams right now staring each other in the face.
Yep, and stare each other they will. There is the Hacker Onslaught of Shadows out because he was getting low. Looks like FPX are a little bit too tanky for them to deal with. Kong from the back with the Mystic shots. And Qingdao7's going to get knocked up. He's going to get focused on. Can he live? Yes, he can. Because the Ezreal will be taking that Gragas out. Now Lemon's the next victim there as he got out of stage. Just right into the hands of Kong. That's 2 members gone. Qingdao7, does he have enough health for this? He's still the one tanking the Elder Drake. He smites and he gets it. FPX turning it around. They finally have a lead in this game. Barry, that burst from Sky FL. All he has to do is press Q or just explode, and it's all she wrote.
Okay, this game is turning around right now in favor of FPX. 1,000 gold lead for them. Baron is about to be burned right here, but FPX just doesn't want a Baron. They also want the lives of JDG members. They gave away the Hecarim, a champion that we always see banned, but it doesn't make any difference right here so far for FPX. They are in the lead. They are looking to be able to end the game, win game 1 of this best of 3 series.
Yeah, even though the Hecarim was a hugely talked about pick, hugely contested, look at that gold difference. Yeah. It was so steady going up towards JDG's side, and then suddenly FPX just at that very last moment started really hurting. It's kind of the opposite of what we were talking about in Champ Select.
Yeah, and honestly, I think, okay, in theory, right, JDG should be the ones who are able to deal with the tank. But the thing is, Barry is not building the traditional ADC Kai'Sa. It's AP. He has Riftmaker, he has Nashor's Suit, he has Dustblade. How can they go against this Ornn if they don't have the damage for it?
That's very true, because that Ornn is an incredibly obnoxious frontliner there. Look at the triple siege here for FPX. Since they got the Baron, they started going for the base. They will focus up on Dawn at the very least. Dawn, I don't think, should be able to survive this unless he does, as the Orianna gets down on in the back line. No shockwave available. Once will not be able to live. FPX actually turned around the losing game and take game number 1.
What a comeback for Fun plus Phoenix. They live up to their name. They rose from the ashes of their early game in game 1 and fought back against Jingdong Gaming, taking the win, essentially stealing this game, which felt like a win, a done and dusted deal for Jingdong Gaming. But what a play right there from FPX. They were able to take advantage of the mistakes coming from Jingdong Gaming, especially the Ornn. I criticized the draft heavily from FPX, but they were able to turn it around. Ornn was really the linchpin to their composition. I also saw a couple of instances there where Max was not able to cancel the Call of the Forge God, even though he had his ult up, actually missing some of the ults. So it might be something that Max would need to look back on. But then again, we need to see what is going to be the adjustment for JDG come game 2, because they did have a really solid early game.
They did. I was really surprised that it was them commanding the early game, but this also just goes to show that FPX, they also have that handle on how to play from behind, how to hold on and not give up as many resources to stop your opponent from snowballing, and just hold on until the later phase of the game where you can be actually relevant. Look at that gold difference graph. Really shows the story of the game. Qingdao7 actually was the one who did the most damage in the game, so big props, mad respect as the jungle Jace. I feel like the Hecarim got like too much priority maybe on JDG's side. I agree with you. The Ornn is super high priority right now because of how good he is with that Call of the Forge God, with his entire kit, and with just how tanky he can be just naturally.
Yeah. Two things as well to take away from this game, especially for the Hecarim. I mean, is either one, Hecarim has just been 2 has been overbanned. He might not be that much priority of a champion, or another possibility is that it wasn't as utilized as effectively by Jingdong Gaming for this. So maybe in the hands of a different team or in a different composition, we would see the Hecarim thrive. But at least for this case study that we have on this game 1 of this last series of the day, FPX has shown that we can let go of the Hecarim and still win the game.
Yeah, and SkyFL is going to be that MVP, this 5th MVP of the season, going on that Vlad incredibly safe as 4, 1, and 2. He only died, I believe, when he got caught, and they wasted multiple ultimates on him. So well played for SkyFL, grabbing that MVP, well deserved, and well played by FPX for holding on until the bitter end and actually clutching out that W. But that is only game number 1. We'll be getting to game number 2 in just a little bit. Stay tuned.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
That's real magic.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We just saw FPX turn the tables on their opponents while JDG had a fantastic early game. They were not able to hold on to that lead. Let's see if they can turn the tides in this one. Pick and bans, let's go.
Yeah, we'll see if JDG can fix up some of their mistakes from game 1. They did have a lot of control early on, but FPX was able to hold on, turn the tables around, and then win the series. Sorry, not the series, but the game from there. Hecarim was not banned earlier, was let through. I'm thinking that FPX will just let it through again in this game too, and we'll see if JDG still prioritizes that, because if they don't pick it, we might see FPX utilize it as well. We'll see if FPX does pick it up, because Hecarim was nerfed a bit for this 4.4B patch, but it's still, we have been seeing him banned often, so there must be something that these teams will try to utilize that champion for.
Yeah, still just going to be banned out. I feel like FPX really didn't want to have a repeat of that early game. So they're just going to take that option away, force ones onto a more standard jungler. A lot of good early game junglers are available though, like the Vi, Kha'Zix are still up. Some really snowbally champions could be picked up here, but the first pick will be the Fiora for Lemon.
Yeah, one of the strong picks that we have been seeing for a lot of these teams. Fiora still deals a lot of that split push potential, and would love to see that for the side of Lemon. Might be able to utilize that champion well in the Baron lane. While for FPX, they can just opt to pick the same champions that they did earlier. This is gonna be the Vladimir. Feel like they should just try and prioritize the Ornn now. Could give them a lot more leeway later on, especially if they are looking to choose some of their marksman choices. We did see the Ezreal earlier as well.
Ah, interesting. Looks like they're going to forego the Ornn for a Lucian pick here. Could go to Sky, could go to Kong.
Huh. Could be. We could also see a double marksman. We have seen that before. It would be a bit greedy if it's a Zeri pick for the side of FPX though. But
wait a minute, what am I saying? They have a Vladimir. That's gonna be Sky.
I mean, it could still go. Right. You're right. I got baited into that. Sorry about that. But yeah,
that's my bad. Baited you into the mindset.
Lucian and Vladimir are gonna be the bot side and the mid lane for FPX. While on the other hand, for JDG, they're still opting for the Orianna as well as the Lee Sin. I do like. We haven't seen a Lee Sin today. I do like having a Lee Sin. It gives you a lot of that early game potential, especially for tower dives, especially for those early ganks. Also, can be a bit of a ball delivery system for JDG as well.
Yeah, definitely one of the more classic ball delivery systems. Although with the amount of possible Lee Sin plays, that is just one of the things that can be utilized. It's more likely we'll see once attempting to try to get an insect, not an insect, but an insect with a C. It is just the most effective Lee Sin play that is possible. Just getting behind somebody, either the Lucian or possibly the Vladimir if he doesn't have the reaction to Blood Pool, kicking him over to the other side. Also, whatever jungler that FPX pick here is a good possibility. The bans also for JDG are kind of focused towards Xingdao 7, at least for this one. They banned out his Jace from the last game. He did do quite a bit of damage there. He did the most damage in the game. So they want to keep that option away from him with those accelerated shock blasts.
Yeah. We might see another jungle ban from JDG here. There is not a huge preference to ban out supports. Both Ornn and Gragas are still available in other games, in other series. We've seen those two as a priority in the first round of picks and bans, but for both JDG and FPX, they have put a lot less priority on both of those. Grabbing the Ornn again in the hands of FPX, we have seen them play this really, really well, especially Chow getting a lot of attention from the members of JDG. I hope JDG does not repeat the mistakes from game 1 there and they don't have a decent way to burn through the tanks. Zeri would be a good direction towards that.
Yeah, she is definitely one of the ways to melt through heavily armored targets, being Ornn and possibly Renekton if he doesn't go the bruiser route, but still, you know, the HP is going to start stacking. The only problem is that there is a lot of ways to kind of cash that Zeri out here. With the Ornn, with the Renekton, at least there's a Gragas there to keep that disruption, to keep her safe. But I wonder what the jungle is going to be here. Xingdao 7, his options are a little limited, but the Kha'Zix still a great possibility. A very FPX pick.
Yeah, I like the Kha'Zix. It enhances this engage coming from FPX if they're able to catch members with the Ornn, and then both the Vladimir and the Kha'Zix goes into the fight. They'll be able to catch members of JDG, instantly delete them with the amount of damage that the Vladimir and the Kha'Zix has. I'm looking at JDG, and one of the things that Zeri is really good at is absorbing engage. If she's able to stay alive, kite out some of the members that will be jumping on top of her, she's able to deal so much damage back, and then she'll be able to push back. Essentially, it's like she's like not actually a trampoline is the analogy I'm thinking right now, but you can basically get the point. She needs to absorb the impact and then bounce it back to the enemy team. But the thing is with the JDG, so this comp, I feel like they might not have the tank line to be able to accomplish that effectively. It's going to be harder for them to make those kinds of plays. One good indicator of that is if Feibai is able to catch the Vladimir, the Kha'Zix, and the Renekton as they go in with a good shockwave, that would be a good indicator for JDG and these team fights to win those fights.
Yep, and speaking of winning those fights, if FPX wins this game, they will be winning the match and keeping their spot at the top 3 in the CN conference. All they got to do is get past JDG one more time, as the pressure is on.
Definitely, the pressure is going to be on JDG here as we get to the game 2 of this best of 3 series. One more loss for JDG will seed this series towards FPX, giving FPX a bit more of a lead in the top of the standings. Well, for JDG, they would really need to win these games to solidify their spot in the playoffs. But once here, going for an early red trinket, clearing away division, he wants to get the red side quadrant jungle. I believe FPX, or no, it's just trying to spot out the Kha'Zix position, I think.
Very interesting decision. But I feel like, yeah, he is just going to counter jungle. The Kha'Zix is going to be stuck on the other side of his own jungle. A little bit of possible vertical jungling coming up here. Yeah, I don't think, though, that Xingdao 7 is aware. Well, he's going to be aware now that Lemon has given it away. So he at least knows to possibly go towards the red buff here for that steal. Dawn has to be incredibly careful though, because Once is around.
Yeah. We'll see if there's gonna be any opening for Dawn for Once to go on Dawn, but it doesn't seem like it. While Xingdao is now looking towards this bot side quadrant of the map. He's gonna also go for the vertical jungle, as you mentioned. Just also a reminder to our viewers that JDG was able to do that because of Feibai having that Orianna, but actually they're being chased down the river.
Yeah, and Once is ready to skirmish. Lee Sin in the early game is not a champion that you really want to 1v1 or go up against in a decent manner, but this is looking like a 4v4. Good knock up there from Chow, and then Kong dashes in there. Xingdao 7 in the fight. Once flashes and tries to get onto Chow, trying to finish off that kill. Can he actually get one more auto attack? Yeah, it's going to be Zeri though who finishes him off for first blood.
Yeah, and JDG proving your point earlier, right? And how Lee Sin is stronger in the early game. You're gonna see here in this replay, they were able to catch out Orianna, but there was no follow-up from FPX. Only Kong was the one who immediately reacted to that knock-up by Sky and Xingdao. They weren't in any position to be able to take advantage of that knock-up from Xiao. There's a bit of an overextension for him. Great punish from JDG, they're able to take first blood of that.
Great first blood there for JDG. All they have to do now is hold on to the momentum, because that is what they were doing in the last game. However, if they're not able to do it now, that would be a tragedy. Now, here is the attempted steal coming in from Shingdao7. He does get it at the very least. Lemon spots him out though. So at least the Kazakh didn't start, you know, a buff behind.
Yeah.
But it's still not where Shingdao7 wants to be at this point in the game.
Definitely. He would actually mid lane.
This is where he wants to be in the point of the game, at mid lane with Sky FL. Emo play just barely not killing Feibai thanks to the honey fruit, the savior fruit.
Yeah, and I think Sky thought that he's gonna die. That damage is enough, and there was like this magic pixel for the Orianna, not preventing her to die, and then immediately picking up the honey fruit, just essentially saving her at that point. Barry.
Oh, the culling coming in onto Barry. There is the actually onto 2. Call of the Forge God. Max and Barry taking quite a bit of damage. FPX showing their willingness to throw down here in the bot lane.
Yeah, using 2 ultimates in exchange for no ultimates. Once is going in here against FPX.
And once it's just going to kick them back. This is going to be very bad for Kong as he gets immediately bursted down. Now Chow trying to run away. Barry will be gifted another kill here. That's 3-0 already, but on the other side of the map, Lemon gotta get dove, going to get Dominus and sliced and diced.
Yeah, great answer from FPX, but on the other hand, this was a mistake coming in here from FPX. Great gank coming from once, knowing that both Chow and Kong expended their ultimates. They don't really have a lot of fight back in them, and 4 members of JDG immediately going for the punish in the bot lane, gifting 2 more kills in favor of JDG. This feels a bit like game 1 again. JDG having a clear advantage in the early game. FPX is still in this. There's no point yet wherein you can say FPX is very much behind. But when it comes to this Lucian being 2 kills down against a Zeri, it just means that he won't be able to bully this Zeri as much as he would have if this was an even game.
That's true. That's very true. But speaking of bullying, Shingdao7 wants to do a little bit of bullying out the Feibai. There is a huge burst coming in from both Shingdao7 and his buddy Sky FL. So good stuff there. That's exactly what the Kazakhs wants to be doing. Another kill, trying to equalize the score up. The gold is pretty much dead even, but once wants to secure this Rift Herald.
Yeah. Right now it's being started right here. Call of the Forge God.
Yeah, Call of the Forge God onto 1, but Max is exhausted. He will not be able to join the fight all too long, although no steal here. They sacrifice the Renekton. Max actually still is alive. Barry laying down the law there, laying down the auto attack so that FPX really couldn't contest that too much.
Yeah. FPX tried to contest, tried to stop that Herald while the Kazakhs was getting the dragon on the other end, and that was started because they were able to pick off the Orianna. Shingdo was able to do that. Lemon though, no mana.
Yep, Lemon has 0 mana. Shingdao doesn't need it. So Lemon will be forced to flash, go for the honey fruit, and then get back into the lane as Shingdao7 once again jumps in. Look at that isolation damage. Do not be alone versus a Kha'Zix. That is what happens. You almost died. Now in the bot lane though, Sky FL looking for maybe just to defend this turret, but he is going to get dope here. 0 vision there in the jungle. He didn't know that once was going to be there. Now once actually misses the Sonic Wave. Unfortunately, there's a Call of the Forge God to just dissuade them from aggressing onto the mid laner, while the Rift Herald will take down that tower.
A great dodge right there from Sky, dodging from that Sonic Wave, essentially giving himself a lease on life. Now though, with the blue buff being contested here by JDG, FPX is able to defend it well, while Shelly does not get a second tackle on the turret. Stabilize the early game has been for FPX. Yes, there's a bit of a gold lead right now for JDG, but FPX can or will be able to take it back as long as they take down a couple of turrets from this side of JDG. So far, FPX in a better position than they were in game 1 in terms of this early game.
Yeah, a much better position. Considering that they are still behind, they're not they're honestly not that much behind at this point. It's not insurmountable whatsoever, especially with the proactive plays that they've been doing. Look at Feibai, once again the target for Qingdao 7. This man just wants to keep that Orianna underfed and keep her away from the tower, which I feel like is a very, very valid strategy when a lot of JDG's damage does hint on that Orianna shockwave going hard.
Yeah, also Qingdao is actually evolving the ultimate second here when it comes to the second evolution, so that gives him more stealth, which he has been utilizing pretty effectively. We did see earlier on in the bot lane, he was able to use that to assassinate the Orianna, and I think that's what he did again in the mid lane to put her down. It's such a tough spot when you're squishy, especially when you're a control mage, and the assassin just keeps coming back to you. It essentially stops you from playing the game and from scaling better into this game. But Qingdao 7 again utilizes itself in bot side and the top side.
Yep, as Qingdao 7 just comes in and tries to go for just a little bit. Oh, but SkyFL actually solo kill on the backside. Speaking of the backside, Dawn 128 is on the back of once, and now SkyFL comes in with the Hextech Proto Belt, and then Chao coming in trying to knock them out. Knock them up. Qingdao 7 barely doesn't get that kill. Max with 1 HP is able to get out of there, but it does feel like the tables have turned this early on.
Yeah, we are about to approach the 9-minute mark. The gold lead has gone decisively towards the side of FPX, and just a pick right here from Sky, knowing that Feibai will be rotating to the top side, trying to help out his team immediately. Going to that brush, just waiting for the Orianna to come close, and this could have gone worse from JDG. Fortunately for them, the Call of the Forge God is already on cooldown, so there was not much follow-up that FPX can do other than flashing and trying to deal more damage.
Yeah, that would have been I mean, that would have been an okay play, but maybe to save the resources is better instead of looking for, you know, more kills. Right now they're playing a little bit slower game, as you said, and it is kind of paying off for FPX here. Though once is going to be the one to start this Drake, and the rest of JDG is going to be there. There is that Horn, swing and a miss, unfortunately.
Yeah, swing and a miss, but that is a crucial ultimate right now down for FPX, while this Dragon has started by JDG. SkyFL!
Oh, the dive! SkyFL, what are you doing? He's so aggressive trying to dive Barry. That means that your team only has 4 members, but that doesn't matter because JDG only has 4 members. 2 flashes for Dawn and Qingdao 7 to get over the wall, and then they re-engage onto Lemon, who's forced to flash away from them himself. It's still a 5v4, but JDG are looking to maybe catch somebody here. Maybe the Vladimir. He's got a blood pool, and he's got to get out of there stat. As Lemon is in the middle of the Dragon Pit, can go for the steal. It's actually a stolen drive by once. Well done.
Yeah.
And then he sacrificed his life for it too.
Yeah. Only one guy sacrificing for a Dragon Seed. I mean, yeah, one guy that died earlier from JDG, but FPX trying to force the issue here.
Yep, and forcing the issue will be the Orianna going down first. Look at those very low health bars. FPX have to retreat now. Chao is on the back foot. Dawn is getting chased. The tides have turned once again. Qingdao 7 though, he's looking for an isolated target. He gets Max. Lemon with 0 mana will not be trying to fight the cockroach and the crocodile.
Yeah. The prolonged fight, FPX still gets the advantage. We're able to get a couple of kills, but JDG able to steal away a dragon, essentially takes out the sole threat from FPX. But yeah, as you see in this replay right here, FPX going a bit too deep on that tower. This could have gotten worse for them, but they were able to get away. And in this isolated 2v2, Dawn and Qingdao was just able to get one more kill against Max. Lemon that did not have any mana, as you mentioned. He can't help. His support essentially left for dead right there, and FPX with a 2k gold lead has so much momentum on their side.
Yeah, they really need to make use of this momentum as soon as possible. Yeah, they have like 1.7, almost 2,000 gold lead, but if JDG are still meeting them fight for fight and being very proactive, then that becomes a lot less valuable for FPX. They need to either leverage this and step up that gold lead generation, or they can wait for objectives and just try to go for those instead. by either baiting fights or baiting JDG into fights that are unfavorable for them inside the pits.
Yeah. We'll see if that's be the case. Fade by again.
Dow 7. The count will be enough to take him down. Didn't even need the call the Forge God, but Skyfell may need a little bit of help here. As he goes up against Once and Barry, he will be able to heal himself up. But the rest of FPX, they are taking this tower down slowly but surely. That's what they need to do. They need to leverage their small lead and intimidate JDG. You can see they're chasing Once away from his own jungle.
Yeah, good flash from Kong. Staying safe from the body slam of Max. That gives FPX now more control over this mid lane by destroying the turret. Also popping down wards immediately. But SkyFL doesn't have his ultimate.
Yeah, he does have the Blood Boot, however, and his buddy Xingdao 7. It's going to be 11 to take him out. And will they be able to survive a 4v5? They kick the Crocodile away. As Dawn, it is going to be a front to back now. Chow, unfortunately, I don't think he'll be able to get. No, he does get it. But Once just gets away barely with 1 HP. This fight does go to JDG, but the gold lead still is in FPX's hands. Lemon, they are still hungry for more, perhaps looking for maybe Dawn. They want to get an objective for themselves, so this tower could be it.
Yeah, it could be this tower. Dawn's trying to defend it as best as he can.
He's trying, but he's failing, unfortunately. Big dive. But Xingdao 7 and Kong coming in a little bit late to the party. He's gonna get shockwaved for the kill. And just like that, JDG starting to climb back into the seat here.
Yeah, I was thinking earlier on that, Fei Bai, he's just been put behind so many times. He's been killed so many times by FPX, but still, the damage from the Orianna is slowly scaling as we get into the later parts of this game. The Zeri, we saw earlier, had a 3-0-3 scoreline, so this Zeri is also scaling pretty well. Yeah, we can look at the gold right now. Barry is up 2 when it comes to the gold for this whole game. So this Zeri is no joke right now. It's scaling pretty well for JDG. Right now, FPX needs to lock down, needs to get this Zeri to be able for them to win these fights, because if this Zeri is just left alone free hitting, it's just been melting through the health bars of every FPX member.
Yeah, not only that, they need to really step up their playmaking, because right now JDG are the ones who are dictating the map movements, even though the gold lead is towards FPX. And there's a call to Forge God onto 1. They will not stop Lemon from getting the smite there, and they won't, not Lemon, but Once from getting the smite there. And suddenly the tables have turned. They weren't able to finish off that kill, and now JDG are the ones who are chasing.
Yeah, JDG is chasing down 5 members of FPX with only 4 members. The Fiora did go for the recall. I thought she was gonna keep pushing the bot side of the map, but now FPX is trying to threaten this Baron, knowing there's only 4 members of JDG here, but JDG feels so confident right now.
Yeah, JDG, they have so much going for them. Look at that Sonic Wave percentage. He's going to go for maybe the end tech. But, oh, look at that. The health bars are getting shredded, but Kong is able to get away with a flash. So is Dawn. Great attempt there from JDG, but FPX were a little bit ready for that.
Yeah, FPX was ready for it. JDG now starting off this Baron. They have a couple of wards. They know where FPX is going to be coming from as this Baron is burning down so fast.
Yeah, and that Baron is going to be gone in just a second. The triumphs will be to... Nobody's actually focusing on the Baron now. JDG's health are dropping. Xingdao 7, he's going to be the one who focuses on the Baron and takes it and gets the ace for JDG for FPX, and then they will battle down the middle with Baron up minions.
Oh no, that was a disaster from JDG. Now with minions, 5 members of FPX, they can end this game.
They will end this game. I don't think the death timers are short enough for anybody to be up by the time this Nexus falls, and that's exactly right. That's exactly what's gonna happen. It did look for a second like JDG was climbing back into the driver's seat, but then FPX said, "No way! You try to go for this Baron, and we will end you."
Yeah, and I think JDG is as shocked as we are with that turn of events. It's just too quick. Too fast. JDG felt like they were about to secure the Baron, but they weren't able to put enough damage. There was still 2,000 HP left. FPX was able to turn on it. Xingdao 7 was so far away. I felt like at some point he gave up. I was like, oh no, the Baron's gonna be taken. But his team kept fighting on. His team kept fighting against JDG, pushing them away from objective, and then he was able to jump in safely. Even, I think, with an early smite at 400 HP, and then they were just able to take the Baron. I don't know. I would love to see the replay later on, the highlights for that one.
Yeah, that was definitely an insane fight from FPX. But I also questioned the decision of JDG to go for that Baron at all. And I questioned the decision twice, right? To go for the Baron in the first place and not like bait it to get a fight. Yeah. And to not focus it down when when FPX was coming in to try to stop it. Just focus it down, get the Baron, and then focus on the fight afterwards, so at least the other team doesn't get that Baron buff. So a little bit shaky on the decision making there for JDG, but still a valiant effort here. FPX though with a 2-0. It wasn't as sweeping as the 2-0 that we saw earlier, but it's still a very, very decent match, very competitive here for both FPX and JDG, an entertaining series to be sure.
Yeah, we saw signs of life from JDG, even though FPX was really taking control over the game. But we did see Lemon with a good outplay on the Vladimir, able to relieve some of that pressure, and then they were also able to win a fight against FPX. But just that Baron, one thing also that the Baron does is when you're taking the Baron and he is able to throw his ability that lowers your resistances, that's when a lot of teams go for these comeback plays. And even though FPX felt like they should not have been able to come in, they should not have been able to win that fight right there, but they did because JDG kind of gave them the fight that FPX was waiting for. And I would love to see the highlights, but yeah, our MVP for this match is Dawn on that Renekton, his first MVP, by the way. And yeah, not a lot of things to say about that.
Yeah, big props to Dawn. He was kind of holding down the fort up the top lane, and then being a huge distractor for JDG later on. And of course, 5-2-2 really didn't die all too much. So big props to Dawn. Deserve that MVP for his efforts there, especially with Xingdao 7.
Yeah, as we get into the highlights right here, right? We've talked about that in the game. Xingdao 7 and Feibai just felt like he's just been harassed by both Sky and Xingdao 7. They just kept going off of him, just kept trying to whittle down his HP bars throughout that game. And FPX was winning a lot of these team fights early on until JDG was able to fight back. This was the tower dive for FPX that felt like it could have gone really horribly for them, but they were still able to fight back. Xingdao 7 had so much damage on that cast, he's able to get away from vision so that he won't be seen. But really, the Baron fight is what I would love to see in this highlight place, because that Baron just essentially stopped the game to be in favor of JDG. Like, look here, it could have been taken down as like 3k HP, but FPX knew what they needed to do. Even Xiao just going and missing even the horn, and then once wasn't able to go back in. He just kept walking from the side, trying to wait for that Baron to go down. But FPX just having a very surgical surround on JDG on that Baron, winning the fight and winning the game.
Most popular player is Sky FL for FPX, the 36% popularity rating. So well done to him for that. A very good looking pro player, to be sure.
Yeah, definitely. He does deserve as well. He did have a lot of good plays on the Vladimir, and yeah, now it's gonna be back on the drawing board for JDG. They had a lot of good moments against FPX, but FPX was able to close out this series with a 2-0. Even though it was 2-0, it is not as dominant as it looks. There was a lot of back and forth between the two teams.
Yeah, most definitely. It was one of the closer 2-0s that we have seen today, which, with Fennel versus Cerberus Esports, not exactly very close. NAOS with a 2-1 reverse sweep on OMG, incredible match. And then, of course, J Team just absolutely speed ran their match against Team Flash. So this is one of the better outcomes in a 2-0, a very competitive match where it felt like it could have gone either way.
Yeah. Really felt like could have gone either way. But looking right now in the standings, as we were talking about earlier, JDG really needed that win to be able to be in contention in playoffs. Now they are still at the 10th spot. It's going to be a hard rule for them to be able to get into the top 8. Well, for FPX, they've just really solidified their position in the 3rd spot.
Yeah, I feel like JDG also has to count on some of their rivals losing quite a bit to equalize to their own score while still winning. But yeah, FPX sitting very pretty up in that top 3 spot, right under Thunder Talk and Trace Esports. Meanwhile, the changes here in the APAC side, NAOS Esports actually getting on top of G2 Blacklist for once, while Cerberus Esports take KT Rolster Y out of the 3rd spot and cement themselves up there. Meanwhile, the rest of it, Fennel unfortunately still 1 win, same with Team Flash, so bringing up the rear of the APAC scene.
Yeah. So we're now looking at these standings, right? It's going to be very key between Buriram and KT Rolster, because it's just 1 match between them. If Buriram is able to win, they essentially tie for that 4th spot. So that is going to be a very close contention between the 2 teams at this point. And yeah, it just goes to show like a lot of the next couple of matches, especially from Fennel, are going to be very crucial.
Absolutely. And of course, we're talking about those next matches. We got the next matches up for you guys tomorrow. Buriram United Esports versus Nova Esports coming up in the first match. Trace Esports versus Weibo Gaming coming up next. And then for final, Thunder Talk versus EDG. There is a possibility for Trace Esports and Thunder Talk to both be 8-0 tomorrow, or one of them could solidly be in 2nd place.
Yeah. Also, we can see if Thunder Talk still continues their undefeated streak.
Exactly. So with that being said, do you have any final words, Crazy Apple, before we head off and end the stream?
Yeah, just I love I wanted to say that I want to see more creative things from Team Flash. Even though they're at the bottom of the standings, they did show us that Nautilus pick. Hoping to see more of that from the other teams in the future.
Yeah, and with that being said, thank you everybody for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll see ya.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.